Welcome to G-Loot Season 6 Super Week. It is the final day. We have had 3 days of some epic PUBG, and today we will determine which 8 teams will be going to the grand finals and which 8 teams will be going home. My name is Tekkel. I'm going to be your host, and joining me, 2 faces you saw yesterday, 2 voices you know well, Jorisar and Avenger here. Jorisar, ready for this final day, expecting some upsets?
This is going to be very good. We're inevitably going to have a couple of upsets, right? There are a few teams that are sort of teetering on the edge of whether they're going to go through or not. And at the end of the day, as we'll remind you many times, the team in last place can get through to the top 8 with 2 good games right now. And we have 6 in store, so anything can happen.
Lots of upsets, maybe, Avenger, but I don't think anyone's going to upset BBL from that top spot. If they continue to play the way they played yesterday, they might be getting more points on the board than Entropic got on day 1 and day 2.
Yeah, that's exactly what I asked for, actually. I was hoping for them to maybe come in and blast as much as they did yesterday, today, and then break the record that we saw Entropic was able to do on 12 games. That would be pretty crazy. But also, I didn't really get the chance to ask them, are you gonna make some people upset before the games are over by maybe, we know, a little third party, a little bridge camp here and there, and maybe some, yeah, I definitely think we saw that even in last game. You could see how active they were. You could see how much they were looking to try to third party the opportunities, and like in the last game was absolutely perfect. They executed that perfectly, and you could definitely tell once they were in some fights and they saw other people fight, they were looking to third party, looking to try to clean up and make the fights easier for themselves, because obviously when you have a team that is losing or already lost multiple players, or low on durability on armor or low on utility, then that's the perfect time to third party, and they were really good and capable of doing that yesterday.
I do not plan my intro questions based off Avengers tweets. That's not at all where that came from. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the highlights. And Jorisar, we're going to see lots of BBL, but right now, Digital Athletics on your screen.
Yeah, we had several teams with big kill games. Digital Athletics can count themselves among them. This was one of the more delightful plays of the day from them as well. Some beautiful nade work, not just from them, but from lots of teams. We took a look at this play as well. We had Polish Power Team Liquid with Foot Esports coming in at the end. Like, there's all sorts of fun plays going on yesterday. And the question we're going to be asking ourselves is, will any team be switching up what they do to gatekeep someone else? We'd love to see it. We want the drama. But we also heard from the interviews that we did yesterday that, there might still be improvements to be made in our gameplay. So even though we're on top or near the top, we still want to keep playing our normal game. We want to keep optimizing our play so that we're better prepared for the grand final. Because yes, you can troll someone else and try and hot drop them, but you also then lose the opportunity to play normally and gain more practice for the grand final.
That's exactly what you should be doing, right? Exactly. Like you have this opportunity where you can improve your gameplay going into the grand finals. You don't get better games today in any type of scrim before the grand finals. So might as well get the best practice in possible here, Sam.
For sure. Let's take a look at your broadcast schedule so you know exactly what's up. You'll see today, of course, we have got those 6 games, but most importantly, book out the 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, because that is the grand finals. You would have seen 8 teams move through on day 2. You'll see 8 teams move through today, and you can see all of them play together on those grand finals weekend. But for now, we need to focus on Super Weekend. So this is what the schedule looks like. We're kickstarting on Miramar, 6 maps, 6 games for these teams to get as many points on the board as possible to ensure that they can make it through. Avenger, I can't do maths.
No, that's true. I would say 2 maps, 6 games, but that's just me because we have Miramar and Erangel. But we're starting on Miramar, of course, here, John, like we did yesterday. And we saw some crazy things and also wild circles, really interesting circles. So I obviously hope that continue. And once we go into the game and we see the plane path go over the islands, I won't be yelling, "Island circle, John, what do you think?"
It's going to happen. We're going to roll the dice. What was it? Number 25, I think we were going with yesterday.
Right.
All the chips are on the table. We're going to work out if we're going to see one of those wild circles. We saw a nice combination of crazy towards the edge of the map and then some fairly central circles. But even the central ones ended up, we had like Quarry, we had Swamp. There were ways for the game to still give us some very, very interesting alternative outcomes to what we would normally expect from these sort of circles. And that's great. That's what we want to see more of. Going into the grand finals, I hope we see more of them there too.
We have seen our share of what Martin called rough circles yesterday. I like to call them fun. What's also fun is the new format that we've got for Season 6. We're using it's a lower bracket type of effect. So if you've just joined us, where have you been the last 3 days? We started on day 1 and day 2. The bottom 8 teams at the end of day 2 with points dropped into this lower qualification to compete against the other 8 teams. And that's how we're determining our 16 teams in the grand final. And it's been a really good format. Avenger, everyone's been really happy with it. The players have enjoyed it. Maybe not the players that might get knocked out today, but for the most part, it's given us more PUBG, more chance for them to play, and obviously we've had a chance to see some epic plays as well.
Right, but effectively, the guys that are playing here today and was playing yesterday, if we were not playing a double elimination format, we would be gone straight to grand final, and they would not have a chance to go grand final because they wouldn't have qualified from our first group qualifier, right? So I honestly think the way there's multiple ways of doing it, right? With this kind of last chance, we've had multiple kind of takes on it. I really like what this is the format that we've seen here. I enjoyed it thoroughly. The other way you can do it in 4 days is was 3 groups where you do A versus B, B versus C, A versus C. And then you have a 4th day where the bottom 16 teams, and then top 8 will qualify, and then you take the bottom 16 teams, and they play 6 more games or 12 more games, right? But I really enjoy how this has been kind of put together. It's a really enjoyable way, and also it makes the open qualifiers more important, right? Because the top 5 from the open qualifiers went straight to the upper qualification. But also the 6th to the 10th team in the European qualifiers also got a chance to play, but they go straight into the lower qualification because they did not perform well enough in our open qualifiers. So it was really well thought of, and the way it was put together was lovely. Obviously, our points for kills and placement is completely the same. Don't see that changing until for the very at least next 6 months likely. Even though we've had the same for quite some time. I will say this though, in terms of format, in terms of what we've seen so far, most of the teams that we expect that should be going to the grand finals have so far already gone or looks to be going. There's only a few teams that we're like expecting or thinking, considering their previous performance, that they should be going.
We say that. I think there's a few teams that might not make it through that we would be surprised. But it is, of course, all to get through to play in that grand final for your share of the $50,000 prize pool. First place takes home a nice, sweet $16,000. And, of course, it's not just the money that's on the line. There's also those illustrious PGC points, Jarosar.
Oh,
PGC points, very important, of course. Everybody focusing on making sure that they could get PGC qualification points to enter the tournament at the end of the year. It is far from certain. There's a guaranteed slot, of course, if you win PCS 7. But right now we're in G-Loot Season 6, and we need to tally those up as much as possible. You can see here, Entropic and Northern Lights have basically punched their ticket through to the end of year finals, but there is so much on the line for everyone else. Think 300 points for a win. Any of these teams will be well on their way.
The big thing here is there's a couple of teams that aren't quite where they want to be in the top 7 for PGC points, and with that in mind, they're going to be a little bit stressed because they're also not exactly where they want to be on the leaderboard for day 4 of Super Week. There is a chance that they may not make it through to the grand finals, and we'll touch on those teams in a little bit, but there has been some surprises with some of these teams, and it's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out today. Avenger, I'm curious if those teams that are sitting sort of towards the bottom end of the list are going to come in with something completely different in the hope of trying to salvage their run here in Season 6. What do you think?
I mean, you need a top 4 here, G-Loot, and a top 6 at Pieces 7 if you're sitting less than the 100-point marker. And it said top 7. I'm not sure if it's top 7 or if it's top 8, and the 8th spot basically is guaranteed to... So we're basically guaranteeing a spot to all 3 sub-regions here in Europe. But we have BBL on so many points already that they are going to be guaranteeing themselves that spot out of the sub-region. I think it's still 8. We had 8 spots last year for PGC, so I'm pretty sure it's still 8, but it's just a guaranteed spot to all 3 sub-regions. But with NLT already doing really well, Entropic sitting up there and BBL sitting up there, I'm pretty sure that all sub-regions should be gone. So I'm not sure if it's 7 or 8. Pretty sure that it should be 8 because that's what we had last year.
All right, just if you make yourself into the top 7, then at least you know that you could guarantee that spot.
For sure. And sitting there on the cusp, if they don't qualify to G-Loot, they would have to have, I think, a top 4 or top 5-ish, depending on how the other teams are doing in PCS 7, which is going to be hard as well, looking at how rough games they have. I actually had the pleasure of talking a little bit with Tixu going into games today, and he was pretty confident in like all the things they're doing. We went through some of the games, looked at some of their approaches, and actually their decision making is on point. They were just losing every single of their team fights that were crucial. They lost those, and had they won 1 or 2 of them, they would have been fine. You won the one against Liquid and the crash that they crashed onto the concrete in the car park. Had they won that, they would have been in Liquid's position and they could have won the game from there. BBL in the last game, we were down to, I think Quetpa had 1, 2, 3, 4 HP left, and then there was Code Marco in a 1 versus 1 with Nuki after that, but it ended up being Code Marco complete beast mode that sent it in and got off Nuki. And in general, a few of those fights, they were extremely close to be turned around. So Lens doing their macro was really good considering they had really rough circles. Remember, they're coming in from Cerveny, and we had a military game and 2 southern circles, right? If they had 1 home turf circle, it would have been a complete different game for them as well. So here to see if Events is going to be having some northern circle lock and a wrangle and could continue the same strategies as we saw them do on Miramar. And I'm pretty sure we're going to see them in the top 8 for today.
We're going to take a look at your 8 qualified teams that have made their way to the grand finals so far. We've been talking a lot about Ents. They were one of the invited teams who played on day 1 and day 2 who did not make it through to the grand finals after day 2. They are now playing for their lives in that lower bracket. But a team that I was surprised with, who did a really good job, Jarosar, Creed X, but of course Entropic, the new kings of PUBG in Europe, sitting pretty in the top spot.
Exactly right. I'm very, very happy that Credex and Bystanders are managing to make it in, but ultimately questions are going to get asked on, can they actually make a dent on the Entropics, the question marks, the Heroics? Even now, BBL sitting with so many points, they're looking like they're going to be moving into this lobby as well. But remember, all of that gets reset, and the fact that even if they come away 100 points clear of the next team today, that doesn't necessarily, well, it doesn't matter at all once we get into the final weekend, right? As it stands there, you know, that's a decent buffer, right? Just under 20 points at the halfway mark, and they're fairly confident they'll make it into the top 8. But how will that translate in a lobby with the 8 teams that are already there? We could see a completely different picture come the grand finals weekend.
You can see 2 teams there invited, unfortunately not sitting in the top 8 right now, ENCE and Foot Esports. A couple of surprises throughout yesterday. A surprise that the likes of ENCE didn't make it through on day 2. And there's also some really strong firing power in the mix here. Skade, Sakura Zenson for me is one to also watch. Digital Athletics with their new roster. And then Martin, I mean, there's another team here that we both think has that aggressive playstyle that would probably really suit most PUBG fights, but for some reason just not paying off for them, and that's Polish Power.
Yeah, I tuned in to Marcelek's stream today, and he basically blamed me for jinxing them. And I told him, you're not playing your, and also Kalaris was actually in the chat, you're not playing your usual PUBG. The only game we had a little bit of sense of their usual PUBG kind of playstyle was this game here. The other games, remember the game where they had Fako on that hill close to Primorsk, playing extremely passive, like 3 guys pulled off, Marcelek hit the ground and waited to try to snake. This style here that we see also in the first game, they ended up losing 2 players obviously here, but still that kind of smash mouth, smash and grab kind of playstyle from Polish Power, that's what they have to continue doing, because they are not confident enough in their passive kind of slow circle approach playstyle that we saw from them most of the games yesterday. But again, I think a team like Polish Power here today is going to be extremely scary to go up against, because they're going to be doing so wild things here. They're going to be, the drive-bys is going to be coming back. We're going to see them breaching second circle in compounds, because they probably hear it's only 1 or 2 players in there, and that's exactly what we're expecting them to do and hoping to see them succeed with.
Another team, Jorasar, that's been a bit meh. I mean, that's the best way to describe it. Liquid. I expected more from them.
Look, Team Liquid are in an interesting place right now. They just missed the cut in the upper bracket, and they're on, I think, 38 points right now. But just remember, they got a 14-kill chicken dinner in the last, I think it was the last Miramar game yesterday. So 24 of those points came from 1 game. The consistency at the moment isn't there, but we've seen really good signs from them. There was that one game where we were talking about perfect timing with the split coming back together so that the whole team can be in one place. They actually managed that really well, because previously Team Liquid are the kind of team that get caught out in their 2-2 splits a little bit too much. We actually didn't see very much of that. I feel like all of the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle are already there for Team Liquid. Yesterday just really didn't come together for them, except for that 1 chicken dinner. And when you consider that they had, what, 14 points or something spread across the other 5 games, they're going to be looking at that going, if we raise that baseline to 5 points a game minimum, where even things, you know, things aren't going well for us, that's okay. They'd be comfortably in the top 8. As it stands now, they're teetering just a little bit.
I feel a bit bad because I just went, oh, they played meh. They had a chicken dinner at one point. I just feel like when it comes to a Liquid, it's not good enough. I expect to see them in the top 3, the top 4 Avenger. Any other teams that maybe for you, I mean,
no, I actually want to jump in on the Liquid boat here, because I agree. I think, you know, your less than 3 points average on the other 5 games that are playing is not what we are expecting Liquid to be at, especially not in a lower group or lower bracket qualification here like we have today, finishing off today, obviously. But I think that with a little bit more success to some of their situations, I mean, they, again, looking back at the games that they played, their decisions was pretty good. Their macro was quite on point. They just lost, you know, one or 2 fights, or were too slow. For example, with the, I think it was Fako as well in the West Town, with Hackatory in the high ground. they just finish off the fight too slow. BBL comes swinging in. They're like, all right, guys, we're gonna absolutely throw it out of the park or blow it out of the park, baseball term here. And they did, and they were just so fast at finishing off their fights, BBL, that they were able to third party multiple fights again and again. And they did as well with the Liquid fight.
TLDR, ENCE, Liquid, be better. That's what we want from you.
TLDR, Liquid ENCE is going to be way better today than they were yesterday, I think. I think they learned a lot from yesterday, and especially they're a team that has the capacity and the support behind them to look back at the games and like vastly improve from the experience that they had in just day one.
Joris, do you think that's going to be tougher for teams like Stardust, who had a really good day? I mean, when the likes of Liquid and ENCE decide to come in and fire with everything that they've got, suddenly the confidence you might have brought in from yesterday quickly out of the window?
I don't necessarily think confidence goes out of the window. It's a bit of a cause and effect thing, but Martin is absolutely on the money when he says that the more experienced teams like ENCE and like Team Liquid are very, very good at having, even hypothetically, if Liquid had an absolutely trash day yesterday, and it wasn't absolutely trash, by the way, they're very good at resetting and completely getting it out of their mind and getting on with the job at hand, right? So as soon as they come in and teams that did better yesterday start suffering as a result, it doesn't necessarily knock their confidence, but it will test their adaptability. They'll go, oh, some of these teams are rotating in early to where we were yesterday in a way that we weren't expecting. What do we do now? And we might see some of these teams like Stardust, we get to evaluate what their plan B looks like if a team like Liquid or ENCE starts to encroach early on.
Are you going to make a sweeping statement about Vinny Vidi Vici? Are they going to finish in the top 3 today, Joris?
You know what? I think I was broadly correct yesterday. I think I'm going to be broadly correct today.
No, you saved yourself yesterday.
I did not
change. They saved themselves. I did nothing. I mean, even with the caster curse, without the caster curse today, they're going to do even better, right?
Yeah, I mean, the games in Miramar yesterday was absolutely fantastic, right? They had, 4 points, so it was great. It was good to see. No, they saved themselves here. We were talking about it, John, once we got into Wrangle games, right? We were saying, like, if you're not able to reset mentally between games, you have to do it once you swap the map, right? And they were able to do that once we got onto Wrangle here, Sam. So that was perfect. My plan for today is make Tickle Giggle, though.
And you do that all, tickle giggle. You do that all the time. But I'm going to try really hard not to giggle. I'm just going to be super serious. I'm not going to tease Joris anymore.
I'm going to put on the little free helmet again, and you're going to lose it.
I know I'm ready for it. I can keep a straight face. Joris, I also want you to know that production records all the conversations that we have when we're not on broadcast. So I do have you saying they will finish in the top 3.
Yeah, we haven't clicked them really.
I mean, look, of all of those conversations, I think that's the least controversial one. I feel pretty safe.
Now you've given away all our secrets to the chat, who are literally sitting there being like, shut up and start the game. We hear you, don't worry, the teams are getting ready. We are going to jump into it. Like we mentioned earlier, 6 games today will determine who the final top 8 teams will be that will go through to the grand finals. And then, of course, Joris, they've got 2 weeks to prep. So we've spoken to Avenger about game plans. There's not going to be any changes. Do you think more teams are going to adopt the style of play we saw from Northern Lights, the style of play we saw from BBL towards the end of yesterday, that not disengaging from fights, trying to get the kill points in as well? Do you think that's going to be something that more teams will try to do?
Okay, so this is maybe a caster curse moment. Honestly, no. Maybe going into the lower bracket, it might have been something some teams want to try, but I can't see teams vastly changing what they think should have been the winning formula for them here, unless it's a desperation play. If they're in 12th position with 3 games to go and they have to do something wildly different, maybe. But you have to have belief in your game plan, and there are still 6 games to go, where one good game could launch you from 16th to 9th, for example. So I don't think it's quite the time yet where teams are going to drastically change their game plan unless they seriously think something's not working. And I think everyone in this lobby is still pretty confident.
We'll have to wait and see. I'm hoping for a lot more firefights just because I like it when a bit of chaos gets into the mix. But it is quite a serious time. Obviously, only 6 games, and it seems like a lot. But for these teams, they know they passed the halfway mark. They cannot afford to not finish in the top 8. We're ready to get going, Avenger and Jorasar. Let me know what you think about that circle when it pops.
Oh, we're looking forward to this one. But as far as playing path is concerned, this is pretty chill for game 7 of 12 here in the lower bracket. You are watching the G-Loot Season 6 Super Weekend, and this is a 4 to 10 o'clock playing path. It is almost directly through the center of the map. I don't expect any fireworks, at least until the circle pops, Martin. This looks pretty regular for all of our teams here.
This is more like a 4:15 to 10:15. What do you think?
Maybe, yeah, like sort of 4:14.
Yeah,
something
exactly.
like that. Yeah.
I think this is a great plane. This is probably one of the best planes, though. Almost all the teams, they can reach exactly what they want to, and very, very centered here, though. I would say, though, if it was Toby, he would already be calling out there this, like, the start of the plane path. It was in the water. It was close to the circles here. But then again, let's not talk about that. I don't think it's going to happen unless we get a super hot East yoink.
Trailer park.
Yeah, Diban would be happy to see that. John, I will say this, though. I really want to see some southern circles this time round. I feel like we've had a lot of northern ones. Yeah, hey, look at that. Go. Calling for it. Maybe even an urban ending here in Los Leones. That would be lovely.
Very much square center on Los Leones. Yeah, a lot of the southern terrain on Miramar is actually quite... when you look at it on a map, it doesn't look like it's quite as hilly as it is, but there are so many dips, so many places for teams to maneuver between. It's not only a place to hide, but it's easy for you to get from one dip to the next or one hill to the next without being seen by more than, say, one other team. And it allows for a lot of really dynamic play. When the circle, for example, goes south of Los Leones, it's tricky, but it's playable. And that leads to really entertaining end games. We're still far from certain that that's going to happen, of course. We might well get an urban finish, in which case get those smokes and grenades ready. But I think teams here overall, they'll be okay with this to start.
Yeah, 100%. Some changes, some good circles is definitely something that I love, and most of our teams is already looking pretty damn good to get an entry point into the circle. So that's fantastic here. Foot coming in from Porto, they're gonna have a quite high priority, and the question is, where do they go here? Because there's a really hard approach because we have this massive amount of unplayable on the south and eastern side of Los Leones. It's always really hard to decide where to play until you see second, third circle. But I would like to see Foot go deep, maybe commit to some really greedy 2-2 split, considering that they're getting in from Porto here. Maybe south of Los Leones and east of Los Leones. That would be great for them. They've had some quite interesting games. They played quite well and were actually quite close. They got two third places and a second place, John, in the first games in group number or the upper group, sorry. And that was quite good to see from them. Eski, obviously, Lyra and these guys coming in with some changes. It's always hard. Also, Eski being gone. Now that they're in and they're back together, they're grinding. I think we're going to be seeing good things from these guys moving forward.
Well, let's contrast that with day number one. Footballist are the only team in this lobby, I think, or if they're not, there's probably only one other team that they have 0 placement points at the moment. Like, they actually have a decent haul of points. They have something like 20 kills, but it's all come from kills. They've been very dynamic. The team fights have been quite fun, but they haven't really been there or thereabouts in the end game to pick up those placement points. So I agree with you. If we see them take a greedy split early, think positionally and go, you know what? Our fighting is okay. Let's just be in a slightly better position to pick up some extra points at the end of the game. For me, that would be my goal right now for Footballist. Because the gap between them and top 8 at the moment, 13 points. A couple of decent games where you pick up 3 or 4 placement points, bare minimum, with some kills to go along with that, and they're there. Yeah,
they have the same amount of kills as Benevidevici. And if they were just able to pick up their placement points, they could have been in 7th place like them, right? So that'll be nice. All right. We have Salem here. They have had a little bit of a rough time so far. A little bit of good placements, a little bit of kills, but still sitting just outside our top 8. A really good game in a top 3 with a good amount of kills, and they're going to be solid inside the top 8. Curious to see how far these guys can take it. Obviously, a newer squad, newer lineup that we see from them. And it's lovely to see a team that's able to take it this far and get here to the Super Weekend.
And just 1 point above them in the table as well. Solo, of course, inclusive of players who have been on the competitive circuit for years and years and years. But in terms of playing together, another relatively new squad. They finished yesterday with a 2nd place. And I feel like when the stars align for them, they can absolutely pop off. But they're another team similar to Sarvim, where They try and make sure they're in the right place at the right time, and it just hasn't worked out for them so far. But when it is, my God, the damage they can do is absolutely insane. They only had, I think, 5 or 6 kills in the last game, but Senya was knocking people left, right, and center. They were fighting well. It's not happening half as much for them as it is for some other teams. So they need to think about how they can engineer their macro game to allow themselves to be more comfortable more often.
Yeah, and they won a big fight against ENCE on the Miramar game on the high ground there in the east. That Skate obviously won, and that closed out ENCE's game completely. Senya obviously a legend in himself in his own right, won Nations Cup in 2019, and now looking to prove himself on a new team. I hope these guys are able to kind of stay together, and I think that's the Achilles heel of a lot of our EU East teams is that they're disbanding often, especially just after 1 or 2 tournaments, and that I think that weakens them a lot. But you see our top teams, they are staying together for years, and they are really benefiting from the synergy and the communication improvements that you get from playing with the same team for a long time here. But BBL, 75 points here, John. They are guaranteed to go to the grand final. The question is, how much damage can they do to this lower bracket qualification group here now? They are definitely going to be very, very scary to go up against because they have nothing to lose.
Well, they wanted to start that account off with 1 more point, courtesy of Fago. Not quite getting away with it, though, but forcing them to use some of their utility early on. Making life just a little bit difficult as they continue to rotate in. Still all 64 players alive here at the 7-minute mark. It's been a little bit less of a bloodbath than normal, but we start to see more teams rotating in. Enterprise might be looking to change that. That's Grendis out of the... No, pardon me. It's Sakura Zenson in the vehicle, so they're actually trading 1 each, and Enterprise have fewer resources now to execute against the drive-by.
Yeah, free kill actually picking up He-Man. That's unfortunate. Rostenmar finds GMT some finish action there. Good for ENCE to start off with a point, and now they're in 14th place instantly. Jumping up just with that. That's fantastic. Now they're just 17 points off 8th place.
The gap is really... not a lot.
It's close. No, it's super close. One win here, John, with 8 kills puts you in top 8 if you're ENCE and the top 8 don't, or the guys in top 8 don't get any points.
And to put this in perspective as well, just because we're talking about like some of the teams we think are on the cusp of doing better and some are not, the difference between ENCE and being in the top 8 is the number of points that Team Liquid have been scoring in quote-unquote their bad games, right? That's actually quite a small difference, but it makes such a big difference in the second half of the table, and that's why it's so bunched together. 3 teams on 16 points, and then 18, 20, 22. Any of these teams could catapult themselves into the top half.
Skate committing to the fight with ENCE. Not sure if they're able to... it looks like they're getting some damage in from the west. It's Divan actually joining in on that. They could be ending up losing a player. Nuki sees a guy, gonna decide to go off with that and disengage from the fight.
I like this.
Yeah, 100%. This is clever. They're fighting for no territory right now. There's absolutely no point to fight for something this far east. Like, it's close to Impala. But fighting for points, on the other hand, is something that they could capitalize off of with the damage that is coming in right now. Nork is also coming in. It's Polish Power. Now, these sides, a little bit of a Skate
messy
sandwich. Nork is putting in a lot of damage. And this is the start that we want to see from Polish Power, John, here with the amount of kills coming in.
Very awkward for Skate, but you're right. Excellent start for Polish Power. Again, Polish Power, we said this 2 or 3 times yesterday. They don't mind trying to third party in phase 1 if they see a good opportunity to do so. And this is an excellent example. ENCE and Skate, my only worry about that fight is, guys, it's phase 1. You're nowhere close to the center of the circle.
What?
If you can't capitalize on the... If you can't capitalize on the knock within 20 seconds, 30 seconds, you're going to get third-partied if you want to keep recommitting. So maybe I would have liked to see a little bit of an earlier disengage.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, again, when you're fighting Circle 1, it should be either with a huge advantage, either off a knock, off information that you're outnumbering your enemy. And especially something that we see here from Polish Power is that they're able to set this up quite easily. Putting in some damage into Skate. Skate obviously already doing very well for themselves. 56 points in 6 games yesterday, just shy of being just above or just below here, 10 points per game. Really nice. Circle goes east though, and with the unplayable in the center and a lot of it in the southwest, the majority of the teams should be expected to go into the fields between Impala and Los Leones. There's a lot of good compounds there. The question is, how greedy are the teams? Are we going to see big splits already now? We see Ents splitting in the Ents compound and the gas station. I would like to see them go to Tixu, so they're not, at least like Nuki and Squeaky, they should be going over to Tixu and Rustenmar with a split there for the 2-2 split with Rustenmar and Tixu's compound. I don't like them being this greedy this early on, considering the amount of points, but they're behind right now. Komarko, good shots. Oh my god.
Beautiful.
He continues, John. It's just insane.
He doesn't stop. Absolutely doesn't stop. Keep in mind as well, Skate told us yesterday they're probably not looking to, you know, they want to keep optimizing the game. They might not be looking to drop on top of someone. But if they were, they wouldn't tell us anyway, right? They engage Ents early this game and then go out in 16th. I'm going to keep an eye on what's happening in the next two Miramar games. I want to know if they're doing something that maybe they didn't tell us about. I
think the most important thing that he said was also, you don't want to make enemies in PUBG, because then they will remember, like, if you deny someone a spot for a grand final, you will get denied for a spot in the grand final. Senya with the SLR absolutely banging out. Then the loss here. He's actually going to get flushed too. Baron Peak found by Vard. A lot of fights. Mexi finds him and finishes that off. On a lot of point here for Liquid. Gone their way. But yeah, you don't want to make enemies in PUBG. And now, Polish Power, they might have made an enemy here with Skate, and that is not something you want to do when you haven't guaranteed yourself to the grand final so far.
The funny thing is, if it was most other teams, they would be like, why are you targeting us? And because it's Polish Power, they just went, oh yeah, I had a fight that lasted longer than 10 seconds. We expect you to third party.
Yeah, I'm like, oh yeah, Marcelik always... Yeah, exactly. Marcelik always flushed me in ranked games, so I'm gonna make sure these guys don't qualify. No, yeah, we'll see. I like the style that the Polish Power. They're the only one to really put that into effect and try to capitalize on the teams that they know are weakened from being solo in cars, so one or two players in compounds, and it's a very smash and grab kind of play style. And I actually enjoy watching it because it gives you that extra. Yeah, it gives you that extra entertainment there during the early point of the game. They're always making some crazy moves. And it's fun to watch when they're, if they're rushing into a compound, one of them draws fire, the other three get a knock, and then they switch and someone else draws fire. It's like almost PUBG tiki-taka when they get up close, and it's delightful to watch. So if we get a lot more of that today, they're going to need a lot more of that today, let's be honest. They're currently in 13th. The mountain to climb isn't huge, but that one might be. They're going to be pretty pleased. We're going right over to the east. No urban finish for us, but there's also a lot of flat ground in the center here. Divan very much in the middle of things. This is a really good terrain. You have to remember this next circle, Circle 4, will go away from unplayable due to land ratio, and there's a huge pack of unplayable just south of 3V, which means it's going to go east again. It could maybe also sneak southeast or northeast, but we will see. And yeah, Divan, Polish Power looking really good at this point. A lot of teams have to make huge macro moves to get into the circle at this point here. So, Martin, I have a question for you about the circle as we see Solo try and grab someone. Wait, can they get self-mounted vehicle? Not quite. So you're in a not quite prio position for the next circle. Let's say you're in 3V's position. Yeah. Do you move or do you stay knowing that the circle is likely to move east of you, but you're in quite a good position now? 3V stays because they're quite close to the current center right now, and no matter how it moves, they are still going to be able to play on foot. They just want to make sure at this point that they're going to be the team that plays as the last team coming with the circle to their back. So you always want to play back safe once you get into a situation where you have to play on foot, right? You don't want to have someone pushing you from multiple angles. So that's their plan right now. And there's also it would be too greedy, and without information that they've had, they couldn't play that. Sabem goes out in 15th here, John. Yep. Skate obviously first team to go out. Yep. Solo looking pretty good with their current position, unless the circle decides to go northeast. I'm pretty sure it's going to be just the hard east, honestly. Could be southeast too, but we'll see. EBL lost in the last, obviously, early. Smash taking damage from Istanbul Wildcats, John. Mexi finds Grandis here from Enterprise. A little bit of a fight up on the north side. Liquid. Puts in more damage.
They just need to get away at this point. Liquid are in positions where they have got more cover. There's no real way for Enterprise to sort of pull up and return effective fire here, unfortunately. So they have to lick their wounds and fight another day. Popping off now on the southwest. And this is a tricky situation. Istanbul Wildcats and BBL. Of course, they know each other's playstyles very, very well indeed. They're practically neighbors. But I don't know how much longer the Wildcats can survive here. Unless we have like a really sick flank, I feel like Code Marco should be able to get this second frag.
Yeah, they have a really good gatekeep position from that. Now, Johnny is ratting here in this compound. Pooh will probably be taking some shots at the furthest back player. It's Vard. He hears him go by. No, he's actually gonna try to survive. Maybe James has his number, or at least information that there's still a player from Enterprise in here. I mean, there's a buggy right there. So the question is James gonna see that and take some shots at him? Now, circle 3 does 1 damage per second. Now we pop up to circle 4 and it's gonna be 3 damage per second. A triple increase, and now you really want to start moving away or getting out of the blue. Otherwise, it's gonna do a lot of damage. All right, so it's gonna go a little bit north, but mostly what we would say a quarter past 2 o'clock here, John. And
quarter past specific, maybe more like 2021.
Yeah, we have Divan and Polish Power laughing at this point here. Also, Ends looking good. Very Liquid North. This is actually all of the teams that we're talking a bit about that is already in really good positions.
Divan might benefit as well. Well, they'll benefit quite hugely from a western shift next time around. And now that the unplayable terrain is broadly out, that should be good. Fago getting one back for their earlier woes. Zubila down to a solo, but managing to get a knock onto Smash. BBL going to try and blockade with the vehicle and pop a smoke, though, so trying to deny that extra point. There's still an opportunity for him to grab that, but Code Marco is going to do his best to make sure that he gets the revive. And Zubila's revised plan B is to say, fine, if you get the revive, I'm not letting you out. We're going to take the vehicle.
Oh, Sheila. Digital Analytics, are they gonna do something about them being... No, they're gonna go deeper. Okay, I like that. So they're committing to go deeper. The terrain actually offers them the opportunity to do so too. Nilkop finds Zuchetto. Tukoglu goes for the flush immediately. Oh, Rupture has some information on Mentrelli. He's to go down, and now Foot and Digital Analytics there, and Evelyn, we're gonna be fighting here.
Odin moving down, constantly watching the horizon for third parties, because as soon as anyone hears gunshots, this is really fun terrain to play off of. There are lots and lots of little dips, but simultaneously there are teams nearby who will hear what's going on, and you can run and peek over the ridges as well. Ooh. Nades coming in against Digital Athletics. Huge. That's one onto Mert. That's not from the nade though. Huge. And very, very close to getting Hughes down with the first nade. The second one is going to do it. The rest of DA follow suit, and Foot Esports gets some critical points on the board as they eliminate DA here in game number 7.
Yeah, super good nades. Nice information. Also staying on some sort of high ground there as well for Rupture. Lyran putting in the nades. That's really well played by them. Now they have some ground ahead of them that actually will enable them to get further into the circle no matter what they do. It's a good amount of terrain. Elevation there is nice. The West, though, has more teams that can currently be supported by any types of cover. So the question is, do they go in? Liquid looking good. Vinovidovic is going to try to play the high ground here, John. I'm not sure it's going to work out for them with Sakura Santon and Solo coming in from the west too.
Yeah, the way Team Liquid rotates in could make life very easy or very difficult for 3v. If they end up turning 3v into a sandwich, this is going to be horrible. So many teams here out west. Solo really struggling. They're outside of the next circle, remember, and Divan is going to be gatekeeping them. Even if they go down to Sakura Zensen, that's fine. We've got Divan gatekeeping them instead, and that's before you talk about 3v and Team Liquid. So this is super packed. By the time we get into phase 6, most of these teams will be out of the game.
Vard putting in damage. Restus will be coming off. Vinovidovic went way too early in this case here. Intense going for the points for Sakura Sanson, 3 for Tekas and 2 for Intense in this situation. 5 damage per second right now because of phase 5. The question is, can he find more points before he goes down? No, he takes this. He's going to be too late. He's going to try to throw the nade. No, he's going to be found by Node and Navizi. That is crazy. All right, Mexi can also be rest. That's already coming off. Liquid's going to be up to all 4 members. Now, though, the circle moves away. and their path into the circle is already occupied by Ens, and Ens is putting in damage to them.
And Ends right now, they've got the north side of the previous circle. They still need to get in themselves, but the natural terrain means they can't get third-partied.
Oh, they moved out here, John. They moved out here to make sure they didn't get in. They have the control on the east side inside Nookie. They moved actively to try to deny Liquid from coming in.
But the problem with that, I mean, look, they're getting shot at by Polish Power now. If they're able to do this, they still need to make their way back in. And the teams that have those entrenched positions inside the circle will go, oh, great, these guys are making sure there's no one else between us and them. We can just wait for them to come back and shoot them then. So it's great that they're stretching like this, but they need a plan for moving back in. You don't want to have Polish Power get a knock or two after you can keep Team Liquid, for example.
I'm sure they're going to be able to get back over to Nuki. This is a super good proactive play for them. They didn't want Liquid to try to sweep in behind them, so they proactively moved out to try to deny them doing exactly that. I think their terrain, the terrain will be completely fine for them. They has this. This is perfect. Really, really well executed by Ens. This could be a fantastic game for them. At least like top 4 if the circle doesn't hardship 3 times away from them. Mexi finds China wins. Now the fight between Vinivici and Liquid continues. The Tixu has a little bit of an idea of this. Squeaky finds a kill. And now Liquid on a rough situation here.
They get rid of 3v. There were 1 or 2 more teams that were on this west side that Liquid have managed to navigate through. Their position is a bit rough, but considering they survived, how many teams were in the immediate vicinity before? Okay, they've done their best with what they've got. Now they have to work out how they move in next. And maybe that ticket is getting everyone else to start fighting. Polish Power shooting at anything that moves. Ents probably pulling back from their position up north right now. And this fight down south is going to be very entertaining indeed, because Foot Esports haven't even got into Stardust yet. This is everyone in the center of the circle shooting at them. And Stardust have set them a trap up ahead.
Good circle here, John. It goes practically somewhat center. Polish Power laughing. Enterprise as a 2-man in the 3-man actually in the compound that Liquid has to breach to make something, so they'll be fine as well. But a lot of teams in the southwest, they have to fight Divan, Foot, Stardust, and then there's a solo player from Istanbul Wildcats trying to get. He's gotten some 3 gear, and then he's going to be moving slowly into the circle. The question is he going to be having? He's going to be having a good time here. The question is going to be found by Ens. Ens is going to check that later. Ens has a really good setup for this game here, John. That's for sure. The high ground, the terrain they have ahead of them, they have a super good amount of control. Matzi could potentially take one of the members down and flush him, but then he will give away his own information. He could actually, So he has this little bit of a, I don't know what you call this. Like it's probably like agricultural support for the tractors that are coming in. I think that could help him a little bit with some cover, some visual cover maybe. Now Foot though, they're sending it straight into him. They want his area. They know that they could play it from here rather than from the southwest side. Really well played by him. Mats is gonna find one that's Odin down. Tixus found him too, and now Tixus is gonna be fully aware of this situation. He's gonna try to steal the kill too.
Yes, indeed. Madzi, originally, I feel like the way to play this is don't let Madzi lose hope. Because if he loses hope of getting into the circle, then unfortunately he is going to take that shot against Ens and just try and get that 1 point. Foot Esports, though, have absolutely taken that option away right now. They're saying you either have to eliminate us as a squad or we're going to take you out. Madzi does get that confirmed point. Lyron spots him as well through the smoke. He's down to 70. Needs another smoke out. Can't quite get the second knock. And that's Eski eliminating the Istanbul Wildcats. Really well done. But now everybody is dogpiling into this position. Divan, they moved out of that compound earlier. They want a piece of this. Stardust looking to try and do as much damage from behind as possible, and Nailcop is absolutely nailing Divan. 3 knocked before Stardust are eliminated, and that car, just the icing on the cake. That was so near. That complete disaster there for Divan.
Yeah, Divan getting demolished. Now Ens finds Foot, and we're down to top 4 BBLs in their Polish Power. The teams we've been talking about, Enterprise too. BBL just continuing off what we saw yesterday. Code Marco 5 kills, John. It's insane. He's been such a beast in this tournament. I think he could actually break a record here in terms of how many points in a PGC points tournament. That's crazy.
He very well might. I mean, if he keeps going this way, he's most kills per game in quite a lot of tournaments in recent history. Could very well be a record. He keeps going. Him and Smash were almost in a competition yesterday up to a point, but Code Marker seems to be pulling ahead at the moment. Polish Power still very happily magneting the circle towards them. They're used to crashing into everyone else and stealing those points. Now they're the ones gatekeeping everyone. They might not have 15 plus kills to speak of by this point in the game, but sooner or later everyone's gonna have to come across them, and that's what makes this dangerous. They've still got their vests, they've still got their helmets, loads of lethals, plenty of smokes. They haven't had to use any of their consumables really this game so far.
Yeah, they're stacked in utility, good durability on all their vests. Marsalek with a 3 vest, 2 nades, lots of lethals, as you say here. This is going to be great for them. This is a guaranteed top 2 for them no matter what they do. The question is, what placement does BBL and Enterprise get, and how many points is ENCE going to be able to sweep off of this? Polish Power is obviously going to go out and try to third-party the fight between anyone from ENCE, but ENCE is on the northeast side, and the teams has to get 2 Polish Power basically on the west, so it's most likely just Polish Power trying to see if they can get steal some of the knocks, because they can't really see them. The terrain really doesn't help them too much. Okay, Code Marker gets kind of close here and has an arm.
Yeah, big boy guns coming.
I really want to see
close.
Enterprise and BBL focus on each other here. Yeah, okay, it's coming out.
Thinking about it, ENCE have got what, something like a quarter of the circle to themselves, but they can't move very far beyond it, otherwise they end up in a valley. But still, their position at the moment is good. Smash gets taken up. Polish Power very happy to grab that. So many sight lines out of that compound. They can basically steal most knocks that happen right now. Big knock from the frag grenade. Nuki onto free kill, and Enterprise now struggling because BBL are also coming into the mix.
ENCE lost 2 kills. ENCE lost another one. And no more kills there for them. Tixu finds Code Marco though. Now it's down to a 4 versus 4. And I would assume that ENCE has enough utility to take it on to Polish Power. But we already have 2 members from Polish Power sending it out. It's obviously Marsalek out there in a very aggressive position. 1 versus 1 versus Tixu right now. Tixu has to heal or reposition. Nades come out. That could take him out. Not close enough. He's trying again. He sees him. This is going to be a lethal one. It's going to go take Tixu down. Oh, overcooked basically. Now just more aggression. Okay, the circle actually went down to Polish Power. So now ENCE has to come to them. 7 kills and a 2nd place guaranteed here for ENCE. Almost the 18 points we were talking about that they needed.
It was so critical for Tixu to identify the 2 Polish Power players that were flanking, and more importantly, they started engaging, and Tixu didn't die. He managed to hold his position. He dodged a couple of nades. Okay, those could have killed him, but now he knows where the flank is, and Polish Power have lost the element of surprise. This is going to allow ENCE to reset and take this fight on more even terms. Polish Power, they had the circle, they had the compound, they had the element of surprise. Everything was starting to be stacked in their favor. Not so much now. So ENCE here have a real shot at taking this chicken dinner. This is going to be an excellent fight to unfold.
I really want to see ENCE fight and play together as a team here and not take the 1 versus 1s. If they make the right play and they make the sweep play on either side with utility and maybe leave Nuki on an anchor position, that could actually be the play that opens up everything for them. If Marsalek goes down, that's a huge thing too. It's a dangerous player to play against in those riches there, especially considering he has a circle and just the blue advantage now. Smokes are coming out. Tixu has no helmet. 4 smokes though, and with a good path, they could actually get kind of deep into this circle.
They had so much of the circle before that they know that with a couple of smokes, they should be able to navigate this terrain a bit better. I expect Polish Power to have more utility still because they were in the compound for so long. But as long as ENCE use what utility they have left wisely, they can get into a position where they can grab the first knock or 2. Still a 4v4, by the way. Very, very strategic the way this is being played out. Copy now opening up the account against Squeaky. It looks like he can't go for an insta-flush or similar. ENCE might be able to get that back, but this could mean that Polish Power start aggressing.
Utility does damage. Nuki though, front man with a barrel, could be dangerous. Shots are coming in. Marcelik with a good... Oh, Polish Power has such a good anchor position here from the sides. Good control of the smokes and a huge advantage to the circle too. Marcelik finds Nuki. It's down to 2 versus 4. Tixus trying to go for the res. Flush come in.
Nice.
Res could come on and actually get Nuki off, but then the smokes are off. We need to see more smokes on Tixu and Squeaky's side. Marcelik's been found. Ooh, down to 3 HP. Hugely important.
That would have been so big if they got that knock. They would have been able to even it up. As it stands, Polish Power has
coming out though for him. Kapi's been found.
Advantage.
Such a good play from Kapi. He's been crucial to Polish Power for potentially winning this fight here. More utility being committed. Nades coming out. Good amount of nades. Damage coming in too. He needs to win this fight against Marcelik.
Speculative nade first. It's going to land a little bit to the left. Marcelik knows that somebody is there. A lot of smokes out for Polish Power as well, keeping Ents guessing just a little. Krunio with the spray through the smoke. They're trying to find Marcelik on the other side, but Ents don't know for sure at the moment. Polish Power back to being a little bit quiet and looking for that position. And here comes Marcelik pouncing down to 26 HP. Squeaky down. Rustenmar as well gets cleaned up. Polish Power with 8 kills with the first chicken dinner of our final day.
How perfect for these two teams. We were talking about them. These were the two teams we were expecting to do well, and they just didn't show up yesterday. Now they're practically getting the amount of points that they were able to accrue yesterday in just one game here, John, and they're straight back into the fight for the top 8.
You said it perfectly at the start of today, Martin, where some of these big teams have the capacity and they're going to do a lot better today, right? This is absolutely perfect stuff. We'll break down that chess game of a final fight after our break, ladies and gentlemen. That was game number 1. You're going to have 6 of them today, so 2 more on Miramar coming up right after this.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
Want to make your GGs more rewarding? Complete daily missions in PUBG to collect coins. Exchange your winnings to unlock gift cards. All you have to do now is create a free account, install the G-Loot app, and make your GGs more rewarding today. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
Not quite going the way that QB would have wanted it to, and their teammates are nowhere near for the rescue. Nailcup ain't gonna waste this precious bullet.
A player away from that. All the way on the second floor, just to make sure. Ooh, nearly caught him, crossed back over, but I don't think he's noted the reposition of Salek. Instinct. Oh, what?
Want to be the deciding factor whether you win this slot. Playing it smart. No, and it wins it! 1v3 example prevails. Enemy, you need to all of it. Does fight the first, and look at the HP. No, but no, you're taking blue money. What are you doing?
We might find it, Toby.
I saw that. He knows exactly where they're coming in from, too.
This could be deadly.
Spots one, takes him down, gets the second, doesn't get it. Look, rooks his stab.
And of course, it's Lou, the one to kind of hold back that push, or at least apply some pressure. James actually finds him as well. Now it's just Patulins. Finds himself in a 1v3. James open sideline in. The spray is good, though. Patulins.
Now it's a 3v1.
Thunder had a chance to aggress while the fight was happening.
everything else. Where while the thunder might not strike twice, so goes BBL back to back. Chicken dinners essentially on their side of the circle. Marco spots one more loot down for HP. As I say that, actually not Marco, the one who's receiving the majority of the damage there. Kid, but those find a second.
Very good.
And now Lou, all that's left alive. BBL were out front, but it's just Lou left alive. And then will amount to more. Let's see Smash tagged up by the mollies twice. Make that gem able to get the response from the other side. No tries to peek on over. Then the lost how much more damage can you do to them? A lot as it turns out. Solo player left alive goes out.
Even better if he gets a couple of extra points and steals those knocks away. If he steals a few away, that's going to be so good. He can't though. That's Liquid out. And it's only Spyro, and I reckon they know. Blue element that finishes that fight. It's time for Na'Vi.
That's Ilya over the top side here. The perfect setup for Na'Vi. Waiting for a knock to act upon. Was he going to find Maruza now? Embargo just going to give up to the blue duo.
Really good read on the sound cue there. And Gustav making a case for the shotgun just to be permanently part of this. Mimi goes into the blue to surprise.
No way, man.
And Team Liquid, who are trying to move up. You can take a look at where they are with the car. They are not shying away from this at all. They want to finish off FaZe Clan entirely. And they do. Team Liquid managing to take this Wizard Tower. Is anyone coming in next? He's got the shotgun. What can he do? He's out of bullets.
He actually finds a ton of damage.
And it's Lou again. Lou, absolute monster this game.
Double's coming through, getting a little bit horny for this one, I gotta say it. Whether or not Vard's going to be able to find an angle here. The pop flash looks perfect here. Can he swing on the outside? Oh, Double comes through. Almost with the drive-by, but what an effort from Vard.
To look in two places at once, that was the power.
We've played one game, we have 5 more left today. They've already played 6 games to try and get the points on the board. They, like I said, have 5 more left. They played 7. I can't do maths. I was trying to do an intro that didn't work. There you go. You know what does work? Avengers Crystal Ball. Because you sat here in the pre-show and you said to us that Polish Power and ENCE would have a good day. First game in, and that's exactly what happened, Avenger.
Oh, it's way too good to be true, right? And it's like we're on this side of the we obviously there's a 20-minute delay, so there's no there's no competition that's gonna be unfair for everyone here. And we would think that I was on the other side of that, but we're actually live, so it was a pretty good prediction and it worked out. But yeah, obviously Skate going out early is good for all the teams that don't want to meet them, because they're going to be having an aggressive start to day 2. The question is how far do they go today, and will they take revenge on Polish Power for the third party there? That was rough. It actually looked a little like Skate was going to have a good time against the ENCE, even though they lost one player.
Yep.
There was a moment that I really enjoyed, Jorosan. I'm hoping you can break it down for us, specifically where Foot Esports took out Digital Athletics with those magical nades. How did they get that right? Because I thought it was quite fun the way that they utilized their nades to get them the team taken out.
It was, and crucially, they didn't spend 5 or 6 nades chucking them in, say, 20, 30 seconds beforehand to sort of feel out where they are. They kept their utility in reserve. They knew there was another team that was shooting at them as well. And each time they managed to get a hit, they managed to squeeze forward just that little bit more until they were at the next ridge along. And when they got close enough, they went, okay, high percentage chance these nades are going to finish the job. And it was a very, very clinical job, almost classic for that section of the map on Miramar.
Avenger, I'd love for you to break down that final fight as well, but before we do that, let's take a look at the scoreboard now. And you can see there BBL continues just this killing spree that they're on is really working out well for them, because they just rack up the points, don't they?
Yeah, they're 90 points total now. That is they're definitely going for breaking that 123 that Entropic had. I want to say this: remember the 2 kills on Enterprise that ENCE knocked, but they lost. That could be crucial later on. And with that, ENCE, they jump into 28 points, just 10 points behind 8th place here.
So if they continue on this path, Jorosa, they might be able to redeem themselves and get into the top 8.
They certainly might.
So
the gap between 8th and 9th was like 6-7 points. There was a little bit of a buffer. That's gone now, right? Devan 1 point away. Polish Power 4 points away. And believe me, when they have a good game, as we just saw, they get way more than 4 points. Even Savim are just very, very close now to this pack. And Digital Athletics and Team Liquid aren't actually that far ahead from these guys. It's really sort of 4th place onwards that are starting to squeeze out this gap now. So suddenly the competition is heating up that much more.
69 kills for BBL, and they've made quite a big gap between themselves and Skate. If they continue, Josa, I think BBL can breathe a sigh of relief maybe as the final 5 games come into play. I think that they've confidently made their way through to the grand finals.
Nice. Yeah, I think they are probably already breathing a sigh of relief to an extent, because remember, they don't have to finish top of everyone. They just need to finish in the top 8. They've already done that, right? So it's a question of how much they want to refine certain aspects of their gameplay, and they might be focusing on some things over others, which is completely fine for them. They've earned the right now to decide what they want to do. If they start doing something wildly different, it might be targeted towards another team. But like we said at the top of the show, unless there's some extreme circumstances, I'm not really expecting that to happen at this point.
Avenger, before we get into game number 2, break down that final fight for me. How was Polish Power able to grab the chicken dinner from ENCE?
They obviously 8th circle went their way, and the center of the circle was just outside their compound. So it was really just a matter of them closing it out, making sure that ENCE didn't have a chance to do that. And I actually like the way that they moved out Kapi and Marsalek on a kind of a flank position that was just going to be such a nuisance to ENCE, that made them it delayed the whole plan that ENCE had. They were going to make a huge smoke path and make offensive smokes on the buildings that they're being held from, and then they'll get into a better spot inside the circle, and then they could get close enough to take some 1v1s, maybe try to sweep them. It just delayed everything for them. So obviously circle went their way for Polish Power, but also they countered the play, just like we saw them counter the play that we had on Liquid yesterday. Really well executed by Polish Power.
That's exactly what I was going to say on Liquid.
Yeah, exactly.
They just preempt what the other team's trying to do, right? They're so good at that.
Do you think ENCE needs to start racking up more kills if they want to get into the top 8?
They just need to do nothing here, Sam. It's fine. They don't want to qualify. 5 more games, they're not looking to go to the grand final. No, obviously, I think so. The question is, I actually think we might see a tiebreaker coming because our points are closer than it was on our upper bracket, right? So you need to get as many placement points as you can, because if you're in a tiebreaker situation, the placement points is going to be the #1 tiebreaker. So kills obviously matter. 70% of the points comes from kills, so continue that, of course.
Definitely, and obviously with all these other teams racking up the kills, placement points are nice, kills are better. Both of them together, that makes for a good show. So does Josa and Avenger. Casting, you went for pie, I was going for show. Just cast the game.
Lane path going over Miramar for game number 8 of 12, ladies and gentlemen. I would call it a 9 to 3 o'clock plane path. Martin will rightly point out it's slightly before 9 and slightly after 3. We've got a little bit of a southern skew. Gotta work all this out, man. And look,
if I were Toby, though, I would be screaming, "This is an island circle,
I can hear him from here.
I can hit the number 25." No, let's see how the first circle looks, John. It could be interesting. I love those even circles and plane paths, though. Those are nice. 2 really good plane paths. The majority of the teams are getting into the usual good spot or their good alt spot. I still see BBL and Fego fighting for the cars there, and I see 2 guys, Lindelost and Quetpa, landing just to make sure that one of the guys from Fego doesn't make it in there. I'm not sure who it was. I didn't catch it just yet, but Subila, yeah. So he's just going to take the apartment block just south of the church, because the church is BBL territory. Oh my God, please end on prison. I don't know if you ever had a prison ending, but I had 3 Minister Sur and 2 prison endings in ranked, and that was probably, those 5 games in ranked are probably all in my favorite top 10 games. Those are insane, John. I hope we go down there. It's so lovely.
I would love to see it down there. We've seen a lot of circles end at the very, very northern end of what we have in phase 1 here, where teams have to either be on or off the cliff. They're fun, but you're right. I want to see it go to the southern island. I would love to see a prison ending. I could not agree with you more there. I am willing it. Absolutely willing it. We're on board now with Team Solo, who are in Los Leones. Important to note, by the way, this particular game, I don't know what the issue is, but they are starting without Senya. So that's a big, big blow to them. Hopefully they can still get some points out of this game, but they will be playing as a trio.
Yep, let's see what happens here. A little bit of an overview of Minas del Sur, and as you can see here, a huge amount of unplayable. I actually had 2 endings end inside Minas del Sur, the other one just south of it, and they're absolutely insane. That's so crazy. It's almost like an urban ending, and people playing the high ground, people playing on top of the rocks. Basically all the rocks around that is just Batulian rocks, and people just gonna be up there shooting down on you. So that'll be lovely to see. Obviously here in El Pozo with Sakura Santon, quite happily how they have been able to perform here. The full Norwegian lineup, 54 points. They're almost, I would say 98% guaranteed here to go to the grand finals, just based off they're just going to get a little bit more points. And considering our hypothetical cutoff was the 60 points, they have 5 more games to put that's going to be easy. Digital Analytics moving in quite early, as they usually do here from Monte Nuevo. I would like to see them have some prior positions. I will say this though, John. Once we get into the second circle, and if it goes hard north, it's some of the hardest circles to play, because if you ever have to traverse into or across any of the valleys that contain road, it is practically impossible to get a full team across, and almost impossible to even get across if it's late game enough, because all the compounds is just going to be occupied, and there's going to be teams on both high grounds just shooting on you. So it's really interesting to see what the teams decide to do, what the splits are going to be, and where they decide to play from. But obviously trying to get as deep as possible from the get-go is important, or try to get some of those high ground priority compounds is extremely important.
So hopefully we'll see, something other than the northern hard shift here, because we have seen some of those before, but being in the valleys is just absolutely rough. I think there is a lot of unplayable terrain, like you said, around Minas del Sur. It makes it very difficult for circles to end there. I remember when the emergency parachute was first released in normal games, we ran a custom game there where we gave everyone emergency parachutes, and everyone went up on Batulian rocks, and that's how they were fighting. Oh my god, that was absolutely insane. The nature of the terrain means that if you're down in the middle of something, you better be in a building, because there'll be about 12 people looking after you. We've got Solo being very aggressive now. They started this game as a trio. They've successfully gotten the tire out as well. But Creel might have hit F to play respects a bit early or something, or maybe thought the vehicle was about to blow up. This is not a good start. They get the trade onto Metabay. It's very important that they win this fight.
No way, the mini. Oh my god, I can't believe it. That was crazy. No ADS mini. This is what happens when you don't have your in-game leader in the game. Like, it's just full on mutual destruction here for Stardust and Solo. Soest finds ahead. Apocalypse just wins that easy now, down to Bombilovo. He's gonna be taken down, and Stardust get a few points here to begin things, and they might get the rest off. Nope, there's players already. Saw them, spotting them out, putting out the damage. And they're going to be trying to get the 3 points. This is laying on the ground right now. Metabay gone down.
Oh, man, this is... look, the fight lasted longer than 20 seconds. What can I say? But even now, 4 minutes left to go in phase 1. A little unlucky that you had such a team so close to them. Excellent headshots from Ulseng there. Global Army will manage to grab one of those, but Ulseng looking to clean up. Importantly, let's say they get out of the smokes. What are the state of all of the vehicles? What's the state of their tires? They already had Solo ruin one of them. How much more have they got in the tank? They need to get out of there right now.
Still teams moving in, moving out. Stardust obviously trying to disengage from this fight. Absolutely no point of them trying to take a fight with a player on high ground, and other players from Savan Esports encroaching, trying to capitalize on the huge fight that they just had. Solo out early. One of the teams that is on the cusp, John, and that is going to be a huge opportunity for the teams that are sitting, 3 to 13 points behind them. Practically 8 teams could jump into that right now if they have a huge game.
You've got, Solo was one of those teams,
Foot Esports. Look at that. I love that rotation.
Love it. Yep, that's really good. Using the Southern Highway. I don't know if they'll get all the way to Valle del Mar, but they'll have options and they'll be able to scout out a little bit. But Solo was one of those teams, right? They're in 7th place right now. They are on the cusp of being in the top 8, and several teams could overtake them in this game. They started the game with 3, and then made the decision to go basically all out in that first fight against Stardust. It's high risk, high reward is how I would describe that. If they managed to do that and they went up to 45 points right now, they would have looked amazing. But that had such considerable risk, especially when you had the numbers disadvantage. It's a mean game sometimes, PUBG.
Yeah, and also considering how close the leaderboard is, from 14th place on 28 and all the way up to 43 points. It's so close. In 5th place, by the way, it is so close. Our mid pack is absolutely huge. Nice shots coming in here too.
Lovely
and
play.
Savim decided to move out, and they snatched 1 point.
So they go ahead and grab that. They could move on. All 4 of them still alive as teams move in. This is our second Miramar game of the day. We are very much far southwest of the map, possibly hoping for the circle to go towards the southern islands. None of the teams are there at the moment, so quite clearly they disagree with us, but that doesn't matter. We can will it anyway. We only have Ents outside of the circle. Now everyone else is jostled for position on board with the Wildcats. They're just north of center. They've got some high ground. They're on top of a cliff, but still Skate rotating in near them. Some shots to dissuade them from going close to this compound should be enough to get Skate to move on their merry way. And if they get one out of a vehicle as well, even better.
I really like what Stardust decided to do on a situation where they have to try to squeeze out as many points as this game, right? They are on a salvage mission. They decided to go towards Las Higas. Maybe they can catch a few guys on the bridge. Maybe they can catch the southern shift where they will then have priority and maybe even get placement points out of it. I really like that. That's a huge play from them. The question is, where does Ents decide to do? I actually could see them try to take the Las Higas bridge and try to go to Val del Mar from the south, or have priority in case the circle pops out. They're not going to have enough time to do it. 30 seconds. We're going to see second circle pop before they're in that area. But let's see what they decide to do here. Matzi found one of the guys from Sakura Sandsden, and he's going to get flushed here. Teka's gone out early. I had the pleasure of meeting the young man in Thailand, an absolute lad. I love those guys. And obviously, Norway, Sweden, and Denmark, they're practically brothers in language. They decided they didn't want to speak Danish, though, here, the Norwegians, so they made up their own language where they're practically singing. That was a very, very nice M24 headshot. And a really good circle, John. This was exactly what the teams were hoping for not to go south here. We're a little bit sad, but this is a really good terrain circle in terms of late game and also the amount of playable space here. And with it going southeast, this is a big opportunity for Ents to have another great game. Heman finds Groan. And now Kurt Marco here, some shots, pops a tire. It's going to make it a little bit harder for them to get away. And BBL now, they have to decide where do they play from here. Then the loss. Oh, that could do a lot of damage to him. No, it doesn't. He's going to be fine. He's going to try to get the bus and get out of there. Fago sending it in. Finds him. Zubla. Very, very nice here for Fago. Currently 19 points total. They need to up their game if they want to make it their way to the grand finals.
I was really hoping that we got to see Ents go across the bridge and take a look at Stardust's position, because if Stardust's aim was to get someone crossing the bridge, that would have been a good test, right? Knowing that they are just a duo going up against a full team. Ents were halfway across the bridge when the circle popped and instantly turned around and went, nope, not doing this anymore, which is completely fair enough. And now Stardust are going to be joining them. So this will be entertaining. On the west side of the circle, we've got 3 or 4 teams that also need to move in from significantly far out. They were on the cliffs before, so should have an easy time until they get into circle. I'm talking about Sakura Zensen. I'm talking about the Wildcats, who we were looking at before. Divan as well need to find a way in. You don't really want to be in Valle del Mar. It's too far along the edge. So you have to move into the valley to go back up the other side, and that's what all of those teams on the west have to do now.
Yeah, a lot of pressure from the teams. If you cut the circle in half from Digital Analytics to Vinovidovici, then there's basically only 4 teams on the southeast side of the circle in that half of the circle. So a huge amount of pressure will come in from that. And I think a lot of teams will have to consider that. I like what Ents is doing. They're in a greedy 1-1-2 split, 2 guys in the high ground to put pressure and gather information here, Jero, to make sure that they're basically peacocking teams, making them not go to the compounds, and also gathering the information to make decisions to play late game. Stardust on the southeast outside the circle, they're going to try to salvage as many points as they can, or maybe try to sneak some points out of it. They could be backfilling ends later. That could be detrimental to them. But we'll see with that, though. Fago, again here, somewhat center, but remember there's water in play, there's unplayable in play, and it's going to hit in phase 4. Not the next circle, can go anywhere basically, but phase 4 is going to have a huge impact in where the teams move. And also, that's why when we see Circle 3 pops, that's where we're going to see these really big transitional moves and macro plays from the teams. A little bit of a Groza, only 30 spare bullets. He's going to see if he can find some more. 3 armor, 3 vest. What's your favorite crate gun, John? Go.
Oh, AUG, 100% every time.
Okay, nice.
I love the AUG. It's just so, it feels like butter in your hands. It's absolutely lovely. I appreciate, though, that we get some spicy bolt actions with the AUG. But for me personally, I do quite like the AUG. We have a very interesting Circle 3 that's about to pop, by the way. 55 seconds until it moves out. Sakura's Ensign are still out in the blue. This is good for them, though, that they're not shooting just yet. They want Divan to get out of the way. That is Circle 3. Like, that is rough. Far south. Digital Athletics have first dibs. Foot Esports are looking good. Sarvum might choose to just keep the high ground and see who wants to come in, but there's a real risk of teams from up north playing edge and making Sarvum's position a little bit untenable later on, so keep an eye out for that.
Yeah, and also remember, next circle goes away from all the Masterleg with some nice shots here. A lot of points coming in from Polish Power if they're able to finish it off as well. Masterleg is going to try to confirm the points, goes in there. Kapi finds one more. Masterleg goes down for the greedy flush. It's Illidan finding him from behind, though. Oh, damage coming in. That is some really good shots from Krunio. That was a fantastic, I think that was a neck shot. 75 damage with the SLR. That's definitely a neck shot. And Masterleg gone down, but he got 3 points with him. It was a greedy time to flush. I think they would have gotten the point no matter what, though. Let's see how the team's in. Again, a huge amount of pressure. It's going to come in from the northwest here, John. Ens has so much space.
It's very awkward in the northwest and the northeast, if I'm being perfectly honest. We're watching the northwest at the moment. The Wildcats trying to get across the bridge, immediately losing Groan. They just have to keep going at this point and hope that they move out of sniping range. Polish Power and Divan, whoever ends up winning that fight, we've still got Sakura's Ensign and potentially Enterprise moving in here too, so they can't afford to rest on their laurels for very long indeed, and this fight still has some ways to go. In the northeast, you've got 3v, you've got Team Liquid. Ents having a lot of real estate, like you say. They could end up gatekeeping, but really just all of these teams funneling themselves into such a small wedge of space on the north side of phase 3. We're going to see a few teams wiped out here.
Yeah, that's for sure. Riverton, off in play, it's in hands. Quetpa wins, he's just better. Baron Peak finds Quetpa on the trade. Smash last player for BBL. He's going to confirm the points. That's one more way for him. Nordskiff pre-nates the Polish Power push for him. And he's going to molly the stairs. Only 1 point for Divan here. They are one of the teams on the cusp, John. Currently in 8th place, pushed out Vinovidovici. Teams finds China wins on 3v.
If there's a way for Divan to get to the other side of Polish Power, which I think is tricky with Nordskiv still in the house, right? If there's a way for them to do that, they would love to go further into the circle and gatekeep a bit. But because of Nordskiv's position, they're saying the best chance for us to survive right now is focus on that house and make sure Nordskiv doesn't get knocked for free. That has to be their play right now. It is a frustrating position to be in. Enterprise are now starting to come in on the northeast. We've got Team Liquid on board with them, looking for Venividivici. Will get that flush. Further down, remember, you have Ents. So 3v, unfortunately, in a little bit of a sandwich right now. And Liquid Ents could end up being a major fight in the next 30 to 40 seconds.
I love what Ents is doing here. They're 3-1 move with Tixu getting info to get into the next circle, and the other guys making sure that they have all of the east locked down is huge. Mexi finds a molly knock and flush, and Liquid decides to try to get into the circle. They have a big way in front of them. They find all of Vinovidovici. That is 4 points gone their way, but now they have to move and get into the circle. Ents is going to try to gatekeep them. Have a lot of information here from Nuki's angle. Good amount of utility on him as well. 8x mini.
They know that's Liquid as well. They've been watching the kill feed, and they know that 3v have gotten everyone down. This means, of course, that Liquid will have enough time to heal up, and ENCE will go, yes, we can fight them, but it's no longer a third party. It's a little bit less beneficial for us to push up and take that. We might want to start thinking about our own rotation, and for that reason, ENCE choose to disengage here. Absolutely the right call. Skate now getting aggressed on by Enterprise, properly crashing in.
Full clown.
This is absolutely huge from them. Skate holding the inside, but instantly getting mollied at the stairs to force Young to stay on the ground floor. Really nice first knock and immediately unpeaking to make sure the second player can't cash him. But unfortunately, free kill makes it one step too far, and he actually gets the double.
That was super well executed by them, pushing in on the lower ground. In this case, also mollying off on the stairway. They knew exactly where it was. They could it was a perfect pincer maneuver for them, and it looks like they're gonna stay all four alive. More stuff from them like this, and they could put themselves into the top 8 too. It's gonna be so close, John. I'm thinking it's gonna come down to a tiebreaker in the last game, honestly.
Right
now, Liquid ends. Huge fight coming in. Question is, who's gonna take the upper hand? Liquid already 4 kills. If they get 4 more here and ends, that would be a huge game for them.
Who's the third party is what I want to know. Is this going to be quick and clean, or are they going to start fighting and then maybe have Savem Esports potentially come in? It's possible. There isn't really a team to the south of them, so they're the only team realistically that could make an impact on proceedings right now. Nice and calm to start off. A couple of nades. Nice view onto Squeaky. Might get an opportunity to get the knock. Really nice that they're pulling back a bit as well. They're taking this slow.
I like what we're seeing from them there. Already good amount of damage coming in. Yeah, exactly. Good nades here from Vard. Smash going out. Vard finds a little bit of a hit there on Squeaky. The other guys have the angles now. Savem joins in. They're joining. They're the third party you were asking for, John. They're coming in to close out Liquid and ENCE from this circle.
Now that they know the third party's coming in, do they change their trajectory? Do they move a bit further south so that Savem can hopefully hit ENCE instead? I don't think the terrain's going to allow them to do that. They have to make a choice, disengage or push even harder into ENCE so that the fight is over before Savem get here. And they don't have too long to make that choice. Teams denying information by finishing off Squeaky. They don't want the rest of ENCE to know exactly where they are. Rustenmar trying to run away. Vard cuts him off at the pass. And that's Team Liquid out ENCE. But they cannot stop here. Savem are pushing in. They have to re-engage in seconds. Ooh. Caught a glimpse. Very nice. Makes
have information
to
now.
Get the first frag.
A little bit too close, yeah. I think Savem is going to disengage a little bit here. Yeah, they're running away. They're giving the space. They want to make sure that they're actually getting more points out of this game than try to finish it off. And also they saw no knocks flushed on Liquid, so they know they're full form and strong, and it's going to be a hard situation. The mechanical skills on Liquid is through the roof, so it's going to be hard to win the 1v1 versus them. They wanted to capitalize on some of the knocks. Now Liquid, they're going to be able to move into the circle. 8 kills for them, 4 guys strong. Again, day 2 team here, John, moving up.
Yeah, they're doing really well. Polish Power now down to 1 as they try and move into the circle. Really good read as well from Savem on the kill feed. If Team Liquid finish that fight and you don't see knocks and it's more than 5 seconds and they basically have first aids off, this becomes a 1v1. It's not a third party anymore. So nice to see them move back into the circle and just take their time off there. There was a window of opportunity. It closed, but they're all still alive and they can still win this game. So it's good to see them make that decision. This is the west side of the circle. Skade and Enterprise are both out as things stand, but Skade are very split and Enterprise are very much together, with Jempty sort of stuck in the middle here. This is an awkward situation for Skade to be in.
The uphill push on this terrain has a huge amount of accommodation. Like, there's so many small dips, divots, trees, rocks, a few shacks here and there. They're going to be completely fine in case they're able to close it off. The question is, does Foot expand out of the compound and try to take the southwest away from Enterprise and the points that are available there? Or do they continue on the high ground and try to push on to Savem's area? That is what we're going to see, though. Jempty nades first and then shoots. I like that. Puts in a lot of amount of damage here. Grindis been taken down. Pixelix finds Jenny. And now Pixel might be able to capitalize on the knock. Shots are coming in. No, that's really quickly from Enterprise. I don't think he expected that, considering that there's 2 knocks now. Foot's gonna steal the kills away. Metralis is gonna find them. That's skate out.
No.
Two bad games, or somewhat bad games for them. 1 kill here and 1 placement for them. It's not a lot for them. It's not gonna be... They're not gonna need too much. Now Istanbul Wildcats ready to pounce onto Liquid's position here on the back. It looks like James might go down unless he spots one of them here. Zuchetto is definitely going to try to rip out a point and take somebody with him.
Oh man, yeah, it's Team
James
Liquid
playing,
haven't spotted this at all.
James playing a lone anchor. They're 100% certain that there's not going to be anyone here, but Zuchetto is going to be exactly behind this tree, and James is not going to be able to spot him. Liquid has a really, really good hold on this next circle, though, I will say that. But losing James would be rough for them for their further campaign in this game. 9 kills so far, already a fantastic game for them. They moved into 5th spot, looking at our live leaderboards here on the left-hand side. And if they're able to secure more, it could be a huge game for them. That one big game basically qualifies them to grand finals if they have another one of those 24-point games.
James is a little bit further away from the rest of the team now. If he gets
he's playing
unfortunately third-partied,
he's going to get closed off. Wait, he's waiting. He's in the blue now again. Zuchetto, he did not push. He's trying to make sure that he gets as many placement points as possible. Now, it's going to happen very soon. And James is going to get closed off. Okay, James is running now. He's trying to close off Digitalytics. He's taking shots.
Interesting.
I think Zuchetto is just going to try to get as many placement points out of it as well. He's just gotten 1 more as well, moving into top 6 here, John.
He's playing the longer game, right? He's thinking, I could get this 1 point, or I can get multiple placement points by finishing 4th or 3rd instead of 6th. So he did think to himself, this is a juicy point. Free point over here. He doesn't want it right now, okay? He needs to stay alive just a little bit longer. And Clip with that beautiful shot onto Huth is going to eliminate Digital Athletics. So maybe Zuchetto is going to be proven right here, and these will be very valuable points for the Wildcats. They're currently in 16th. They need a little bit of a boost this game to start to have a chance of making it back into the top 8.
Yeah, and also they could just let Liquid do all the moves, right? And then once there's the third-party opportunity, they're going to open up to do that. Another point secured with another team gone out, right? So it's gotten him already, by playing like this, has gotten him more points that he would have gotten from killing James. So I like that. The question is, does James run into him now and find him? And who goes out? Is it going to be James or is it going to be Zuchetto from Istanbul Wildcats?
That remains to be seen, but Zuchetto being a little bit more adventurous now, no longer out in the blue. You don't obviously want to be there too long with limited meds. This might mean that Mixie actually spots him sooner, but Team Liquid already looking further afield. Those shots are on the opposite side of the circle, as you guys have just seen. Next zone will be pretty much a donut. 3 out of 4 Team Liquid already in it. So because every team is playing edge right now, it's not a huge seismic shift, but it is just going to push everybody closer together.
Yeah, and now for this spot here, Clip and James's job is just to make sure Enterprise does not sweep in the south, but try to push up towards Foot Esports instead. And that's their only and most important job. Zuchetto is going to try to sneak in behind and basically join the squad of Team Liquid, sneaking into the little dip and the canyon part of this high ground that Vard and Clip is playing currently. Mexi playing the anchor position on the east side to make sure none of Savem sweeps him. Then Iski finds Savem. Now the focus is definitely put on to Enterprise. Flush here from Eski. Lyron finds Ulsing. This is huge for them. Savem might be closed out early from Foot. Foot has a fantastic day so far. Mexi joins in and takes down Voldemort. And that is Savem out. Now Istanbul Wildcats get top 4.
I'm so impressed with what Foot just did there, because they did it in such a way that they stayed safe. They've got 6 kills. All 4 of them were alive. They weren't really at risk of being knocked. They used the high ground to their advantage. They were constantly communicating with each other to know where to peek and when. That was like a super clinical, super safe finish there from Foot Esports. And they've basically got half of the circle here in Phase 7 as well. They are setting themselves up well, possibly for a showdown with Team Liquid. Oh my.
Yeah, he's been spotted. No, this is not what he was hoping for. Perfect for Liquid, though. They needed this. And
Extra
now
points.
Foot is sending it in.
4th instead of 6th. That's what he was playing for. He could have gotten James, but went, you know what? The place with points can be more valuable here. Just about made that pay off. Foot's been spotted. Nixon, wow. Excellent couple of shots there.
15.
Finishing off with the... Started with the M4, finishing with the Mini. Team Liquid have a huge game.
Now Enterprise is doing that southern shift push. They are sweeping exactly where Liquid doesn't want them to do. Now basically Enterprise and Foot, they realize that their only chance to win this game, with both of them being 3, is that they try to sandwich and make a pincer maneuver onto Liquid here, John.
Whether Team Liquid will be able to
Northern
recognize
shift.
all angles. Very close, yeah, with that initial nade. James going for another peek onto Grindis. Remember, there's no helmet. And the...
Look at the minimap.
Oh, God. Foot Esports have got Phase 8 pretty much right in the middle. Now, do Team Liquid rotate into Enterprise or vice versa? Or are they going to move in and take on Foot first? At the end of the day... whoever's engaging last, right, is going to be in the most advantageous position in this fight. But I think the terrain doesn't lend Team Liquid to push onto Enterprise. They don't want to be going down onto the low ground and then coming back up. I think they might want to take on Foot Esports first.
They need to deny Enterprise them pushing below them. Like, they need to force them going in on the western side rather than going in on the south side. Otherwise, it's going to be rough for Team Liquid. Liquid has a lot of control on this high ground, and most of their players are inside. Foot is also just trying to make sure that Liquid doesn't sweep into them. But look at the minimap. It's 2 guys looking southwest and 1 guy holding the north anchor. Enterprise trying to decide where do we go, but it's hard no matter what they do.
We've got Foot now still holding the top. I mean, look, they've got the center of the circle. They're holding the high ground. There is no reason for Foot Esports to come out here and aggress on either of these teams. They need to wait, understand what angles are in play, and try and make something happen from there. Enterprise have now found an angle, but Janny instantly gets... Oh, free kill. That's unfortunate there. Getting the knock onto his teammate, must have just moved in front of him, and Foot Esports able to get the damage done. They just need to hold off these angles one at a time. Even when Foot get knocked from this, they should be able to hopefully, if they go down from 3 to 2, get the revive. Rupture, though, he might be caught offside here, and this could be a problem.
Huge flashbang from Liquid. Finds one more, Bart Clip. Clip finds one on Grindis. Shots coming in. It's now down to just 1 player. 16 kills so far for Liquid. They close it out with a 19-kill chicken dinner, John.
That is massive for Team Liquid. Everything happened at once towards the end there. Enterprise had the first shot, and they managed to engage Foot Esports. It just gave them a little bit of a distraction. Liquid then got the first knock-in, and before you know it, everything happened just like that. Really well executed by Liquid at the end.
And this was the big game that we needed from Liquid, John. Now here, 19 kills are winners. Well, 29 points. That is going to close it out. They're going to be qualifying to the grand finals with that game, plus the one that they had yesterday, just with those 2 wins.
There's 1 Miramar game left to go today before we move on to Erangel for the last time before the lower bracket concludes. Remember, 8 teams are going to be going through to the grand finals. Our next game is coming up after this break.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
Navi. Actually, Aaliyah over the top side here. The perfect setup from Navi. Waited for a knock to act upon. Quizzy going to find Hyruzen now. Ibarko just going to give it up to the blue Joro.
Really good read on the sound cue there. And Gustav making a case for the shotgun just to be permanently part of this. Beamy goes into the blue to surprise.
No way, man.
And Team Liquid, who are trying to move up. You can take a look at where they are with the car. They are not shying away from this at all. They want to finish off FaZe Clan entirely, and they do. Team Liquid managing to take this Wizard Tower. Is anyone coming in next? He's got the shotgun. What can he do? He's out of bullets.
He actually finds a ton of damage.
And it's Lou again. Lou, absolute monster this game.
Double's coming through, getting a little bit horny for this one, I gotta say it. Whether or not Vard's going to be able to find an angle here. The pop flash looks perfect here. Can he swing on the outside? Oh, double comes
so
through.
Good.
Almost with the drive-by, but what an effort from Vard.
To look in two places at once. That was the power of Beamy's position. He's looking at Tebow. Now he's looking at... Beamy actually could have sprayed at the same time, and that would have been that. But he comes through it anyway. 8 kills on the chicken dinner, 4 heroic. Oh my god!
No way!
1 left to find. Ruin has 1 left to find. That's a double knock thanks to that name. And Vard is being pushed from the blue. This is all but certain.
Perfect!
Beautiful flash goes into the smoke, but Vard works out where he is. Huge clutch for Vard. Nixie and Highman also a little bit disengaged from this fight as well. They're going to be battling each other at range while this 1v1 rages on.
What? Nookie actually posted through the window. He finds the knock onto Tekkas.
That wasn't squeaky. What? It's interesting because the next circle is actually the worst possible one for Team Liquid. Both halves of their team have to move in. Vard, thank you very much for those extra points, mate. Much appreciated. Delightful long... Oh my god!
Ketpa peeks on over, finds the seconds hammer out, and now it's a 2 versus 1. Thendalos, Ketpa, they're the ones playing the low ground. They're the ones having a hard time, but yet BBL prevails. 3v1 Liquid. Just can't seem to close it on out yet. This one, obviously, not exactly working in their favor. 14 kills make that 15, 16 kills in total.
So this isn't good for them. Vard with an excellent frag onto Schofield to take 3 members of Team Rage down. It's only Mert remaining now. Let's see what he can do. Howl eliminated in the meantime, and there we go. But Diggory is just absolutely on it. Laza is he's not out of the woods yet. Team Rage are not having a fun day.
They're chasing. They're not giving up on any of this. And Laza falls as well. 8C up close, thrown on down, spots 1, 8C goes up, working together, Vex peeking on over as well. Micah does find 1, but will he get more than just 1 HP left? Somehow still alive. Well, there you have it. Basement.
Flank around.
PBL trying to wrap, but Example is there, ready and ready. Thrown on down, Thendalos does find 1, though Smash finds the second, continuing the way that they took down teams early on BBL. Gonna concede, not giving anything away. 19 kill, 3rd place though for them. FaZe as well, realizing it.
Hello Team Liquid, this is G-Loot Season 6 Super Week. Welcome. Nice of you to finally join us, and what a way to join us, Joris. 19 kills, hot damn, they are here now and they plan to make it through to the grand finals if they keep playing like that.
I'm very pleased because Martin's predictions were absolutely spot on in game number 1, and the other team that we were talking about, whether we were going to see some of that consistency creep back in and start to get those points on the board, was Team Liquid. They've straight up done that now. They were in a good position to start with, not the best, but good. And this has absolutely catapulted them into relatively safe status. They're going to be breathing a sigh of relief after that game. And maybe this means they end up playing a bit more free as well. And they could go for a second game like that.
Avenger, obviously Liquid was the star of the show, but another team that did a really good job. I mean, they went out early on, but 10 teams alive. Polish Power sitting on 6 kills. That's 6 points in the bag for them.
That was great. The fights though for them inside, it didn't work out well. It was kind of clumsy of Marsalek committing to a flush that he didn't need to here. On Divan, committed to the flush, got third-partied from the side, or then from the teammates of Divan there, took him down and finished him with one more player. Potentially, they could have gotten a bit more points though. Interesting fights on the Northwest, but I love what we saw from the teams making their really good decisions throughout. Macro, putting them into the east side of the map here, and also obviously Liquid, the finish off and the way they executed ends and staying Fall Guys alive was crucial for them to have this huge win.
And no kills, no placement points, Jorasar. That's not good for them.
No, that's rough, but at the same time, they started the day off on the front foot. Remember how we said before the beginning of game one that teams just need to trust that they know what they're doing and the points will come? I think that's the case for ENCE. They had an unfortunate game number 2, but at the same time, they know that this kind of play gets them the points. It happened in game 1. They'll be looking for it in game 3 as well. Yes, time's running out, but they should be confident in how they're playing.
Game 8 Day 4's scoreboard is now on your screens, and this is going to affect the overall leaderboard in a big way. Remember, the top 8 teams make it through to the grand finals. The bottom 8 teams go home, and Team Liquid has scored themselves a very nice 29 points. That's going to add to their tally, and this is how it's going to affect...
Though, is it?
Yeah, it's not 20. It's not a 20 bomb like we saw yesterday.
Jorasar, how many times have you got 19 kills in a game?
I do it every single day in solo hot drop. No, I don't. I only play ranked actually. I don't enjoy playing solos, but it's a huge game for them no matter what, and that's actually going to put them on second place. And I would say at this point they're guaranteed to go to the grand finals, so now they're free to do whatever they want, Sam.
Which they'll be happy with. ENCE, however, needs to work their way up, Jorasar. So does your Vini Vidi Vici. Those teams now that we're seeing on the other side there, the ones that could potentially be eliminated, they've got 4 games left. That's not a lot of time, but it is still relatively close. So if they get, 1-2 pop-offs? My maths is not good, so maybe one of you can jump in.
Quick
Joe?
maths.
Yeah, exactly. Quick math there. It's very, very close at the moment. You're right. 3v have dropped down out of the top 8 into 11th, but remember, they're 3 points away. And yesterday they did get that chicken dinner on Erangel. We could see them do something similar today. You never want to rely on that as a team. You never want to be in Sarvam Divan 3v solo enterprise position and say, it's all right, 1 chicken dinner with loads of kills will get me there. You want that 7 or 8 points per game, and you want it to be nice and consistent and predictable. Otherwise, you just end up putting so much pressure on yourself, right? And these are some squads that haven't necessarily been together for years and years. The way that pressure will get to them will be different to how pressure gets to Team Liquid, to how pressure gets to ENCE. ENCE are in an awkward position, but I bet you they're cool as a cucumber right now, and they know exactly what they have to do. They either make it or they don't, but they're calm.
There's another team that knows what they have to do. Foot Esports, obviously one of our invited teams. Bit of a roster change for them, dropped into the lower bracket. But Avenger, we've seen 2 games from them now where they've had some clever plays, finished off in second there. Impressed so far with this roster? Think it is this is a dumb question. Is it an upgrade on what we saw in the past from them? Yes, for sure. But do you think that they're starting to play a little bit more strategically, thinking about the moves they make?
Yeah, I like what they see there. Their engagements are good. The amount of kills that they're putting up with is fantastic. But considering that they are in the cusp and that our tiebreaker is placement points, I'm a little bit worried for them, because right now they're one of the teams that are in that mid-pack kind of tier that is fighting for top 8, that has some of the least placement points. So that could be, in case it comes down to tiebreaker for top 8, they will definitely not be having enough placement points to win the tiebreaker. So they need to continue to get as many kills as possible here to make sure that they have enough to stay ahead of the top 8. But it looks like so far it's going to be a fight for 2 or 3 spots in the top 8. It's going to be 9 teams fighting for those 3 spots. So it's going to be spicy here.
It is going to be spicy, so we can confirm. I just need a yes or no answer, Jorasar. BBL and Liquid, they are through. They know that they'll get into the grand finals.
Yeah, they're very, very comfortable now. I still think, though, they're going to keep playing
That wasn't yes
game.
or no.
Oh, that wasn't yes or no. Yes, and they're going to keep playing the normal game.
Their normal game, we'll have to see if they do that. We are moving into the 3rd game of today here at G-Loot Season 6 Super Week. I've told it to you once, I'm going to tell it to you again. The top 8 teams are making it through to the grand finals. Avenger, Jorasar, let's chat a little bit about what's happening in the map.
Let's move now. Let's take a look at where we're going to be. Game 9 of 12. This is the last time in the lower bracket the teams are going to be on Miramar. So if there are any adjustments to the game plan, if there are any changes to timings for rotations, someone wants to be more aggressive, maybe some teams want to be a bit more conservative, get position early and defend so that they can hog those placement points. Who knows? This is the last time they can do it on this map. And very eastern skew to this plane path as well. 5 to 1 o'clock, entirely bypassing Picado by more than a kilometer. We're going to see some alternate drop spots here.
Yeah, I mean, when you don't have the plane path going through the center, then it's hard to actually say this. I would just say this clock is broken, John. Like they're completely off. But yeah, you're right. It's definitely an interesting one. I will say this though, John. I think that overall, John, what do you think about the circles today?
I want to see it. I want to see it even crazier, right?
Right.
I need to see. I want to see 25. Is what I want to see. I want to see the chips on 25. I want everything to be shoved into the middle into the middle of the table, Martin. We have an opportunity here. Not quite. In fact, near identical to earlier. Los Leones, a little bit further south, but Los Leones, dead center, more or less, of phase 1.
Yeah, we asked for southern shifts here on Miramar because we had some different ones yesterday, and now we're getting them. I will say, though, I don't like the almost copy pasta from game number 1. I would like to see a little bit of a change up, but we could have maybe west side or inside Los Leones this time around. But look at the amount of teams that's already in a really good spot for this circle. It's actually crazy. And the amount of teams that is going to be coming in from the north side is going to be having some rough situations with the priority compounds that are basically already being looted and already being occupied by the majority of the teams. Enterprise currently sitting on 10th, but they are just 2 points behind Polish Power that have been able to have 2 fantastic games in terms of total points that are able to accrue from those 2, and now are sitting on 41 points. Maslik said that I jinxed him. I will say that even though we've been talking about him and I've been saying that they need to step up and do better today and been talking about them, I think it was themselves that jinxed their own playstyle yesterday.
Well, look, right? Game number 1, we had Polish Power and Ents doing really well. A very, very similar circle here in game number 3.
Right.
And Polish Power and Ents both are teams that are comfortably outside of circle that have to do one of those longer rotates in. And game number 1 will still be more or less fresh in their minds. When they see that circle, they'll go, hang on a second, we played this already today. Let's remember what we did then because it worked really well. There's a chance we see a similar result here. So let's keep an eye on their rotations and whether anything changes up.
Polish Power in San Martin without a lot of teams around them. That means that they can move out anytime they want. They can take the rest on the rotation down to Monte and try to get in on that side. They can try to go direct too. I'm curious to see what they decide to do, considering where the plane path was and how kind of northeastern that it went. I would expect them to go somewhere on the west side, southwest side to try to go in from that, because the amount of teams that is going to be coming in on the northeast side is going to be way too much for them to try to go for that and commit that. I don't see them sending it straight to the circle. I wouldn't if I was them, at least, considering how late they're going to be coming in. Minividovic here.
So glad that we went to the map view just as the camera almost bumped into the massive billboard in San Martin. Very Vidivici. On the east side of center, not really anyone here, and they're going quite early around the edge of Los Leones. I'm not sure how much further south they can get, though. Maybe they just want to get up on this high ground and have a look around to scout before deciding where else to go. Since phase 1, it's still quite early. But if they can get the scouting information here, they should have a fair choice of, like, not necessarily prio, but like a secondary pick of compounds. And if it goes far west, they might be in a little bit of trouble.
Do they take the same compound as last time and make the same mistake they did? Because it is close to 2 unplayable areas and it almost always moves away from those compounds. I want to see them take something different. Either on the left side, west side of unplayable, or deeper east, like we saw Polish Power, some of those compounds. But the circle is slightly more west this time around than game number 1. Divan going into the exact same compound. They want to try to look to repeat the semi-success they had from there with the amount of kills and points they're able to accrue in game number 1. Obviously being able to snatch 7 kills and 2 points from placement, 9 points from that game. They find that a success. Now Ents moving in on the northeast. I actually really want to see an urban ending here. Like, I know it's a curveball and it's a really rough circle to play, but it is some of the most entertaining PUBG we can get, John.
It makes it a little bit tricky, well, very tricky for the teams as well, because you can have a really good position and then the circle shifting and forcing you to move 5 or 10 meters suddenly means you need loads of smokes, a couple of frags to keep everyone away, and there's no space for other players to move into if you're trying to aggress onto them in these urban endings, and that's why it becomes such chaos. So on the one hand, I really want to see it. On the other, if you're a team that's trying to consolidate your points, play super well, and it becomes a little bit random like that, say you're in 7th or 8th or 6th at the moment, just trying to protect the lead and stay in the top 8, I feel like those teams don't want an urban ending. They want something super predictable where they can make smart choices and take out players from afar.
Campo Militar, Sakura Sanson, basically in Narnia compared to where the circle is currently. He-Man, extremely greedy with the loot. Guys, I don't have 4 8s and 8x and 250 bullets for my mini. Nope, the other guys, they're already leaving. They're going to be, oh my god, they could actually be running in and crossing paths with the Istanbul Wildcats. They do. Oh my god, the timing on this is highly unlikely considering how far away from the circle we are. Crosscow, good shots with the SLR. Holy. Oh, it's really well connected.
You could almost hear Soketo as the vehicle passed by. He was like, no, I just spent 10 minutes in game trying to dodge getting shot by Team Liquid. This is not what I need at the start of this game. And he just went straight on and Crosscow instead took that first shot. It looks like the teams will be able to pass by each other more or less unscathed, but that was a very hairy moment. Not the sort of thing you want to do in phase 1, still over 2 kilometers from the circle.
And they decide to go the other way, kind of. They actually want to go over the way of Junkyard in that area. Enterprise, somewhat close to Liquid. Liquid have decided not to go deep into Los Leones. They'd rather want to wait to see where the circle go and then decide from there. Again, second circle is really the decision maker from this. Sometimes it has to come down to third circle depending on where it swings and if we send it up on some of the unplayable area east and south of Los Leones. We will see though. 2 more minutes until we close. The last transitional movements coming in from the teams. Sakura Sanson is going to be really late. Polish Power on the west side, as we were talking about, they're going to be moving in a little bit deeper. Already extremely congested around the southeast side of Los Leones here, John.
Very. Yeah, really, really congested. We've got Skate coming in from the edge. They won't be able to get too much further in without being seen by someone. Ents properly in the thick of it. And Savim sort of sandwiching them from the north side of Los Leones. Ents have got a good view on that, though. Everyone managing to make it in okay. All 64 alive. But there are several teams that are super close. This is one of those ones where if the circle just centers up on the south side where most of the teams are, we're broadly okay for another circle. If you see a hard north yank or hard west yank, as Grendis gets caught out in the middle of nowhere, but you see a hard yank right now, something like 4 different team fights are going to start at once.
Yeah, a hard yank for that'll be interesting. The only yank I know is German and stopped playing after he stopped playing with Rogue. Oh, I had a little bit of a stint with Team Vitality too.
Yes. Oh wow. We're really bringing back the nostalgia this weekend.
Yeah, for sure. The encyclopedias are casting. We have to
get Hayes back in here.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, with the Plumbers. I played with him in 2017 as the Plumbers in Awesome. That was kind of fun. Good times. He's a good man. Daniel Haseman. What a fantastic name, too.
It lends itself to an excellent nickname.
Yeah, for sure. Really good. Not too creative, but really nice.
Well, we'll put that to him later on, I am sure. About 10 seconds left now before phase 2 starts. Are we going to see half the teams in the circle move straight away? We were looking at the position near the unplayables on the east side.
Come on, John.
Are we
Give us a hot
shift? Look at Ents, look at 3v. Oh dear, 11 o'clock back to Picardo, says phase 2. And this is going to be a very different outcome to our first game.
Liquid is laughing like, haha, 3 points, guys. Salty finds Marcelik. This is not good for Polish Power. And they're now fighting on the west side. Polish Power is like, is Chris Sanson is here? Where were they going? But they were trying to make a huge transition on the west side, try to get in a better spot. Marcelik gone down, and now he can IGL a little bit more and focus on that and help with the calls.
Becomes Obi-Wan. You kill him, he gets stronger.
Yeah, team levels up. Crunio,
right.
Norikis, and Cappy goes
there.
Goes ham. It's like the passive whenever you kill someone in the team, the other guy has gained 50 more damage, right? It's not good.
Yeah, exactly.
Smash does not care about that. Huge damage onto Grunio too, but gets Copy down. He's gonna try to get the flush. Yeah, he's gonna get that. Copy goes out. Oh, Liquid's gonna be like, no, we wanna get some damage in too. Destroy some of the vests there. 3 vests for Smash though, doesn't matter too much. And now the teams that have already qualified, they're like, oh yeah, you wanna fight, I'll fight too.
Super unlucky there for Polish Power, getting simultaneously aggressed on by 2 different teams. They were already in phase 2, so they were pretty much in the northwest with loads of other teams needing to rotate near them. That's the problem right now. This hard shift, we called it earlier, right? Like there were so many teams that were going to fight if we saw a hard shift because everyone has to move at once. This is Fago and Sakura Zensen sees the nade out, goes, you know what? Not interested in this, but they have got the first point in this fight.
They're in a decent compound too on the west side. This is it shifts away from Los Leones. There's a lot of unplayable there. So for phase 3, if it doesn't already go west, then it will go west or north. In that case, Nail Cop finds one Eski with a bit of damage. His Skate in a really peculiar position there, far outside the zone. Not really any priority from that, but they're just trying to put some damage into the teams moving in. And for this case, it's Foot Esports. Unfortunate for them. Didn't lose any players though, so they're full form, and that is fine. Skate also standing strong. Gemty low HP. The Rupture could potentially be going out. Oh, that's decided to go for the instant cook. I'm not sure that's going to work out. It's not going to go deep enough. No Rupture inside the shack, and now Xiong is going to go for the straight 1 versus 1. 1 helmet and 1 vest. That's 30% reduction instead of 40 for the level 2, Jerry John. That's not going to be good.
Foot Esports here they were totally not expecting a team to be here, and they're going to be thanking their lucky stars that the 3 of them got away, but Rupture unfortunately gets a bit stuck. The rest of Skate are now coming in, and unfortunately it's down to this shack. Double molly here, and Rupture is struggling. Nowick will get the credit for that. I think he was trying to pull out a nade to kill himself, but he didn't quite get there. Nicely played by Skate though. They didn't get the first 3 in the vehicles, but they did manage to pick up a straggling point, and now they'll be fine. All they do is they get into circle late, but they'll just play the edge for a little bit.
Yeah, okay, next circle closing on soon. Really important here because the information is already coming out, and it's gonna go northwest, and which it would be as well in the next circle. It's gonna go away again from Los Leones, so BBL sitting in a fantastic spot. Liquid, if they survive this full fight with all 4, in a fantastic spot. Even though they're already guaranteed, they're gonna continue. Obviously, this is good practice. This is better than scrims that they can get on, so they're gonna try to get as much practice out of this game, even though they have qualified for Global Loot League Season 6. I can't believe it's been 6 seasons of Global Loot League. 6 grand finals. Crazy amount of memories from that. James finds Rhino Lock, and now Liquid 2 kills. One of the best compounds with a split with Clip, a little bit greedy, and Ens is trying to pounce and get ready to take that point away from them. They won the compound. Clip is leaving though, and he's going to be joining the Liquid guys.
Yeah, and so going to backfill for Liquid here as
they'll have a good compound for themselves here. And the north side, unless Divan backfills them.
Oh, they could, and it'll be backfilling them from the high ground as well. But Divan from the high ground might also be visible to both Digital Athletics on the west side and the Istanbul Wildcats to the east, depending on what sort of perch that they want. If it was just a 1v1 squad fight and they were looking down onto the compound Ents are about to take, okay, that's going to be quite interesting, but it's who can see you from either side. That's going to be the important factor. And now the next circle, I mean, if it shifts northwest once again, the teams in Los Leones is going to be 3 or 4 that will have to go on such a narrow path into circle. We're down to 15 teams. I'm actually surprised we still have 15 here with so many skirmishes so far, Martin. But there we go. 56 alive now at the 15-minute mark.
Intense. Can he put in some damage to Skate? No. Skate on the full drive-by, the so-called steal strategies from IEM Oakland 2017. It's working out. Multiple members in the car driving by. It wasn't a meta back then, but he foresaw the future here in 2021 and 2022. He-Man and the guys from Secure Sanson trying to prepare. Oh, they're getting Gemty down. This is not good for Skate. And a pre-nade. Ooh, they're not driving into it. A lot of damage is going to go into it. Stolen though. Novi goes down. This is just unfolding. So unfortunate for Skate compared to how well they were able to play yesterday. Oh, and he drops the Molotov. That is not good for Sakura Sands. And Intensify and Pixelic. And now it's down to just one member. Did he walk into the molly? Okay, he didn't. It's just the damage coming in from the side of that.
Yeah, I think he was in the molly, but a bullet ended up finishing some extra damage off, unfortunately. And now Seong inside the building with the rest of Sakura Zensen now moving in. Won't be able to get the revives up fast enough. He's going to have to do something very, very special here indeed. Here comes Salty. The third party from BBL might actually make this a bit easier, but it's still a 1v3 no matter what way you paint it.
Circle goes northwest again. Phase 4 pops over. Ends really happy for that. Liquid really happy for that. And then a lot of teams in the southeast not so happy about that, John. 2 northwestern shifts should mean that there's a lot of space up there, but Digitalytics and Divan is already occupying that. Skate is out in 15th place. 6 kills for Sakura Sansen. Practically at this point, I would say that they're safe, considering that they have 3 more games to play in a wrangle. But obviously they could bomb out completely. But I would say at this point they're gonna be happy campers, and they're gonna be going to the grand finals too. A lot of more fights is going to be in the sub-60s division. Nice shots from Solo coming in, taking out Vinovidovici. Well, they're failing a little bit. Not a lot of points they have been able to get today. 0 points so far. So they also got 0 kills. Yeah, 0 points in 3 games. Their Miramar games was rough yesterday, and they are rough today as well, John.
No, and that's not the kind of start you can afford. They redeemed themselves on Erangel yesterday, but that doesn't mean you want to handicap yourself again starting on today. We know that Erangel is their stronger map, but this is a horrible start for 3v. There's no 2 ways about it. Glad to see, though, Solo back up to 4 players in this game and starting to rack up some kills as well. They're fighting tooth and nail, remember, from the team sort of 7th through to 11th and 12th.
It's so close.
4 P8 right now. There's like just a few points in it, and Solo have a lot of momentum in this game so far.
Yeah, it's from 13th place, 36, all the way up to 6th place, 47. 11 points difference. It's so close. Our mid-pack teams are going to be fighting for that. It's 3 points for that. 3 placements for so many teams. It's crazy.
Nork is now trying to run a horrible gauntlet into zone. This is tricky for Polish Power, to say the least. And is this going to be the final hurrah? It is indeed. Polish Power in game number 1 today, performing so well, but that's them out. And Savim, in the blink of an eye, eliminated by Enterprise as well. That's over on the east side of the circle.
That's so unfortunate for Savim. Really well executed there by Enterprise. We didn't catch it, but they're trying to drive into this ball. Yeah, exactly. Good catch here. They're trying to drive into this ball, and if you're setting up the defense correct, then it's so easy to just completely disassemble a team like this coming in. Now there's another fight coming in. It's BBL versus Solo. Slowset finds Code Marco. Flushes as well. Intense finds Lyron. Foot is losing players. Quetpa tries to defend this little garage here. Kitness finds Grow on the other side of things. Oh, Senya with a good nade onto Quetpa. BBL falling apart a little bit here.
They are indeed, and Solo being very aggressive now that they've got their 4th back up. They know that they have to have a couple of big games. Senya will be telling the rest of his team, right, guys, this is what we need to do. Make sure to go in there, be a bit more aggressive than they expect, take them by surprise, swarm all over them, don't give them time to make sensible decisions. And right now, they are delivering on that promise. Smash, though, holding out a little bit, and BBL buying themselves a bit of time. Extra nade there. So important to keep the momentum in the fight going.
Yeah, huge. Really nice molly for that, too. Now Bombilovo is going to be moving in, going to be taking him down as well. Super well executed by Solo.
So
6 kills. Probably able to save Senya, too, with a full 4-man, but now they will have to fight against Stardust for that sliver of a ridge that they have to play then, and they will have to traverse against this field here. Now Divan is being flashed. Tixu moving in, super well executed by Ensign, this third party taking down Divan and disassembling their team here. And now Divan is forced. Whoa, Divan is taken down by Ens. Perfect third party. Smoke's coming out to take Nuki up again. 4 points for Ens, and they're looking to really further their campaign in this game too, after them being taken out by Liquid last game.
And Squeaky is already in circle, grabbing a compound as well, so the rest of ENCE will be able to go in and move it. It's not a case of, oh, you finished the fight, but how do you get into circle? They've thought ahead and they've managed to get that as well. Enterprise and Stardust now going toe-to-toe. These are two of the teams that basically have to contend on the southeast. So think of the teams from the Los Leones direction. All of them are just coming in through a very narrow band. Solo's going to be that team as well, where we're going to see a third player coming in. Huge drive-by, beautiful drift there on the way back down, but not exactly what they had in mind. Senya gets taken down now as well, unfortunately. Metabay with the mini 14 finishing off Solo. They do get a placement point from it and they get a lot of style points, but that doesn't make it to the grand final.
Huge game for a lot of the teams that are fighting for to be inside the top 8, and they're defending their spot right now. Enterprise, fantastic game for them so far too. 6 kills, 4 for Clip. He almost threw the energy drink there too. The question is, can they find He-Man here? Oh no, damage gone out, but the nade is not even close. It's gonna go in the smoke. Good fake smoke for him. James is gonna flush down Salty. Now they're gonna be defending that southwest side. ENCE all 4 strong in this compound here, and now the only team they have ahead of them is Enterprise. They're gonna look to finish them off and then play on that ridge themselves, and they're gonna have a fantastic game from then. 8 kills for Sakura Sanson. Very active, very smash mouth playstyle for them so far this game. And it's been working out for them. 66 points total.
A lot of these points are starting to get quite top heavy. 7 for Team Liquid, 8 for Sakura Zensen. They're obviously top 3 in the overall standings, right? So we'll see if anyone else can start mopping some up. The more they do that, of course, the bigger the gap. Donutting here. Team Liquid will be fine. ENCE pushed to the edge of their compound. Digital Athletics reasonably happy. Enterprise under attack at the moment from Stardust, but the longer this goes on, the more Stardust are forced from their position. They're the ones that are going to be under a lot of pressure right now.
Yeah, Stardust is going to have a hard time moving into the circle. ENCE moving in with 2 guys, as you see if you're on the map too. Stardust is going to have to force a fight with Liquid. Meanwhile, Sakura Sanson, they could potentially sneak in and snake into the circle on the west side. Enterprise, though, in the other case, is under a lot of fire and damage coming in. A lot of it, utility being used here on Enterprise. Nice nade coming in from ENCE. Rustenmar finding Deadrix. Free kill is basically a free kill at this point. Cars being blown up all over the place. And now more utility. It is a lot of stun grenades coming in. Rustenmar can't really see any of the members inside the smoke. Free kill inside. They need to stay 4 guys alive for this. Shots coming in, ENCE.
Nice.
Finishing off Enterprise here, John. 7 kills and 4 members strong, and have a lot of control on the northwest side of the control circle here.
Exactly. They played that so nicely because they came out onto the ridge where they thought we're going to get pushed out of our compound in phase 7. So let's go ahead and take that now. Saw that Enterprise were nearby and immediately had that game plan. Really good use of utility. Great use of flashes as they pushed in. And then moving into the smoke, Rustenmar managed the anticipation, hearing the footsteps. And that's what gave him that final spray. Super well executed by ENCE. And it means now they move up to 7 kills with all 4 alive. This is the game, Martin, that ENCE needs.
Yeah. If this next circle goes northeast and ENCE is able to capitalize off of that with both kills and potentially top 3, top 2, a win would be the game that puts them into the top 8.
Yep.
And now with all the other teams fighting in the south, the question is though, I see Stardust on the minimap moving right now. Are they going to go deep? No, they're going to try the third party on the north side. They're going to breach into the red brick. Huge play for them. James find a metabay though. And now they will have to defend this. Can he find another one? He finds 2. Nail Cop returns though. James has been knocked. Huge game for them. Oh, massive knock here from Mexi. This is the defense that we're seeing coming in for them. He's gonna jump in. He's gonna make the aggressive push. Another massive game and play here for Mexi. Tries to shoot under the stairs here. He-Man, third party from... Oh my god, this is massive for Sakura Sanson. The third party here, John.
This is going to be so huge for Sakura Zensen and Team Liquid trying to come in and mop up. Intense gets taken down by Vought. That's so important to stop them in their tracks, to say, look, Liquid need time to try and finish this off. Nail Cop as well coming in clutch with that initial knock. But now it's just He-Man left for Sakura Zensen. Still very much a 3-way fight. The tempo of the fight, though, has slowed down considerably. And a lot of that is Vard on the lookout to make sure that they couldn't move in.
Oh my god, that made...
so important. That's everybody. quickly from He-Man. Cleared out there. Jeems down. Stardust down. And now, can he finish off? Again, Vard, what a pivotal position he's in.
He-Man trying to jump over the car while we saw Mexi just make a huge... Oh my god, that molly is massive. It's going to take down both of them. Mexi was only on 75 HP. Nate's coming in though. This is going to take... Like, another one. It's just going to burn both of them. This is going to take down Liquid and Sakura Sanson. Look at that, 12 kills for them. It's going to take them both down to just one player. The question is, does Digital Analytics try to capitalize off this, or are they focused on the 4 versus 4 fight they're going to have with Ents just soon here, John?
Up to 12 kills means that whatever happens, He-Man is going to be relatively pleased with that. I think the Digital Athletics will hear enough from Ents that they probably don't want to go out. They know that people are here. Sawed-Off is so underrated, man. Like, it's done some pretty sick damage in pro-level tournaments, and I want to see it used more often. It's really good.
Look at this. The push with the Molotov. He-Man, you're a mad lad. What is going on here? He's now defending it, and now he will be pushing deeper. I would like to see the Sawed-Off versus the Molotov play. Vard is full HP, though, so he could get out of the Molotov and still survive. Now, moves the car, maybe to try to bait. Shots coming in, Sheila. He-Man is taken out. Vard knows the information now. And now Vard is going to be the member that is going to be taking it on to Digital Analytics. This could be huge. This could be the 5th player for Ents. If Vard gets a
Sawed-Off shotgun.
Yeah, if Vard gets a knock here, that would be massive for Ents. That is exactly the timing that we need to take that on. And
Ents
again,
before.
Ents 2 massive games out of 3 here, John. That is fantastic for them. Day 2 team, we were talking about it, and they did it.
Ents with 4, Digital Athletics with 4, Team Liquid with 1. Which team will benefit from Vard still being in this game? That's the question. Are Digital Athletics going to be able to wipe him quick? Or is Vard going to cause more issues? Spray into the smoke gets Vard down to about 15 HP. Really good start from Schiller. Nice tracking into the smoke as well. Unfortunately, comes out the front of the smoke a little bit too early and effectively gives Schiller the spray for free. That means this is a straight up 4v4 now. DA versus Ents. They're trying to push over for a possible third party. They want to know if anyone's been damaged, but DA realistically are at full strength.
All right, actual 4 versus 4 for the second time. Squeaky finds Mert. That is massive. Opens it up. He also flushes him immediately. Now it's a 4 versus 3 for Ents' favor. 8 kills, potentially 3 more in the bag if they're able to secure this, John.
This is big for Ents. They know that those extra points for placement between second and first make a big difference. Every point counts right now. They were once bottom of the table here in the lower bracket, but they're a team that bounces back, water off a duck's back when they have a bad game, and this is the kind of result that can potentially follow. Digital Athletics, though, no strangers to the win. They're down a man, but they've had some amazing plays from really sticky situations. They can still win this as well.
Oh no, Barrel pushes off. Rustamar finds him. Now it's a 3 versus 2. Finds one more. Huge play. Coming in more for that. Nuki goes down. Squeaky and Rustamar, last 2 players. And he finds him. It's a 11 kill win. 21 points for Ents. What an amazing game for them here, Jarzar.
They could not have timed that better. An excellent time to turn their fortunes around. Ents needed a good game, but they turned it into a great one. And because of the mid-pack here being so unbelievably tight, does this guarantee Ents a top 8? No, it doesn't. But it definitely provisionally puts them there and means that other teams have to leapfrog them. They have to do better now on Erangel to try and wrest form back. Ents' destiny is back in their own hands.
Yeah, and the scary thing is with a team that has just gotten a 2nd place with 7 kills and a 1st place with 11 kills, the confidence booster from that alone is going to be scary with just 3 games to go.
So we move on to Erangel now. That's Miramar done, not only for the day, but for the lower bracket here at G-Loot. We now have 3 Erangels left to determine which of our 8 teams here will move on to the grand finals. We're going for a break. Don't miss the action when we come back.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
Want to make your GGs more rewarding? Complete daily missions in PUBG to collect coins. Exchange your winnings to unlock gift cards. All you have to do now is create a free account, install the G-Loot app, and make your GGs more rewarding today. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
Welcome back to G-Loot's Season 6 Super Weekend. We are halfway through our final day, and before the third game, I said, hello, Liquid, welcome back. Ents, welcome to Super Weekend. It's about time. I'm a big fan of Ents, so I'm really excited to see them pop off like that. And Avenger, they definitely made a statement. I think this is one of those teams, because of that experience, they know when the job needs to get done, and it's almost like they just switch on another gear.
Yeah, but also they were making the right decisions yesterday, right? And now they continue to do the right decisions, but they are winning their engagements here, Sam, and that is what matters.
Winning their engagements and winning a nice chicken dinner as well. Liquid, Jorasar, we saw them pop off, but the team that's on your screens right now, Sakura Zenson, I think that they had something like 8 or 9 kills by the time they were eliminated in 4th place.
Indeed, very, very consistent with racking those points up, and that's why they're comfortably in that top 8 and are looking forward to the grand final, right? They haven't really had any sort of point droughts where they haven't had any kills a few games in a row or anything like that. They play their positions well, and if they're in a bad position, they maximize their kills. If they're in a good position, they think about where they want to be next. It's just very, very good. Similar story to game number 1 for one team, but very different result for the other as well. Polish Power, unfortunately, going out early here, but ENCE continuing to reap the spoils. And this is, I'm looking forward to seeing if they can do that one more time, because they're right in the mix of it now.
We're watching Liquid pop off as well. This is, I mean, Avenger, you said it in the cast, and I think it rings true. Basically, all of those teams that were on the cusp of getting into the top 8 had a big game in this particular Miramar.
Yeah, it's like especially with the teams that are either trying to defend their top 8 position or the teams that are trying to get into the top 8. With the 21 points that ENCE was able to get, Sakura being able to get 4th and 12 kills was massive. Liquid 3rd place with 11 kills. Like, they're defending their top spots, and I would say with this, Sakura Sanson is guaranteed. Liquid is already guaranteed. Digitalytics, they're trying to defend their spot, right? They had 47 points moving into this. This is going to put them on 56. This is massive. We're talking about this hypothetical cutoff of 60, right? It's gonna be huge once you see the leaderboard.
And now we see it. There we go. ENCE has done it. They've finally found themselves in the top 8, but it's still really close when you look at 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th even. I mean, it's all to play for, really.
All the way down to 14th, honestly. 36 up to Enterprise on 36, 46, 10 points different, right? It's huge still.
I mean, maths is not my strong point. I've made this clear, but fair enough.
But I can't talk, so it's fine.
Jorasar, of course, let's confirm. Would we safely say, up until what point would you say those teams are securely in? Definitely BBL, Team Liquid, Sakura, Zenson. Would we say Skade?
Yes.
Skade, are you going with Stardust as well?
I think Skade and Stardust are safe as long as they're not zeroing out for their air angle games, right? Because at the end of the day, even Fago or the Istanbul Wildcats, if they get a double-digit chicken dinner, they're in the mix as well. And in 3 games, it is possible. So the spread is high enough that if you get 3 different teams having 3 really, really good games, one team on 55 to 60 points might find themselves in 9th place. But if the points are all concentrated, if a team wins 2 chicken dinners, or if, let's say, BBL or Team Liquid win the next one, and that takes the placement points away from the rest of the lobby, then I think Stardust and Skade are completely safe.
So, Avenger, do you agree with Jorasar there? Are we saying that probably up to about 5th spot is safe, or are we just going to say top 2 and everyone else fight it out?
Stardust and Skade, I think, I mean, it's very unlikely they're both going to zero out. I would say one of them is guaranteed safe, depending on what happens. Stardust, it could be a hit or miss here going on to a wrangle. If they don't have 10 points, then they're not going to be safe. I mean, even the toughest saves can be cracked, right? If you have the right capabilities here. But hypothetical cutoff, yes, 60. And I just think it's so unlikely that we see 5 teams move past Stardust and Skade with just 3 games to go. I don't see it happening. And like, the stars would have to align. And I don't see it happening. So I would say at this point, Skade and Stardust should be safe.
Avenger, my favorite thing from the last game was the Molly push by the lone Sakura Zenson player. But we also saw He-Man do some incredible work with the nades. We've actually got a highlight coming up. Will you walk me through exactly what he was doing here?
Yeah, I mean, it was super aggressive from the get-go. He had 4 mollies, used one to get up onto the high ground. Then he used a nade to get a double, like a kill and a knock. I think actually Vard got the first knock there. And then, Vard got the first knock on Nail Cup. Then he managed to get a knock onto James and finish off one of the other members, get a knock on James and finish off on the other members in Stardust. But the molly there onto James and Mexi with another one to make sure that Mexi actually dies was massive. And then when he started to like push down with the Molotov aggressively onto Vard, then that was just a giga chat play from him. I love to see that. It worked out kind of well, and Sakura Sansa in that game was really enjoyable to watch him.
For sure, and Jarosar, obviously those kills gave them a lot of points. I mean, he had big shoulders in that game because I think he carried that points tally all by himself.
Yeah, very, very big game for them. From a leaderboard point of view, stuff like this is going to start getting more important now. Sakura Zenson, one of that top group of teams. If you're one of the teams trying to chase to make your way into the top 8, you want the points to be as spread out as possible, to a rising tide, to lift all of you guys, to fight with that mid pack. If those points disappear and they're not available for you and the top teams are hoovering them up, it makes it that much harder for you to get those kills. So teams are going to be looking out on their kill feeds to work out who's getting the kills and where, because the more these teams hoover it up at the top end, the trickier it's going to be and the more set this leaderboard is going to be.
So we are done with Miramar for Super Weekend. We're moving on to Erangel, and I'm curious because yesterday what we saw was a bit of a pendulum swing. So a couple of teams dominated the sort of top 5, top 6 on Miramar, and then we saw a little bit of a changing of the guard. So certain teams kept that consistency going, but other names came into the mix. Jarosar, do you think that's going to be the case now, or is it going to be the Liquids, the Ences that are going to just keep pushing, keep trying to collect the points?
I think as much as I want the same thing to happen from yesterday, I don't think it's going to happen. Some of the teams that did see a resurgence, I'll call them out. 3V is one of them. Their Miramar today was almost too bad for me to see. Even if they have an improvement, will it be enough to make top 8? I'm actually not very sure of that anymore at all. And I think teams like Liquid and ENCE, they can be very momentum based when they want to be. They know when to switch on. We've seen proof of their mentality today just be so strong. They've switched on today, and that's going to push a lot of other teams out of the way. So yeah, I'm expecting that momentum to continue.
Film, just deal with me right now. I'm going to be a little bit sassy, but I want you to confirm this with your words.
Okay.
Vinny Vici, not going to make the top 3?
No, not going to make the top 3.
Top 8?
Not with 0 points on Miramar. Like, I
top
need
8?
something to work with.
Top 8?
I want to, but I don't think it's going to happen anymore. Not with the way they've started today. The hole is so deep to climb back out of. It would be amazing if they did. It would be such a cool story to follow, and I want it to happen. But, man, that's tough now.
Avenger and I, we're the bully gang today. Just gonna
no, it's all you, Sam.
I'm acknowledging it. I'm holding my hands
up. It's all you,
here.
Sam. I'm not bullying anyone. I'm just saying, if we get one north shift here on one of the 3 Erangel games, ENCE will qualify for sure. If we get 3 southern ones or more military, ENCE will have a hard time holding on to that top 8 here because they had some rough situations. Obviously, their macro is actually really good. They got into the circles quite well, but that extra layer of them having to move for 2-3 minutes to get even close to the circle is something that is really rough. But if they get one northern circle shift here, they'll have a really good 2-2 split to begin things, and then they'll lock it down. I'm quite sure they will qualify from that game alone. But the question is, do we get that, or do we get 1 or 2 militaries?
I like how you washed your hands clean of picking on Jarosar and his 3v call, but it's fine. I'll remember this. Right, we're getting into game. This is it. We're moving to Erangel. 3 games left to see who of these 8 teams, who of these 16 teams will be joining us in the grand finals. I'm going to stop talking now. It's clearly going wrong. Avenger, Jarosar, you're going to have to take over.
Military and Northern, both possible on this plane path here. 7 to 1 o'clock, almost through the middle of Erangel. Most teams will be relatively pleased with how this is going. Which are going to be switching it up? Are we going to see the teams that won on Miramar really start to put the gas pedal down and use that momentum? It's hard not to see more points and more resurgence from the ENCEs. Team Liquid have been fantastic as well. And I think that might mean that that's at the expense of some other teams in the lobby, Martin. It has to be.
Yeah, and Vinudovic is missing 1 player in this game, and I see a solo versus BBL hot drop in the God compound southwest of Gatka, so that could also be interesting. But yeah, it's either like a Quarry military game here, could be somewhat center, but you could also see a Sir in East Alba ending. That would be kind of interesting. Let's see where we end up going here for the first circle. Enterprise is competing for Skate's compound. Again, now Smash is trying to leave while we go full on with a Dasher. That is definitely going to be the US that's going to be winning that. Solo is going to be holding on to the God compound to themselves. We are going to be going Stalber and North. This is your time, and after a win like that, this is your time to secure the top 8 in the bag.
not a good time for Veni Vidi Vici after that conversation to go down to 3 players at the start of this game as well. Like, if it was difficult before, now having to play and still get those points from a maybe more passive position is going to be super rough for them. Big news for ENCE. They finally have that Northern Circle. You're right, though, Martin. They've been, like, their circle luck in this tournament. Obviously, every team plays circles away from, like, their home. But ENCE really haven't had that many at all, have they? Like, they haven't really had a game where they don't need to travel very far, to be honest.
No, that's the kind of hard thing from playing like super far-ish, and that's what they love doing. Like they enjoy playing, they enjoy playing it, they enjoy coming late into the circle, and they still make good macro moves because like it's first circle, let's be real, it doesn't really matter. But if you get a home turf circle like the northern sides where there are not a lot of compounds available, that is where it really come into effect, right? If you're able to take, you know, sure, the 3 buildings on the top east of Cerveny with a 2-2 split with the warehouse, and you're able to defend it off any crashes, anything, and you have those endings up there, you're almost guaranteeing yourself, you know, 10, 15 points from that alone.
Yep. Well, if they're able to guarantee 10, 15 points from here as well, not only will they have dragged themselves up from near the foot of the table, they'll be cementing their status as one of the top 4, top 5, and be fairly confident going into the grand finals. It's crazy to think with just a few games left to go, 1 or 2 good games still just makes all of the difference. But that's a function of how strong the mid-pack is. We've seen really good points come out from the top end. We haven't seen the same team win 3 or 4 times in a row or anything like that. It hasn't been a completely dominant performance, although the top teams have been great. And that's giving more teams a chance to rise up and separate themselves in this mid-pack. I think we're still not going to know who 2 or 3 of our grand final qualifying teams are by the last game even.
Yeah, I mean, we had the pleasure of having a really good upper bracket. On the very last game, there was basically 5, 6 teams that could make it, and there was 2 or 3 spots that was available for the taking. And honestly, we were setting everything up. We were looking to see that it's going to be a huge game, and it ended up just falling apart. Like all the contenders just died out early. Some of the other teams in the top 3, they died out early. Credex ended up being the team on the cusp. And they had their closest team they had was BBL with 8 points behind. They ended up dying somewhat early before late game 2. It ended up being a very entertaining game, actually, if you're looking at...
Right.
Like, there was 3 teams that was on the cusp, and there was 3 or 4 teams that potentially could compete for it, and it ended just not happening here. I think it's going to be a different case for today. I think we could end up seeing maybe some tiebreakers at effect. That could be super interesting. Skate ended up going really early on, competing for some of the compounds. Let's see how deep they go. And maybe some 2-2 splits could be coming in there. Just drive scouting to see if anyone shoots at them. Team Liquid, they're going to be going 3 guys. Okay, they have 3 cars. That is fantastic for them. Buggy for Clip and Buggy for Vard. So 4 vehicles for Liquid, and they're going to be moving out somewhat early off Pachinki. That's your favorite gun, John, and it's going to be Statos taking it.
And they're in circle as well. They're not quite the first to move towards the center of the circle, but they should have decent visibility and a good opportunity to scout out what's ahead. ENCE going all the way up, by the way, to the top of Stalba. If Foot Esports don't coalesce on their position up top very, very soon, ENCE could be in a position where you pick 1 or 2 of them off. Divan, in the meantime, you can see them by the crossroads. They're not taking a shot, I think, because they don't want a protracted fight right now against the Wildcats. Ideally, they just want the Wildcats to go so that they can go. Imagine moving up here from Military Island after being in a 4-minute firefight and being in the blue. It's just not a pleasant situation to be in.
No, and we've seen some fights here with Divan and Istanbul Wildcats before. It's not been too pretty. It's been really messy. Always ended up being late. Matzi, though, has been spotted, and he's been taken down by Kitnesh. I love what we saw from Sahar there. He is continuing to drive, he's continuing to bait, and just take so much focus and attention on himself and opening up everything here for Kitnesh.
It helps him so much, right? Like, you could see Madzi was focused on Kitnesh and then had to turn around when he saw the vehicle. There's a good chance that Kitnesh goes down if Sahar wasn't playing support with that vehicle there. So very, very important stuff. Wildcats, though, deciding they want revenge, and we've got a bridge camp situation going on.
Yeah, that's... you don't want to make enemies in PUBG. Quote Shang Samti. And that's exactly what Divan did. Now they have to take the West Bridge if they don't want to get cammed here.
They're so close to the East Bridge. They're so smart. They're not actually in vehicles yet. They're scoping out, trying to work out, is there anyone on the north side of this bridge? If they spot so much as a flicker of movement, I reckon they're going west. Shots have been fired now, so they know the Wildcats are there. There goes the element of surprise. Really good anticipation by Divan. Meanwhile, Team Liquid here in the southwest of phase 1. Remember, this has gone quite far north. Having a peek further in and towards the gas station kind of direction, we've got Enterprise sort of hold out there at the moment.
Ooh.
This could be a little tricky for Liquid to get further in.
Rough for Solo. One of the teams on the cusp. Actually, the team exactly on the cusp. 46 points tied with Enterprise. But the tiebreaker for placement points puts them inside right now. But losing one member... Rough for Solo. Enterprise looking really good with their 2-2 split inside the circle currently, if we're looking at the map. And now BBL will be moving out extremely late. The question is, does Solo try to gatekeep gems? He finds a little bit of Polish power here.
Great initial headshot there, but having to back off. He saw multiple vehicles and he thought, I could continue shooting on the one, but I saw UAS 2 and 3. He looked at where his teammates were and he went, it's better to disengage, because if they do fully commit to this, yes, he might be able to get a knock, but it's still a 2v1, 3v1. So I like what Skate did there. Unfortunate they didn't get an initial knock.
Yep, all right. Mexi Grind is taken down. Enterprise losing casualties. The team on the other cusp of the 8th place of the grand finals of G-Loot Season 6. Ooh, Mexi! Down to 1 HP. He's going to be found here. That's free kill. Potentially with a free kill onto Mexi. It was indeed 3 versus 3 now for Liquid.
They going to commit to this. It looks like they are.
Yeah, I mean, they can afford it. Enterprise can't. The question is it going to be some good points for Enterprise, or are they going to be taken out early by a team that doesn't need to? Clip finds Yanni with a nice drive-by headshot. What an absolute monster.
Treats it like a bolty. Easy win. That's how you do it, right? Just headshot every time. Don't worry about it.
My man Clip literally plays 200 hours a month. He, you don't want to take a drive-by chance against this guy.
No.
It is crazy the amount of effort he puts in. Lovely to see.
What? Okay, Divan and Istanbul Wildcats. That's interesting. Divan saw them there, started taking shots, and they went across the East Bridge anyway. They wanted this fight, and now it's going to be properly fighting out in the blue. Crossco and Soketo. What? Why?
Vinovidovici as well with BBL. Another team that can afford it against a team that needs the points. It's here in the cube compound on the left side of the screen. Second piece from Quetta Bins found. More shots coming in. Smash been found though too, but it's traded immediately. BBL 4 points. They continue to rack them up, and they're going to be able to save their teammate to 99 points. Just 24 shy of the record that we've had from Entropic currently. Istanbul Wildcats now still fighting Divan. They can't afford it either. Divan, 40 points. One of the teams that could potentially with a good game jump in. Now though, the circle shift here, John. What do you think?
Right up on the south side of Stalba, it's going to be interesting to see who wants to try and contest a little further up the mountain. So many teams are on the north side, in the north half of this, that it's going to get really crowded. I want to see 1 or 2 teams go far east, for example, and start rotating around to somewhere a little bit less crowded. But what I don't understand here, Martin, I don't get why Divan saw the Istanbul Wildcats, shot across the bridge, and still made the decision to get stuck into this fight, because ultimately, I don't think in the long run this can be good for either team.
No, I mean, Istanbul Wildcats at this point needs 3 wins to get in, or two really good wins to get into the top 8. But Divan,
yeah,
they could make it happen. Maybe they're thinking, all right, we're 4 guys alive. Maybe like these guys are already missing a player. We know that for a fact, and they could get some more points. The question is, though, are they going to get too late to the party once we get into the Stalba fight?
Yeah. Like you get up to 4 points here, right? But then you're so late into phase 1 and you've depleted some of your meds just to get in there, and you have to hope that someone's not on the edge able to see you as you come in. It's a very big risk for Divan to take.
On the other side of things, we have FUT Esports fighting Sakurazans and He-Man gone down. Suketo taking damage here. It is only 1 damage per second or so with the distance multiplier. And he's going to pop a first aid. Are they going to jump? They're going to jump into the car. Some of them are pretty low. 1 or 2 bullets could take them out, and that's going to be rough for them. They're trying to disengage. Actually, they're coming on the beach. They're spotting him. He has 63 HP. He's going to take down Nordscript. Nice shot. More shots coming in. Ooh! Oh, Kinich finds him. And now it's down to Crosscow to make something happen here.
Yeah, that was a really, really good couple of shots and spray as well. Very nicely done by Soketo. Can't finish it on his own. We're going for the finishes from Crosscow. Istanbul Wildcats need every point they can get. And they want to confirm that one before going for the revive. Oh, wow. Some serious fireworks going on. Meanwhile, we've got Skade going up against who I think is, Fago. And they are properly in the same space at the same time. This will not wash at all. One of these teams has to back off. There are at least
so
3
many
more
teams
teams
there.
in the close vicinity
BBL going
too.
through as well. BBL going straight to it. They're like, all right, let's drive by these guys. They're going to be offering the points. Quetpa finding Subila, but Gemty finds Smash. This is a rough situation for Thendalos and Smash here by the Dacia. Nate comes in. Istanbul Wildcat's been found meanwhile by Sahar. Good Nate is on the other side of the vehicle though. The question is, are they able to connect the next one? Thendalos taking a lot of damage there. The car gets exploded away and now it's only smoke cover. Sean goes in, could find maybe 1 or 2 members here. Finds one. Does not connect a single bullet onto Quetpa. More bullets there from the Mini. Does not connect another one. Hakatori finds Novik though. Bombilovo. Oh, that's a fantastic nade for Code Marco, John.
Beautiful stuff. Code Marco adds to his tally so far today. Gets another nade to finish Xiong as well. This is the problem when the fights start lasting a long time. Really, really good arm there on BBL. They're now trying to move in and try and finish the rest of Skade. Don't forget though, Fago is still here. Solo is still to their south. Polish Power in the vicinity as well. Just because you win the first fight doesn't mean you'll be able to walk out of there alive. It is absolutely chaos at Stalber and west of Stalber right now.
I love this rotation from starters. They are so aware of the sight lines that we have. That is a wrong word. I don't like using that. The line of sight that you have from Stalber, they were driving just under the ridge to try to get into this exact spot here so that they can play the south side of Stalber, basically being center in the circle. The question is, are they going to be able to defend it? Meanwhile, we have 3 members from BBL. They have jumped into the 3-digit total points here. 101.6 kills so far, looking really good. And they're probably going to be looking to making this really far north rotation, potentially all the way on the east here, John, that you asked for.
This is great. I love this from BBL. I wasn't sure if it was going to be them who did it, but they had the advantage. They could have tried and pressed. They could be all over Gemty right now trying to get the last point. Instead, they went, let's make the macro play. Let's rotate over to the east. We're not worried about whether we're fighting 1 team or 3. The third party potential there is a lot less, and we're going to have much more of a stable game. I love this move from BBL.
Smart plays. Circle closing in. It is potentially a hard Stalber endings. I've not seen one of those in a very long time, but they're very enjoyable to watch. It's like a mini urban ending. James here in the no lean compound. They're going to be going up against Rustamar, putting in a good amount of damage on to Fago there. The last member coming in now. Nuki is going to pop a tire, and that could be a free point for them. They cannot lose a member there. Nice, Rustamar. They're going to be finishing off that. Fago out in 14th place. Unfortunate situation, but it's mainly the teams in the lower half of the bracket that's gone out so far, and it's the teams that are fighting for this top 8 that is getting the points. Solo.
Pretty much all of the mid-pack still alive as well. So you like Divan, Polish Power, FUT Esports, Enterprise. Any of those teams could get a squad wipe or 2 and like bring 8th place up to something like 50, 52 points. It's creeping up, and we're looking for that magical 60 mark here. Stardust should also get a couple from this game thanks to their great positioning. Ents, they're not quite there yet. They still need to grab a bit more, so getting spotted this early isn't ideal. Nuki is super far from the rest of his team as well.
Yeah, the question is, where does this next circle go here? We are going southwest. It's going to be a south style ending, and we've had a lot of those. There's a lot of good amount of cover on that southwest, a lot of riches, a lot of rocks to be played, and now it's going to be a huge decision for ENCE. Do they try to sweep in and try to push into that western side, or do they swing around and try to go into stealth? But I think the only play for them right now is to try to get in on the western side. What they don't know is they have a full Polish power team ahead of them, a 3-man solo team and a 4-man Savem that is going to be having a really huge impact on their further campaign here in this game, John.
I feel like if they do just send it south, they're in big trouble. But they have been fired upon by Solo so far. So it's not... There you go. It's not as if they don't know someone's here. And there's not really room for them to go beyond Solo. It's such a thin slice of the circle. And it's phase 4. You don't want to go out into the blue to avoid them. So there's a chance they go north, you know. They might actually try and wrap around the north side of Stalba. I think for ENCE, unless they want to go through everyone, I think that would actually be possible for them right now.
Rustin Margon down, Intense finds them. That is really unfortunate. And now that gives some information to Solo here, John. That is not what they were hoping for.
They're very close now as well, aren't they? Like basically a ridge or two away. 2 members of Solo. Tiksu has heard the footsteps. They know they're being aggressed on. All of ENCE are quite close to each other, at least. Jempty could be the joker in the pack behind them that could do something. Let's see if Tiksu gets the element of surprise.
Does not. Solo trying to smoke, trying to get her head. Oh my god, Sosa turns on him with the headshot. Huge for them. And this is rough. This was supposed to be the home turf circle for them. Squeaky finds Bombelovo. That's important. And now he could help. He gets shot at from behind though. He could help with a potential nade. That could be huge. It goes straight to Priel. Oh, does not do any damage to them though. He jumps down. Information has been gathered now. Jempty finds Nuki. That is so unfortunate for ENCE losing that player on the south side.
That's the joker in the pack, right? We were always wondering when Jempty was going to pounce. He still has an opportunity to third party against Solo as well, but not in time for Squeaky. That's Nail Cop managing to finish that off, unfortunately. Some great positioning from Stardust early, now coming into third party. And on the home circle, ENCE are outside of the placement points.
Oh, some damage being put into some of the knocks there for Solo, and the circle is pushing them. Nail Cop is going to get Priel. Bombelovo is going to go down to the circle. I think that's a point for ENCE. It is. They got 51 now. It's 2 kills total for them. They're on 7th place, but Solo is still alive. They are not anymore out in 11th place without any placement points. 7th and 8th place currently, 51, 50 points. Now, Digitalytics are alive. 4 guys, 56 points. If a good circle comes their way and they're able to capitalize on this and survive the BBL and Divan onslaught that is going to be inevitable later, then they could have a good game and really cement their position. And instead of 3 spots to fight for, it'll be 2.
Yes, these there are still 5 teams under 50 points that are alive at this point. And Divan currently struggling a little bit against Digital Athletics. No one really wants to go in the area between Enterprise and Stardust right now. You guys can see that. It's one long, gentle slope up. And that's fine if you're one team fighting one team at the top and you know you can hide behind trees and rocks as you move up. But the fact is, with 10 teams still alive, what that basically means is you're vulnerable from at least 2 directions at any one time. It sucks to have to try and move up that hill knowing that you can be shot at from somewhere you haven't considered pretty much every 5 seconds. It is a rough place to be, and that's why so many teams are now on edge. You got BBL and Foot Esports tussling for position at the top of Stalba, but there's so much cover here that I don't think this would be a quick fight. If BBL get the first knock, they still have to run in, right? They still need to lay the smokes. This one's going to be a slow burn.
BBL, 3 guys alive, 6 kills already. And this road is crucial for the control. They can look over the edge down onto DA, but they also have some members of Stardust on the other end of this road that could peek. He sees the car there, Quedpa. The question is, does he have the information? Clip and Team Liquid. Clip has an arm, bold action, scary player to have an arm in this case. Plenty of bullets for them. 4 good amount of utility here too. Metralius finds Kidnesh. Oof, this is getting scary here. Digitalytics with a good game finds potentially maybe another member of Divan.
That's why.
There's just one more bullet.
Divan, they knew they had to make something happen, so they tried and sent it in vehicles and leapfrog Digital
BBL
Athletics.
opens it up.
Oh no, yeah, BBL coming in to aggress on them from Stalber. Let's take a look. They've got the high ground. They're looking down on board with Ketpa now. Meanwhile, Team Liquid, I think James has worked out where free kill is. That's almost a perfect line with the frag grenade. What beauty there. Follow up from the M4 and Team Liquid swarm all over these warehouses. They will probably know that one more person is in there and Dedrix has picked up the shotgun.
It's like when you drop food on the floor and all your pets come running. You know, they know it's a free time.
Oh man, London and pigeons.
Oh, that too. I don't want to call the Liquid pigeons though, but they are definitely hungry for some of the kills that they see here. That was a really good execution for the kill there and free kill. Such a talented player mechanically, James. And then also him being able to IGL like he does. It is crazy. Really complete player. Now, this circle, if it goes away, it does really hard indeed.
Oh,
it means that Sakura Sanson and Foot have to fight. And Sakura Sanson is already qualified. Foot are fighting for survival.
So if Team Liquid win this fight, you can see the circle here. Everyone on the north side of Stalber. If Liquid win this fight and Dedrix is eliminated, it's okay for Liquid to push up the hill because they know no one's behind them. If you're Illidan right now, you're super paranoid because you know people are behind you. That's the problem with that terrain. And there's no way, Savin, Polish Power, Stardust, BBL, Sakura Zensen, Foot Esports, you're not getting 6 teams coming in off the top of Stalber there. There's no way there's enough cover. This is about to be a bloodbath.
Yeah, this is going to be really rough. This could also change up things once we get to how high and how many points is going to be the cutoff point. Because a lot of teams, Foot Esports, Polish Power, they are alive. They could be having a good game, big game for it. Dedrix is flashed. He finds Vard. Oh, the other players just jumps in. They are going to be able to save Vard. And he is potentially going to be able to find a new vest with that. The good nade coming in does not connect fully. Odin Mavisi finds Techers. Finds another one as well. Such a good play from Odin. And Sakura Sansen finds maybe one. Now He-Man, last player from Sakura Sansen alive. They're just getting absolutely demolished from Foot.
He's made it happen before though. He-Man.
Polish Power heard that. Look at that.
Row.
Polish Power, John. They are sending it in. They're trying to get the knocks here and trying to finish this off. They did find Salty. Now Odin Mavisi gets 3 points for Foot now. They are getting completely destroyed though by BBL and Polish Power now though.
There's nobody coming in behind Polish Power. So Savin would have been the team that Polish Power would want to watch out about. That's okay. They've decided to stay west of Polish Power. And Cappy, so smart here, just looking down the hill, making sure that once the rest of the team engage, there's no one coming up behind them to turn Polish Power into the sandwich. Great, smart play from Cappy, allowing the rest of his team to get those kills.
Yeah, enabling the rest of the teams to fully focus on that. Nork is also out there scouting to see what is the next move into the circle. They have to take on Savem. Stardust decided to go for center circle and try to hide for that. Now Foot Esports managed to get 1 point in placement. Roger goes down to the blue zone. Kapi spots one Savem member. And Savem right now 37 points on 14th place. Need to win 2 games to get into the top 8, John.
Savim now spotting Polish Power. Ooh, not sure about that jump there, unfortunately. Not quite costing them a knock at the moment. That's because they disengaged from up top, so Polish Power feel they can now take him out. Unfortunately, though, Ketpa has read this perfectly and turns around. He gets taken out straight away. That was a headshot from Beryl instantly from Kapi there. Beautifully played.
Brunio finds a flush with a nade. Important for that. Vard finds Metralius. This is a huge fight onto the Analytics. They're trying to have a massive game for this one. They find one more. He needs to finish him off. He finds him as well. Kapi, Norkis, these two guys managed to finish off this fight here. The question is, does Savim capitalize on this, or do they run into Stardust?
Well, I feel like that's going to be the answer there. Stardust now getting fully aggressed on that nade. Could be good. Very nicely done. Ulseng gets one. Can they follow up with more? Polish Power still on the other side, remember. So everyone is so wary of third parties. They don't want to just full send to finish the fight. And that's why more nades being used. Backing off a little bit. Always looking up top. Polish Power have the high ground. Another fantastic nade from Voldemort.
They need to capitalize on that. They're not inside in the circle yet. They need to make sure they get the most out of those nades and knocks. Pushing on already now. Apocalypse trying to defend that northern push. With a bit of utility from the knocks from BBL, they could make another push Polish Power here, but Voldemon is holding on to that west edge. More smokes needs to be deployed here for Polish Power. 50 points for them, 9th place. They could take it away from Ensign Solo at this point.
So smart here.
Vard with the MK just picks apart Sabem here, John.
This is ridiculous. Vard, everyone is constantly looking around for the third party, and Savim spent so long correctly looking at Polish Power on the high ground. It's actually Liquid on the low ground. Remember, there's no one behind Liquid. What we were talking about, that warehouse position before, if you push up the hill from here, you don't need to worry about what's behind you. Liquid are fully abusing that right now. Atex on the AWM for Clib, trying to take names too. They could basically see everyone else, and because they're free to focus, they are popping off right here.
They are he's trying to find the last member of Digital Analytics. It is Schiller, and Schiller is sneaking up, trying to get closer on to Digital to Polish Power. Digital Analytics could make something happen here. Apocalypse finds Ulsing. Now it's Stardust after getting the rest off. It's trades back and forth. Huge fight for them here. Stardust trying to defend their position. They are on 6 or 7 points right now. They're just trying to get the most out of it. Metabay, Nail Cup still alive, gets another one, and it's traded immediately. Now Nail Cup, last player. Could Polish Power maybe find one? They need
third parties here. Polish Power, if they manage to find this and finish them before they get backstabbed by Schiller here, that's going to be huge.
Nope, not far enough.
Not yet.
He's on the other ridge. He's on the other ridge there, John. They're just behind that with the smokes. They have some visual cover, but they're outside current circle. James is pushing on the west side, and Stardust is trying to make the most out of it. James is sneaking in. He finds one member. He has a mini, does some damage, knocks one, has 2 nades, 2. Shots are coming in though. He hits the ground. Level 3 helmet did not get hit at all, but his vest is getting shredded just a little bit. 4 Molotovs and 2 nades. Insane amount of lethals there.
Oh man. We're going to start using them now for sure, starting off with the frag grenade. The res does come out, but will it be in time to get the first aid off and prevent the re-knock? No! In fact, that gets both of them. Savim Esports eliminated. We now have our top 4. Team Liquid, the only team with more than 2 players left, and they control half of the circle here in Phase 8.
Yeah, but the next circle did go north, so they're going to have to traverse across open ground, and Schiller is still Chilla on the northeast side and could be finding one of the Polish Power members. James, though, he has an idea where one of the Stardust members is. He could be among all those cars. He does a lot of damage. Flashbang coming in. Where are those 4 Molotovs being used yet? Oh, the explosion from the car gets Nail Cup, and we're down to just 3 teams. 2 from Polish Power, 1 from Digital Analytics, and 3 from Liquid with 10 kills so far. They are definitely been stepping up here in day number 2. Sheila sending it in. One more flashbang. Helps come in from the side here. That is Norcus massive for them. Polish Power, 6 kills, 2nd place guaranteed. That is 12 points for them in just this game.
And Liquid have wrapped around both sides of the circle at the moment. They're only looking forward right now. Polish Power will know that it's likely to be a 3v2. Clib will be radioing the position of Norcus. 9 bullets left for the Orm. You might as well use a couple. If you get a headshot here, that is absolutely impetus for the team to collapse in. Polish Power, very capable of winning a 2v3 fight, and a lot of respect being given here by Team Liquid for that. It's all about getting that first knock.
Yeah, Polish Power need to isolate a fight here, and James is pretty far ahead. Liquid are somewhat split at this point. James is trying to get the utility off that he was just able to loot from all the members that he killed, but Clip is trying to find that opening knock here, while Polish Power is trying to find the knock onto James. Remember, Bart also has an MK14, and he's going to be putting in a lot of damage in case they peek out later. 5 Molotovs here for James. If they get late game enough, he's going to be able to completely close off any smoke play from Polish Power. Yep. So they're just going to wait for the circle to close, and then he's just going to Molotov every single smoke and defensive angles that Polish Power has, though. James,
the more time passes, the more information they get. Cappy down now. It is a 3v1 situation. Immediately throwing towards the smokes. Norcus gets Vard. That was the critical off angle. That will allow him a little bit more freedom, but it's Clip and James moving in on his position.
Nice, well played.
Beautiful stuff. Winner chicken dinner. Another 12 kills and a dinner for the boys in blue. Team Liquid cementing their position towards the top of the leaderboards here. And it also means fewer points for the teams in 9th through 16th to try and make their way into the top half.
Yeah, the way they executed that late game there, perfectly executed, so well thought of, and also the amount of control that they had on the south side was just insane. But the amount of teams that were fighting for just 20% on the north side of the zone was just insane. It was a rough circle for that to go south, but it ended up being a fantastic game here.
Liquid controlling half of Phase 8 there, pushing in and getting the win. Who's going to win the last two? Only 2 games left now. If you get your team into the top 8, you go through to the grand finals, but the competition in that mid-pack is absolutely fierce. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the penultimate game.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
Want to make your GGs more rewarding? Complete daily missions in PUBG to collect coins. Exchange your winnings to unlock gift cards. All you have to do now is create a free account, install the G-Loot app, and make your GGs more rewarding today. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
2 games left before we know which teams will be making the finals of G-Loot Season 6. And Liquid coming in to chicken dinners today and vamping up all the points, Avenger.
Yeah, they're sponging all the points. The question is, are they going to be able to compete for the very first spot? Maybe with this they could. And are they going to be breaking the record that we saw from Entropic from the upper bracket? That's a huge question for me.
We moved past the halfway mark, Jorosan. We'll see in the highlights now. A lot of those teams that are sitting in the mid-pack where the points are so tight and so close just really came out mid-game and started getting aggressive. You can see that they've now realized time is running out and they need to get points on the board.
Precisely. There was one moment in this game where the teams at the very bottom and the teams at the very top were out, which meant that so many points were on the table for the teams in the middle, but maybe not quite capitalizing as much as they could have. Team Liquid amongst the teams, of course, taking a lot of those points off the board, and BBL chiming in with their fair share too. Solo, they're so near but so far here. They had such a great engagement, but lasting a bit too long, and the third parties, especially around the north side of Stalba, just took care of absolutely everything else. Polish Power again here were threatening, and then the moment they move back down thinking no one's gonna third party us here, they're all good, BBL come in and somehow Polish Power survived through this. This was supposed to be BBL's successful third party. So there are lights here. There are lights on for a lot of the teams that are looking to make it into the top 8. Lots of resilience, Polish Power being an example. But you're right, time's running out. They have to do it again and again.
You know that feeling when you walk onto the beach and you take your shoes off and you put your toes in the sand? I feel like that's what happens. BBL gets to Erangel and their toes touch the grass and then they just start shooting everyone. Because every time we see them on Erangel, like they're just double-digit kills, which is what they've done here. 11 kills. And also, between them and Liquid, they're stealing a lot of points for the likes of Ents, who not such a great game for them, Avenger.
Yeah. You know what? I'm just looking at this. I'm thinking this is going to be really interesting. Like, Liquid and BBL, they're gonna be absolutely full sending it for the last 2 games to try to, first of all, win the whole thing, but also get more points than we had in Entropic. Entropic had 123 points, right? And that means that all the teams, as you're saying, they're gonna be sponging up a lot of points in the top. It's gonna be kind of scary because you have so many teams, and right now I feel like at this point we can say that it's only 7th and 8th place that's gonna be fought for here for the rest of the team. 63, 64 points. It's gonna be really hard to take out unless either of those 2 teams like they 0 points in 2 games, but it's so unlikely with DA and Skate and how they've been playing. Also, Stardust being able to step up that in that game, being able to squeeze out a little bit extra points means that they're practically safe here to go into the grand final of G-Loot Season 6.
It's really nice for Stardust. I mean, that's a big move. This is what's cool about the format, right, Avenger, is that those teams that maybe you wouldn't have seen before are now going to have a chance to potentially make the finals. And those invited teams like a Foot Esports or possibly even an Ents are going to drop out. But it's a cool way to kind of build the scene, I think, and improve on PUBG in Europe.
I think what we see right now, like this is, if you told me that the last game is done and those are the 8 teams that are going in to the grand final, I would not have been surprised that we have those kind of teams. But yeah, with 2 games to go, it could be super interesting. And as I was saying, that northern circle that Ents had, I feel like that was their game to capitalize and close out their placement there. But that circle and the way that the teams played, there are so many teams coming in from the northwest that it just basically forced them out. They didn't have a foot inside the next circle, and Sakura Sansen decided to gatekeep basically from the high ground there. That made it really rough for Ents. Also, Solo, rough situation for them. Also on the cusp, and there's so many teams super close. With one really good game, they're basically securing themselves a top spot for the grand final.
Jorosa, if you are one of those teams on the cusp, what do you have to do in the next 2 games?
Get points.
Other than get lots of points. I mean, what is the game plan? I should have worded that better. Thanks, Avenger.
If Polish Power and Ents both have a good game number 5 today, and they both leapfrog their way in, 63 points is going to become the new floor, and we could actually start to see that creep up a bit. So rotate it early, defend well, try and third-party squad fight so that you're getting 2 or 3 points for free, then you back off. You don't risk getting the squad killed for those extra 2 points, extra 3 points, and you go again. Try and be the last team in. The way Team Liquid handled that from the south side of Stalber, absolutely beautiful. The way BBL tried to handle that from the north side was actually really good, but Polish Power just turned and headshot 2 of them. What BBL were doing were really good. The teams have to start doing a bit more of that because the third partying is insane in this lobby.
This is it. 2 games left, only so many points available. I'm not going to do the maths to figure out how much. All I know is that you need some of them so that you can make it into the top 8. We are moving into the second last game of our Super Weekend. Jorasar and Avenger are going to be taking over casting duty in a little bit. $50,000 up for grabs, all to play for, gents.
Here we go, picking up on the casting duty, penultimate game now, and it is about as fair a plane pass slicing Erangel in half as you like. We're starting in Novo, moving up towards Zaki. 4 to 10 o'clock, nice and chilled out, almost directly through the middle of the map, Martin.
Yeah, super fair plane here for the second last game of today. And I will say, if Sam asked me the question of what your game plan is if you're not currently Team Liquid or BBL, is avoid Team Liquid or BBL, because the way that BBL have been playing, the third parties, the drive-bys, they're just smashing through the circle with cars and not caring. That is a really, really scary team to face against once you're a team that actually need both placement points and kills for that. So let's see what happens, and let's see what the game plan is. Solo going into the South George area, Polish Power going into the North George area, and they will have Foot Esports on the northwest. So the question is, do we have a northern circle again with this plane path, or are we going to see like a military Novo Milta Power potentially, or is it going to be a plain old straight in the center?
Even plain old straight in the center could end up being throwing curveballs towards our teams. No, we have something spicy indeed. Foot Esports and Zaki, hello. Circles moving north of North George. Now, of course, it will come back in somewhat, but this is an excellent start, I would say, to our penultimate game.
Honestly, this is crazy, right? Once we go over to the leaderboard, we're going to be seeing Polish Power and ENS on 7th and 8th, currently inside circle. The 2 teams closest competing, Foot Esports and Solo, currently inside the circle. We currently have the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th team. Those teams that are the closest fighting for those spots inside the circle. It is absolute insane. And then we have the next team that is close to get into that, and it's Enterprise, obviously. Divan is really far away. This could be a detrimental game to them if they don't have a fantastic rotation straight up. They will probably do a FaZe Clan 2019 rotation from Milta Power up over Stalber and then into Overserve and need to go deep there.
Love it.
But this is definitely a game that we want to see Polish Power and ENS close out and cement their top 8 here, John.
Now remember, they're in a good position. They'll have first choice of the prio compounds here. That alone doesn't guarantee anything, right? It gives you a little bit of a leg up. But remember the last time the circle went north, ENS fell out of the placement points. It depends on where everyone rotates into. It depends on how crowded things get. And if you have a lot of teams near you, the moment one of those firefights start and someone decides to third party and you're deciding when to start engaging, it throws all of this out of whack. So far, those 4 middle teams in the circle, good start, but it's where everybody else comes in that determines if they can stay there and take the most out of this situation.
All right, John. We're going to see some crazy things from Liquid and BBL again. Like, are we going to see something like Liquid go to the Cube compound right now and just gatekeep every single one that tries to cross the bridges here? What's going on?
I think they're going to end up trying to go a little bit further center there. I would love to see them just go ham and take everyone out, but I think they want to. I think they want to do that from a more central position. If you know what I mean. Like, I want to see them up on the hill north of North George, maybe trying to get people from both sides. Maybe not in phase 1, but maybe like phase 3. But yeah, I mean, you never know. They could gatekeep every. I want to see the crazy. I don't think it'll happen, but I want to see it.
Yeah, I mean, Cube compound right now, and in this situation, there's so many teams that's going to be crossing that. Like, even a 2-2 split across that bridge on the east side is going to be crazy. DA, a huge path. Okay, here we see the guys. They are moving in, and they are going to be going pretty damn deep. Just then, the 2 guys in the front car, the 2 other guys, Singular cars behind them now. Polish Power taking some shots. Turn into them. Reach. It's Polish Power. Take them out. I'm joking. Polish Power obviously peacocking in this situation, but they are actually going... Oh, okay, so they are going into North George. And they will be doing that. Okay, so Polish Power, the question is, do they try to capitalize on the information that they have? Or do they go off and take the compounds and wait to see the circle here?
So what Team Liquid are doing here, they've moved into the apartments on the north side of North George. On the one hand, they're saying if for any reason it comes back towards here, they have the hard cover already. On the other hand, they're keeping their vehicles pinned to the outside of the city so that if for any reason they need to get out, if there are 3 other teams in the city, they have a clear path out. So Liquid trying for a best of both worlds kind of scenario here in North George. We'll see how well it works out for them.
Good rotations from Fago.
Very far as well. This is right underneath the noses of 3v. No one taking a shot at Fago. We're very happy to just let them keep going. And if you let them keep going, of course, it gives you opportunity to move in with your vehicles without anybody drive-bying you or anything like that. So that's all well and good. The middle of phase 1 is already super crowded. You've got like 3 or 4 teams on the outskirts of North George and in the compounds around. So everyone here, I wouldn't be surprised to see Fago, for example, go Everest to do a little bit of scouting before moving further in.
No, but also imagine if this circle goes south. Like if this next circle goes super south, then there's just 1 or 2 teams that's only on the south side. That'll be wild and wonky too. I kind of hope it goes north. Even like a super northwest Sarky. I know Kailaris actually loves the Sarky endings there.
They're great.
Yeah, I love them too. Also, the new compound that Foot currently has 2 members, and is also some of the great endings, especially some of the fields south of that. We've had a lot of endings around there. Then Enterprise going super north here, almost on the cliff side. Don't go off then, but they're getting the information, and they're going to go deeper than that. Ends currently with a 3-1 split west of the shooting range. They're hoping for northeast shift here. This is the compound. If you have a circle in this area, that's the compound that basically guarantees you a top 4 placement with a few kills here and there, because it's so hard to breach and it's in such a good spot. Stardust moving in, currently on 4th place. Pleasantly surprised with these guys' performance here, coming out of the MEA region, Middle East and Africa. Turkish guys, a lot of experience in this team. What I've seen from Nail Cup so far this year has been very, very nice.
He's been solid.
He's been really showing off the mechanical skill that this guy has. And other guys, obviously, veteran players in the scene.
This is the north side here. So we're looking on the beach just north of Severny. Ivan taking a little bit of that long route. Now, if they keep going forward, Enterprise, remember, had stopped on the cliffs earlier on. Divana trying to work out, has anyone taken that? Are they going to see a vehicle, or have Enterprise parked it reasonably well? Freakill will be radioing this information in as well, and that's going to allow Dedrix and co to get into position. How long will it be? Divan might have spotted someone. They take a very hard left. Bullets have been fired, and it looks like it won't be a full send into each other for now.
All right, Enterprise. What are you doing here? What is your game plan with Divan basically going past you and taking some of the areas that you wanted? Not reading off too well so far. Oh,
Illidan.
Illidan.
He's not that far behind the rest of his team.
Too.
5 seconds makes so much difference, man.
Yeah, it's huge. These guys obviously hoping for a northeastern shift. If it goes towards the center, then all the other teams have taken literally every single compound and good terrain that there is to be taken. So both Enterprise and Divan, they need this northern shift. Ends as well kind of need that. They do have the control of the canyon that we have that you can drive through. But there are teams on the end of it. So let's see where we go here in about a minute. While Grindis takes some shots at Divan. Now 3v, a team you predicted off screen to go top 3 as a dark horse, and then on screen confirmed it to be a top 8. Currently in 14th place. They had 1 good game they won, and have had absolute horrendous Miramar games.
Yeah,
if they
and
could
the first
convert
Aaron
those,
goal as well. It's been heartbreak for them today, honestly.
For sure.
Like, they had a chance to build some good momentum. They were in the top 8 at the end of yesterday, and there's no other way to say it. There's no defense. It's all fallen to pieces today.
Yeah, I love what I've seen from these guys. The Greek guys have been playing well. Also, obviously second place in the June monthly showdown for G-Loot. That's why they're here. Illidan finds Tixu. That's a SLR headshot. And Tixu is now, he's off on a tree on himself. Not good for ENCE. And Divan is going to push that and secure the point. Circle has popped. And we are going into the Georgia Bowl area. Flush comes in. Oh, the drive-by from Squeaky. They're defending this knock. Huge for them.
A lot on the table for ENCE, though. Do they commit to this? I'm not sure they can. Squeaky doing a great job so far. Nordskiff going down. This might now lead ENCE to committing. It's a risk-reward, right? They need to make sure they're there at the end of the game.
2 points.
Tixu down, but good knocks.
2 points, lost Tixu. Not sure if the 2 points trade for losing a player is worth it, though. But pushing off a team that is somewhat competing for the same spots that you are, down to 2 players, could be crucial later on. We'll see, though. They're going to be late to the party with the shift here. This is a really, really hard circle. Hopefully, it doesn't hard shift south afterwards. That would be absolutely detrimental. Novik with the double shotgun play, trying to defend this house. Oh my god, flying out into the face. Skate able to defend this compound. The garage now. Savim actually coming in on the east side. They've seen the fights. They saw that there is no knocks, though. Schiller finds it with an SR, though. Digitalytics securing a few more points. And with just a few more points for Digitalytics, they have cemented their position in the grand final here. Yeah. Sheila and Mert, they take out Divan. And this is exactly what we're talking about, right? 2 members first, and then the 2 last players have to do something desperate, which puts them into this case. And they go out early. And this is very likely it for Divan here. They're going to have an insane game in the last one.
Exactly right. 45 points and in 12th place at the moment. This is a disaster for them. Not good at all. I love, by the way, that Savim didn't end up going all the way into the compound. They realized that, you know what? Skate might actually have everyone alive. They had those couple of seconds where they thought, okay, they're going to be healing up now, and decided maybe it's not right for this end. If they got a knock on that, that would have been a different story. They would have kept driving and gone all the way into the compound. So good decision making there, I think.
Yeah, for sure. The call was, okay, there's no knocks on Skate. Let's not commit. If there was 1 or 2 knocks, they would definitely have breached it and capitalized on the knocks and cleaned up everything there. Then Skate would have been done. And also, the scary thing is that Savim needs the points. Skate doesn't. So it would probably have been mutually assured destruction for that case. Like Skate would have insta-flushed everything, mollied, naded off everything, and maybe taken down 1, 2, 3 members of Savim, even if they had the upper hand. Though now they're playing on top of the hill here.
Because everybody's gone...
The Avanca Hill. 2000.
The Avanca Hill?
They won the IEM Katowice in 2018 off the plays that they did on this hill.
Welcome to the nostalgia stream, ladies and gentlemen. I love all of these references, by the way. This is fantastic. It's good education as well for people who are just tuning in. More recently to PUBG, Savim are moving all the way around, as you saw on the map just now. Elsewhere, BBL have actually got the cube compound and are trying to potentially gatekeep everyone. Not a huge number of kills, but they are forcing a couple of players from Sakura Zensen to be in a very inconvenienced situation. Foot Esports have, like a quarter of the circle to themselves because no one wants to bank on the north side. Oh! And that's why, wow, we have the river splitting this zone as well. This is going to be fun. And suddenly, BBL are looking pretty cushy indeed.
And Polish Power currently in 7th place with a greedy 2-2 split. Next circle is obviously going to go north away from water because the majority of the landmass is there. But with 4 guys alive in that garage compound, that is scary. See some knocks here for ENCE. That is onto Istanbul Wildcats. That's a few more points for ENCE. And they're trying to, again, make sure that this happens. Now, BBL fighting in this case too.
Yep, Sakura Zensen crashed into the compound. They decided that they have to make a move so that they have a platform to move into the next circle. Remember, one member of Sakura Zensen is still stuck outside Cube. It's the rest of the squad that are here, so it's like 2 partial squad fights going on.
He-Man.
Fantastic grenade. Very critical for He-Man, by the way.
Wow.
Now that he's gotten Code Marco, it means the rest of the squad can just focus here with no one shooting them from behind. That was really important from He-Man.
Yeah, massive for them. This is huge for them. This is... Obviously, they are already guaranteed, but for them to be able to close out BBL, a team that have been looking extremely scary so far, is a huge impact. Makes you find Sabila and Fago. So far, not been too good in this lower bracket. 22 points so far, and currently in the last spot. Lyron, though, finds Metallias. Intense finds Thenderlost. And yeah, good points for Sakura Zensen. They don't need it, but it's gonna make them look good on the leaderboard. Starters it out with 70 points, and then on 77, they could end up in 3rd place here. He-Man taking a lot of damage on free kill, and he's gonna be flush, very likely too.
He-Man did a very important job on the east side, of course, making sure BBL no longer had control of Cube, but he gets taken out himself from behind thanks to Enterprise. So they've now got the south side here as Foot Esports try and encroach onto where Digital Athletics are based. I think they think that they're all gone, but Mert's actually still in this compound. So if they're not careful, they could find a coiled snake here greeting them.
And also look at the leaderboard here. Look around that center from 5th to 11th place. Ooh, Solo with the info. These guys in 9th place, ends 7th. And they're looking to finish them off and get the points off that Rupture with some shots. Good amount of shots here in Digital Athletics. Currently on 66. They are safe, I would say at this point, 12 points ahead of 7th. But Solo, Solo, now they know, now Ends knows. And Squeak is actually completely away from the team there. And Foot finds a lot of points here. Foot, a team 51 points right now. Oh my god, that actually goes way more northeast than I expected it to go. I actually expected it to go hard north with Istanbul Wildcats in the center, but this is great. And you see Ends disengaging from the fight. They just want the edge on the north side up on Squeaky. And they could be going a little bit too close to skate. They're at least giving them the info that the cars are there. And they're going to be playing on the edge on the east-northeast side instead, I assume. Polish Power were hoping for a more western shift. And now they have to make sure that all the teams that are trying to get across, that they're the last team playing up on that ridge that is east of them here, John.
Yeah, if Polish Power are able to confirm no one else is coming in from the south, then they've got that like ear-shaped ridge on the east, exactly right. Team Liquid actually moving early to try and get on top of this hill. Savim are already here and want to stop them, but they're a little bit split. It's going to take 10-15 seconds for the rest of Savim to all group up on this. So Liquid will know from the frag grenade someone's here, but he's also buying time. He hasn't even been shot yet and already the smokes are coming out. He's tried to buy himself time, and a great nade from James is going to mean this is a bit tricky.
Oh, nice shots from Global Army. Team Liquid being absolutely disassembled here. And Mixi gone down too. Holsing gone down. Vard finds one. That's Valdemar. Also Fago joining the fight. Hackatory in that. Rhino Lock finishes off Holsing. And now it's just Vard in a potential dirty fight. Ooh, nice shots though. The barrel is just stronger in this case. And Sabim finds 4 points and potentially stays 3 guys strong in this situation.
More and more third-party shots coming in at the beginning of that. James, I think, was taken out from elsewhere, and suddenly what looked like a strong offensive started falling away like dominoes for Team Liquid. We then have 3V who are south. Sakura Zensen who are still south. Polish Power will be defending against them shortly. Skade, Spots, Ents. 2 teams who want to make sure they got the point. Skade, relatively safe. Ents wanting to make sure that they have got that in the bag. Needs 5 or 10 points out of this game. And Polish Power are gatekeeping, but they need to remember there are also teams behind them.
Ooh, that's good. Get the points confirmed. Yeah, Polish Power needs them. 7th place right now. Shots coming into the water as well. Lager Monster is in there. And he's not able. He's just too low. He's going to try to nade that corner. That has to be perfectly cooked. More nades coming in. Could be good. No, goes too deep. No, it's a double nade, and Kapi finds him. And 3v is out in 12th place. Solo, meanwhile, went down to just one member. And Digitalytics is holding on to that little ridge there. Now Ens is driving away from Skate, and they're going to try to play on the east side. That's actually going to be quite successful for them in case they stop in the right area. Oh, nice shots from Baron Peak here with Barrel. Verbatim goes down with a headshot.
Very solid stuff there, and able to re-peek around the smoke. Unfortunately, there's still someone a little further off in the distance. Great headshot, doesn't matter due to the Rhino Lock nade, though. And that's Savum Esports out from our penultimate game at Fago. Moving forward here with Foot Esports potentially looking to capitalize on both.
Oh, Lyron, he's going to find one more point there. This is important for Foot, 9th. So close. Look at our mid-pack, 5th to 11th place. Still all alive with players. Lyron, though, okay, so look at this. Fago is aggressive. 5 kills for them. Very good game for them so far. That's actually put them into 15th place now, and they find Lyron too. That's going to put Foot out before the placement points. They had 4 kills, but that's going to put them at 9th before we start our last game. That is potentially rough for them.
Yeah, they now know the minimum of 2 points to get to 8, and that's assuming Ents get no further points out of this game, right? This is starting to pile on the pressure on Foot. They're experienced and they know how to handle it, but doesn't stop it being there.
No, exactly. And with this spot that Sakura Sansan has of the Polish Power coming in, Polish Power is looking to take all control on the south. Now Ents is trying to make a run forward towards the houses here. They might have some information that they are open to solo, but Polish Power, Sakura Sansan, and Enterprise is going to have a massive fight here. Let's see if Polish Power is able to close this out. If they're able to be the last team standing out of these 3, then that would be huge for them. That could potentially secure them the spot in the grand final, John.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. This is a big fight coming up from Polish Power. They need to be aware of all angles, though. And I think they were driving up straight into circle, not realizing Sakura could be coming at them from here as well. So that's surprise number 1 going against them. Nork is getting taken down by free kill. That's Enterprise again on the east side. So Polish Power, they're in a valley now as well. This is a bad position for them to be in. The only upside for them is that Enterprise also want to shoot Sakura Sensen. Fantastic molly. Hits 2 of them as well. This is dire for Polish Power.
Intense with a massive molly there. Usually he flicks the grenades, but here he put the molly straight on the money. Marsalek tried to get out Salty. That could be a good nade, but it's cooked a little too much. If it bounced a little bit more, he would have been down. One more, gonna take him out. Yeah, that's enough. Marsalek, that is Sakura Sansan out in 9th place. That secures some points there for Polish Power in terms of placement, but now it is an Enterprise with 2 members alive that's going to be able to capitalize on the damage that Sakura sends and put into Polish Power here, John.
Hanging on just to get those kills is big for Polish Power right now. They're up to 59 points. They're trying to run away as much as possible. But look, they're at the mercy of everyone shooting at them from up above. That's 2 free shots from Dedrix onto Polish Power. More nades coming through as well. Yes, they have the damage coming through, but the Polish Power are not the ones dictating the pace of this fight, which is unusual for them. They dictate to everybody else. So this is a super uncomfortable position for them. They're not out of the woods at all.
The most common mistake that all pro players do is cooking nades when they need to throw them far. Don't cook them. You're making them explode too early. And this happened again and many times throughout this tournament. And just now then as well. That would have been a knock on one of the Polish Power members likely, or at least putting a huge amount of damage into it. Enterprise trying to close out Polish Power, but the circle did go away from them. They're gonna have to cross this road late. Another cook explodes too early. Look at that again. Dedrix trying to make the most of it. Do they know about... I'm not sure they know about the last member of Polish Power. Look at that. He's just below them. Sure. The good nade there from it. That's nice. 43. Kapi is coming up. They don't know about Kapi. Like, Kapi has a huge angle. He's gonna flash and then push. Free kill finds Marsalek, and now he's gonna be knocked 1, and he's gonna know where the other member is. Ish. He's gonna find him too. Kapi's just too good. And it did so well here. 6 kills for them.
Clutch. Yeah, fantastic stuff. He's gonna be able to get the revive onto Marcelico as well, unless the Wildcats get here super quick. That could be possible too in the middle of the circle. This is Fago, the other team in yellow, with Skade again raining down on them from the high ground. That nade could be good, depends on how it bounces. It's off of the card, not quite there. Second one coming in. I think that's going to be off to the right, but it doesn't matter.
It's on it. It's literally just behind him. Super well played. Squeaky Molly's Rostenmar. That's super unfortunate for them. They're trying to breach. Oh, the nades are coming in.
Oh, wow.
That's a good nade, but it could take down Squeaky too. That was
basically
huge.
Swallowed that.
Yeah. If it was cooked a little bit more, then it would have been huge. He's going to try to molly underhand it to make sure he gets the... Oh, he's going to be mollying inside. That's fine too. The question is, does he get the finish of it? ENCE has secured themselves a top 5. With the points, this is massive for them. But Solo, the direct contender for this, currently 1 player alive. Jemty has joined. Shotgun in effect now. It's a double barrel.
There we go. That'll do the job very nicely. Polish Power did die in the middle of that, by the way, guys, to the Istanbul Wildcats. So they're 61 points now. We'll find out whether any team can get close to them here. Bombilovo hoping to drag Solo up from 9th position right now. Needs 3 more points to tie with ENCE, who are also alive in this game, and right on top of him as well. So this is a very crucial fight. If ENCE can come out on top of this, they'll be able to build a buffer. If Solo come out on top of this, they'll be able to catch up.
3 points difference. Polish Power with a decent game here too. Oh, it goes on to Skate. Digitalytics just farming some of those placement points, but they're going to be going out too. That's going to secure another point for both Solo and ENCE if they both stay alive. Question is if they're able to push them. I don't think they're going to push him in this case here. They're going to try to outnumber him once he has to get out of the zone. Jemty with a huge rat position here. This is massive. All the other corner 2 is going to work. 6 kills for DA. They are secure with the 72 points.
He's not hiding, is he? Like, Jemty was running all around. Huth, on the other hand, making absolutely no sound whatsoever. He's in 5th place. Digital Athletics have got 72, 2 behind Skade. They should be relatively safe, but would like to put the rubber stamp on it. And if he's able to take out the Istanbul Wildcats here, that absolutely punches their ticket. But all to play for still. Jemty waiting. ENCE waiting. Solo waiting. Nobody wants to move. The zone will do the talking.
MK14 push.
Oh,
that gun is also like, it's insane.
It's a shotgun.
There's no much you can do about it. Full auto, close range, like so much damage from them. And that is securing them a point from placement, point from kill, but also they survive. They outlived Huth, right? So if Huth goes out now earlier, that's going to be another point. And now that they know that Digitalytics is here, Skate is going to be pushing on to this case. It's a good nade.
What a nade. That first nade was insane to get the first knock.
I mean,
damage. Just completely
he
blind,
just doesn't see him. Smokes are coming in, and ENCE is trying to push on to Jemty here. Squeaky finds Jemty. That's another point secured for them. And now they're inside the house, which is safe inside the circle, which could mean that Skate now will be pushing on to Digitalytics and Istanbul Wildcats because they're on the edge. So that is massive for them. Another point secured from kill and could be securing themselves another 1 or 2 from placement, depending on if Istanbul Wildcats and Digitalytics both go out early here. Shots coming in from Novik. He has 3 nades and 3 mollies. That is insane. I want to see some of that used.
Inside the compound. I mean, what ENCE are playing for time right now. They need to think about, well, in Phase A, what do we do? The good news is they have some of the tools to get a knock and move out. Crossco with the nade onto Huth. Huth had that great nade earlier, and one's going to find him now as well. We're into our top 3. Skade now pushing down, trying to aggress onto ENCE, while ENCE are thinking about how they're going to escape this compound. Skade want to outthink them. They want to make the first move. Don't forget, though, ENCE still have that Mark 14.
He's running at them with Molotovs and nades. 4 nades, 1 Molotov. They are on fire. They are both dead. They are both dead. Like, it's done. Squeaky is down 2, and Rustanmar actually denies 1 point. And Pixelic finds Squeaky. But that was 2-3 extra points for them compared to if they died to Solo there. So that was hugely important for ENCE here. Really stepped up today. Love what I've been seeing from them so far. And we're going to have a fantastic last game. John, it's going to be so close.
It is, man. Like, the Wildcats at the moment, a little bit rooted to the bottom, but imagine if they win this 2v3 and have a chicken dinner, that's going to put them in contention as well. Everything is within a hair's breadth of each other in terms of qualifying for the top 8 here. They're obviously not going for the top 3. They just want to survive into the grand final. Now they have to do a 2v3 against Skid, and I'm not sure they've seen Pixel. Insta headshot from the barrel. One more left to go. Will the nade ring true? Just short.
Skate has had a bit of a rough start to today, but this is obviously putting them into a fantastic end, winning the penultimate game. I don't see any way that this and the Wildcats closes this out, especially with the damage coming in. Good amount of damage through the smoke. It's only soft cover, remember. Nice here for Pixelic to finish it off. This is an 11 kill chicken dinner for Skate. 21 points on the board, on top of the 64 they had after this.
Yeah, critical game there to be able to pull something back for the Wildcats. I don't know where that puts them in terms of the table, but obviously they were fighting just to be in a position in game number 6 so that a good game 6 gets them into the top 8. I think they've done that with the second place. They've got a couple of kills. They still need a good final game, but suddenly what was impossible is now possible.
Yeah, and also Wild and Wonky Circles, Polish Power also being able to have another good game here. It's still going to be extremely close for those 2 lat spots that is still available for anyone just below there on the cusp. One more game to go, John.
Yep, there's one game left in the Super Weekend, ladies and gentlemen, and we will find out which 8 teams will be progressing from the lower bracket into the grand final. Last game after this break.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
One game left for G-Loot Season 6 Super Weekend, and one game before we know which 16 teams will be making their way to the Grand Finals. And we had a really fun circle there, Jarosal. What did you think of that?
It was excellent. We've been wanting the more northern circles a little while. ENCE didn't take full advantage of the first one, but then took steps to cement their position in the top 8 in the second. And now we've got one game left to go. I reckon still several spots up for grabs in the Grand Finals. It's not over till it's over.
Avengers, so many highlights from this game. So much of the mid-pack fighting in the mid-game as well. What stood out for you?
Yeah, I was pointing out a few times throughout the game. It's just like we have from 5th to like 10th, 11th place just alive again and again throughout the mid and late game. And it's just going to be so damn close in the very last game. And we said that too, or you guys said that too, when we were in the upper bracket and ended up being super boring. I think it's going to be another case here in the lower bracket because there's actually more teams and it's even closer. I think, though, at this point, I will say it's only 2 spots that is up for grabs. I think it's just simply too late for everyone else to catch onto it. I think like Stardust has 70 points, and I think it's impossible of 3 or more teams of crossing that at the point.
Polish Power playing the way we love to see them. Avenger, they were super aggressive. They had some really good fights. We've got one on your screen now as well.
Yeah, Kabi being able to defend the Istanbul Wildcats, or somewhat defend the Istanbul Wildcats push with the first knock, but most likely it was the Enterprise that really that ended up being really good for them. He got both kills there. I will say, though, I was actually expecting Polish Power to get a little bit more out of this, taking a lot more control of that bridge than they did. They ended up being slightly too passive, and I think if they played it more aggressive and they kept, 3 guys alive, it would have been a completely different case. They could potentially have been the Istanbul Wildcats of this game, getting 6 placement points, and then on top of the kills that they were able to get, they would probably got like 12 points. So they could have gotten somewhere between 5, 6, 7 points more if they were able to capitalize off taking both down Istanbul Wildcats and then moving on to where they were in the very end there. That was super unlucky for them, not being 3 alive. But they played it too passive in that ridge, and they should have taken aggressive control, making sure that Sakura was gone from it, and then they could have taken down potentially Enterprise and Istanbul Wildcats. That would have been a huge game for them.
BBL Esports and Team Liquid are 1 and 2 teams on the leaderboard, making sure that there was some points up for grabs for everyone. So let's see how that affected those final standings. ENCE and Polish Power just sticking it in there a little bit, Avenger.
Yeah, 61 on the tiebreaker. The placement is the tiebreaker, so ENCE is on top right now. Solo 54, Foot Esports 52. They need a somewhat decent game to jump into it, or like a win. Enterprise, Foot, Solo is currently the 3 teams that would be having a chance at jumping into ENCE's and Polish Power's game, but like they will know the these leaderboards, right? They will have a full information. They will play accordingly as well. And I actually think that that ENCE and Polish Power might be able to defend this with a 7-point gap. Also, look at how many placement points they have over Solo, Foot. It's basically only Enterprise that that can outcompete them in the placement point tiebreaker.
Jaroslaw, you agree with Avenger?
Yep, I completely agree. I think of the teams that are have the possibility of overtaking, I'm visualizing a player popping off for an individual effort, and I think Senya on Solo almost has a track record of doing that. So ENCE and Polish Power still have to be very careful, because he can have a 6 or 7 kill game where they're very deep into the placement points as well. That's something that he's done many, many times in many tournaments in the past. So I think for me, that's the biggest threat.
Avenger, how much of the pace of the game is going to change? Like you mentioned, most of these teams probably have access to the scoreboard. I mean, a little bit of anxiety if you think there may be a chance that if you have a big game, you can get into that top 8. Is it going to change the pace at all, or are we going to see much of what we've seen?
Yeah, we're gonna see two teams driving around with cars, trying to drive by absolutely everything, trying to get as many points as possible. Because first of all, both BBL and Team Liquid, they want to finish off and take off Entropic's amount of the record that they had, 123 points, and they also want to beat each other, right? And also Clip wants to be the top fragger, so there's a lot of kind of interesting things that is going to go into effect, because we have two teams that is dangerous. You don't want to drive into BBL or Liquid, because they will do crazy things to you just to try to get a few kills here and there for that. So are you one of the teams that are going to be, competing for those last 2 spots that are somewhat available? You're going to be playing it passive. We're going to see a lot of edge play from them, and I think that's going to be very expected. So I think that if we're lucky, we might see the teams that are fighting for those spots actually fight against each other, because all of the teams then is going to be playing on the edge.
The teams at the bottom, Jaroslaw, who are kind of aware, maybe, sitting in 15th, 16th place, that their time in G-Loot is done and this is their final game, expecting them to maybe shake things up?
Shake things up in the sense that I reckon they'll play a little bit more free. They just have to go out with a bang and prove that even though they're not in the grand finals, they belong here. And a big game is a great way to do that, even if they don't make it into the top 8.
Final game is now about to begin. This is it. We will find out who makes the finals of G-Loot Season 6.
Over the skies of Erangel one last time, everybody. It's the closing game of Super Weekend, and at the end of this game, we'll have the identities of every team that will be competing in the grand finals later this month. 5 to 11 o'clock playing path, very similar to one we have had already. And maybe we'll get a very different circle as well. We've seen similar playing paths with different circles on Miramar. Fingers crossed we see something interesting here on Erangel as well.
A really, really good playing path here too, Jero. But the question is, it smells like a military circle here, doesn't it? It does really stink of it. Actually, it reeks of a military circle with this playing path here.
It's gotta be. They've amplified the milli circle. They turned the air conditioning off, and everyone can smell it. 3 teams are on milli base. I mean, the teams have got to know this, right? 3 more teams hanging around on the outskirts. They're waiting for it to pop because they know it's an esports tournament and it is inevitably coming. Very crowded, actually, to the east of Razok as well. Be keeping an eye out on that. And there we go. Yes, it's happened. And it might even be a Joro circle. It might be a Take Observatory, win the game. We have to wait for phase 2 to confirm that. But I'm very excited for this one.
Wait, is that what you do when you play your games or what? You just go observatory and win the game.
Take observatory, win the game. That's how it works.
Okay, yeah. I mean, that is definitely a strategy. But I feel like if you stay observatory too long in a tournament like this, you're gonna have all the rats below you, and you're gonna have a hard time getting off observatory unless it ends literally up there.
You do need to take the vehicles and sort of
send it off,
sacrifice them to the PUBG gods when you go back down for a quick exit, that's for sure. No, but you're right. Timing your exit from there or spotting where there's an opportunity to rotate into a later circle. If you don't have that, you might as well just stay stuck up there, right? You're completely correct. The nice thing is you get to decide when to shoot. You're deciding when to poke, you decide when to initiate, but that only lasts for so long.
All right. Polish Power North George ends in Cerveny. those are the two teams that Solo, Foot Esports, Enterprise, Savim, and even Divan is trying to chase. And right now, we have Divan on military. We have a lot of the other teams, basically all of them, ahead of those two teams that are trying to make their way in. So we're going to see a very, very slow, passive approach from those two teams. I expect ends on the east side and Polish Power on the west side from a slow and passive approach from this. The question is, what does Solo do? What does Foot do? And also, yeah, it is hard. They are also far away from the circle here, John, and that's my question. How do they approach this? What is the comms right now? And what is their decision on how to approach and get into this circle here? Because it's going to be a hard one for them.
Well, in theory, we've got BBL and Team Liquid taking one bridge each, just camping the hell out of the rest of the server to get those kills, right? I mean, BBL are actually, for now, camping the west bridge. They are, this is the opposite one to the one BBL are camping there. The Istanbul Wildcats will be moving down east. They will bump into one or two members of Fago. They're not properly set up to try and fire on the convoy, but they have got control of the crossroads here. And I reckon a couple of bullets will fly past. Underarm nade.
Oh.
You know what? The nade wasn't perfectly timed, but they get the knock anyway. Very nicely done.
Oh, Verbatim has to make something out of this. Oh, the third party, or well, the help from Sobila basically coming in. Now Fago is somewhat disengaging from the bridge cam here. Verbatim running away. And Matsi is most likely going to try to smoke his way out of there. Help is coming in. Now Divan is joining this fight. They need a massive game, John, to make things work into the grand final.
This would be incredible. They need more than 17 points, basically, I reckon. And Nordskiff, unfortunately, bowing out of the game, holding a grenade when he was knocked, is not the way for them to start that. The Wildcats are holding their own here right now. They're down to a duo. I don't think they're going to be able to get a revive up easily onto Madzi. So they have to try and eliminate all of Divan. They don't really have a hope. They need a 20-kill chicken dinner to make it into the top 8 as things stand, but they can make a statement here.
Let's see how much of an impact they will have. Now, BBL, as you said, on the West Bridge, they're going to let the first member go. Nope, never mind. I lied. Benevidovici, they're going to hold on to the handbrakes. Nope, never mind. They're just going to full send it through. They don't care. Meanwhile, Fago finds 2 Divan members. More shots come in. Connects a lot as well. One more. Ooh, not enough damage being put out here by BBL. And 3 members of Benevidovici. They make it through. Smash finds Sega Beasts. And more damage coming out from Code Marco. Our current top fragger of the tournament with more than 35 kills.
Just sending it past, and then once they get past, they basically stop and turn around, and that's allowed. I think BBL might have gotten a kill anyway, but certainly it's allowed them to get that second knock. Now 3v, they're really struggling now. I'm not sure about that.
No, Benevidovici, they're gonna have a really rough time. Mr. Bull Wildcats is out, Divan is out, and Fago managed to get 7 kills. Imagine this here, John. A 26 kill chicken dinner from Fago.
There we go.
Qualify.
That's all you need. I mean, 7 kills for 0 players dead. If you extrapolate that graph, I think 26 for 0 is possible, right?
Like,
that's how math works.
Yeah, that's basically an infinite number. So 60 kills, that's not available. Like, let's just say 45 kills in a win, then they're good. Because they didn't lose any players with 4 guys alive as well, right? So just multiply that. Even if they lost 1 player, right? Let's do the math. That's
so generous of you.
Yeah, even if they lost 1 player, that would be fantastic too. That would be 28 kills once all 4 of them were dead.
Well, they can afford to lose 1. We'll have to wait and see. Fago certainly wanted to go out with a bang. Oh,
Start the Benny Hill theme song, guys. Liquid is camping on the West Bridge.
Well, to be fair, I think they've seen BBL on the other side, and they just want to get across at this point. But we'll see if anyone comes in behind them. We still need to wait for Digital Athletics. We still need to wait for Skade. Solo, I reckon, will probably grab a boat from Primors. Polish Power might do it as well. So yeah, all sorts can still happen. BBL are actually stopping the move across. So both teams on the same bridge.
All right, Enterprise, a team that with a great game could make it into top 8. Currently 11 points behind Ents on 8th. And they're the team with the placement points that could be the tiebreaker winner over some of the teams in there. The rest needs to break it by 1 point and will not win the tiebreaker in case they make it in there.
They want Sarvum to come for the knock.
Yep.
They want the full fight here. Finishing the flush now. Left him alive for a little bit. Didn't properly rush. And that would be why. Very nice headshot from afar with the SLR. Is that going to entice the rest of Sarvum to push in, I wonder? They're certainly not running away, but they're not exactly rushing at top speed either.
Yeah. That is very true. The question is then... Oh my god, Baron Peak with an absolute banger of an 8. Putting down Dedrix. Freakill did get rest. But the question is, does Grindis find 1 or 2 members of Sarvum here? And do they know? No, he spotted it too early. That's so unfortunate for Grindis.
Oh no.
A blunder, if you may. And now Gianni is the last player and Sarvum has 3 members alive. Look, oh my god. What I see on the map right now could be insane. Look at Ents and Foot. Look at Ents on Foot. They are going to be driving just past each other. This is huge. Very good catch here, observers. They could catch Foot Esports, one of the teams that is potentially going to be...
This is so far in the blue. Look
contesting
at this.
it. Oh my god, they find 1.
Do we get 2? We get 2. Where's the 3rd?
Another good amount of damage there. And that is basically destroying it for Foot. That's such a good setup for that. DA, meanwhile, finds Skate. And they have secured themselves top 5 for that.
That was such a big play, Martin, because
2 points is so much here.
Yeah, like you just stop one of the teams that are chasing you from being able to record those points.
Rupture's there.
You get those extra ones.
And Squeaky finds him. Squeaky, massive headshot with M4 there, and he's able to finish it off. As you said here, this is so important. It's the team in 10th place, 2-3 places behind you that you're just able to completely pick apart and leave with 1 player and get 3 points off of defending your top 8 position. So well played. So well thought of by Ents here.
But they're also very, very far into the blue, right? They have to make their way. Look at how far they have to go.
Yep.
Phase 2, by the way, basically trying to scoop as much water as possible here. This is very entertaining. It's going to be based west of Novo. Team Liquid finally moving across the bridge. And what on earth is going on? We were supposed to be bridge capping 1 each. This wasn't the deal. BBL picking up most of Team Liquid. Thank you very much. They want to make sure they finish top of the pile here. Now that they know they've killed 3 members of Liquid, they can go chasing Vard.
Yeah, that's going to be funny. Polish Power is also super passive. They're in the ferry pier. I don't see them why they should be taking they would be taking the southern ferry, but this went into Novo. They need to take the other ferry. The question is though, where does Ents go, and do they take the west bridge here? Try to do that late. I think they could. The question is, do they run into Polish Power, or do Digitalytics run into Polish Power? Let's see though. Here on board with Fago. Tech has gone down to Verbatim. 8 kills for Fago. Huge game for them.
Just 20 away from 28, so you know they're getting it done. Wrapping all around Sakura Zensen. With Tekka's down, he's the northernmost player as well. It means that the amount of information they have has suddenly dropped quite a lot. He-Man trying to cover a very big area, like 180 degrees. That gives Rhino Lock first opportunity to shoot, but unfortunately misses the first spray. Doesn't matter. Molly will actually finish it off after bullet damage from elsewhere. Other members of Sakura Zensen now starting to struggle, and they go down simultaneously there as Sakura Zensen taken down by Fago.
Code Marco finds Vard. They were like, all right, we know where you are. And they managed to take off Liquid. That makes BBL the winner of our lower bracket here with 116 points so far. They need 8 more points, John, to beat the 123 points that Entropic was able to do. That is quite a big game, but with the way they actually have into the circle, it could be big. Stardust here with a fight potentially with Stardust and Fago. They could have a big fight here.
That's the southern tip of Millie Island that fight finished at, and they were gatekeeping Team Liquid on the bridge. That's how far they chased him. They were like, no, we're going to do what it takes. You are getting out of this game right now.
Yeah, that is insane.
Brilliant.
We want to make sure they close it off, and that's great. And 3 of our top 4 teams are basically dead. And now it's just down to BBL to wreck everyone else, to destroy the hopes and dreams of our teams that are fighting for our mid-pack and fighting for that top 8, John. Ends is getting into the circle. Polish Power here on screen, still outside the circle. They have been losing so much stims, energy drinks, painkillers, and everything, bandages, potentially even also first aids to make this work. They are playing so passively and scared here, trying to make the right moves. And the ferry just left. They were hoping to join on and jump on the ferry and jump off under the bridge potentially and do that, but nope, that's not going to work.
That's another 4 minutes.
Ents is inside the circle on the north side. Now the next circle goes towards the water, and Ents will be able to play on the bridge and potentially gatekeep Polish Power and push them off. So Polish Power would be a team that would be open to be taken over by some of the other teams here. Maybe Solo.
Right.
Solo, I feel like is the only team that could take them over.
Yeah, they basically have the southern part of this circle is going to be interesting. It's got Solo and then BBL driving in, but otherwise they have quite a lot of freedom. Also, the next zone, potentially. The next zone also has to go away from water, right? So there is an element of observatory here. It has to go back towards it. Stardust have taken that position. There's a genuine chance they could rack up a lot of kills, and they're in 6th place right now. I think they're sitting okay, but a couple of extra kills will completely mathematically guarantee no one can catch them up. So this is a very, very interesting ending we have here.
Yeah, for sure. And also with this, look at this. Rustanma driving over to see if there's anyone under the bridges, on the railings and everything. They want to make sure they don't go into a trap. What they don't know is that the bridge is completely safe. And the only thing that they have coming in is actually Polish Power here on the northwestern side of the circle, taking a boat, and they're going to be on foot. And they're going to have a hard time with that. I think Rustanma might have spotted them and have the information. Hakatori finds Lagamonza from Vinividivici, and unfortunately, they did not make a top 3 or top 8 finish here for your prediction, John.
Oh, dude, did they get 0 points on day 2? We'll come back to that in just a second because 2 members of Digital Athletics have just gone down, and that was BBL now starting a little bit of a rampage. They're just south of Crossroads at the moment as more and more teams pile into this area. We've got Solo down south, we've got Stardust on Observatory, and about 5 teams on this road. But yeah, I can't describe the disappointment yet. I think Veni Vidi Vici, they either got none or very low single-digit points.
I just checked. They got none.
That's incredible. On day 2, 0 points. What?
Yeah, especially with the good performance they had on Wrangle.
Right?
3rd place, 4 kills. 5th place, 4 kills, and a win with 8. Super consistent.
I'm surprised.
They should have fixed their Miramar, or if they had fixed their Miramar games and actually had the same performance, they would have had a pretty good run so far. Unfortunately, 38 points day 1, 0 points day 2 for Vini Vidi Vici. Heartbreaking run for them, but still a really, really interesting and close game here. Solo is the current team together with Sabem that is looking to contest Ents and Polish Power, currently in 7th and 8th,
John, Martin, we're right. Roger, we've got phase 4 about to pop. Let's take a look. It has to move away, and there we go. Is the prophecy coming true? They've taken Observatory, but it's only with half of the team. This is a very big 2-2 split from Stardust here. If anyone gets knocked at Crossroads, there is 0 hope, except for sniping from afar, that any of the teammates up there can do anything to support. So it's very, very ambitious, the spread betting that's going on here.
Polish Power slowly moving into the circle. There's now 10 alive. They're hoping to get into the placement points. We have 2 solo players on foot and Enterprise. They are going to have a really hard time getting the amount of points needed to get into the top 8. And Ents and Polish Power, 4 guys strong on both teams, still defending quite well here for 7th and 8th place in the top 8 for the grand finals of G-Loot Season 6. The cutoff or theoretical cutoff points was going to be 60 points. It could be even higher with the amount of points that we see here. Currently 61, but 54 points for Solo. That is 7 points they need, and they're on the southeast side. They're gonna have unless they see 2 southeast shifts here in a row, John, it's gonna be a really hard one.
I think that Solo are in a good position. All 4 of them are alive. They have a good amount of circle control, but ideally they would have won a single squad fight right now, so that they've got the first 4 points in the bag. They need to score at least 7 or 8 points more than their nearest competition and try and grab those placement points as well. So really, they want to win 2 fights here to state their case for getting into the top 8. Now, it's only at the 18-minute mark, so in the next 5 to 6 minutes, a lot can happen. But when you're on the quiet side of the circle as well, there's got to be a lot of pressure coming on.
Polish Power, they are getting into the circle, and they will succeed at that, but they will have Fago south of them in compounds, and ends sniffing at them from better position than they have available. Would kind of like to see some like wild and wonky circle. Or maybe just center, actually. Center just for the fairness of everything.
Maybe. This could be... There's still an opportunity for this circle to yank, right? Now that we know that the water is out of it, it can still go high up to the mountains near Observatory. It can go towards Novo and play on that hill. If it goes to the west side of the main road coming off the bridge, where Fago and Polish Power are, that's also like a really horrible slog where the dense vegetation and a lot of places for teams to hide. There are many different types of endgame that are still possible here in this final game.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see what we're going to be jumping at with the phase 5 circle popping here in 5 seconds. If it goes like southeast, that would be the hardest possible thing for Polish Power and ENCE, and they would probably fight each other. It goes somewhat east, but ENCE will still have a ridge inside on the northern side they could play. They could also potentially breach into the gas station if they scout that for the information, but Polish Power will have a hard time getting into this next circle here. They would probably have to try to go below the bridge, but ENCE is defending that. Have 1 or 2 members looking in that direction. There's a lot of good amount of visual cover here with the trees. I actually really love the updated area since we saw that on our angle. Polish Power could sweep in under the bridge, and they need to. The question is, do they know about Fago backfilling them currently? They do. Yeah, they see 1, they see 2, get 1 knock, get 2 knock, get 3 knock. Oh. Huge for Polish Power.
That was beautiful. 3 members of the team getting 3 knocks as well in unison. Very good comms, really solid aim, and there's no chance.
Tied, John, no 64.
And it could be untied very quickly, because if ENCE think, okay, they're backing off. ENCE were thinking about third-partying this, Martin, and I think as soon as they saw the kill feed, they went, wow, that fight was over so quickly, there's no point trying, and that's the right call.
Remember that ENCE has more placement points, so the tiebreaker currently on the leaderboard would put ENCE on top. It's currently sorted by kills, but it is ENCE that has more placement points. Marsalek finds Rustanmar. Now the question is, of this, does Polish Power have the confidence to push in behind and take the fight to ENCE?
They're doing it. Nades coming out from ENCE. They're anticipating the push. They know what's going on here. They know who it is. And this is a tricky position for Marsalek to be in. There's nowhere for him to retreat to.
Good
ENCE
angle.
Getting the first 2. Copy trading. This is
Good
a messy
angles.
fight, but at the moment, ENCE are fighting back.
Well, no time for the rest then, but the kills are coming in for ENCE. It's going to be 3 additional kills. Norkis is not going to have time for that. He's going to have to go for it. And that is Polish Power completely eliminated here by ENCE. They had secure additional 4 points for them, and they're going to be inside the circle and also going to be getting placement points with the next team going out. So that is probably going to be securing ENCE a top spot here. They're 14 points ahead of Solo. It is almost guaranteed for ENCE, if not 100% guaranteed for them to be in. The question is, can Solo make the dream run happen here? They need 14, they need one more kill and a win. One more kill and a win.
Yeah, a win for Solo guarantees a top 8 at this point. So we'll find out very shortly. It's obviously a tall order, but They have a lot of utility. They haven't had to get spare vests, helmets, and stuff like that. They've been coming in from the south side of the circle where there hasn't been so much activity. So they've got all the equipment they need to win this game. There are still 7 others alive, though. And the next circle might say something or two about how difficult it's going to be for Solo to navigate this threshold. Look at that. They can't sit on their laurels. They have to get close to that road. This is really tricky when so many other teams have hard cover.
Yeah, they have to push down into this big white compound or rich area that Enterprise is just ahead of, between Sabem and Enterprise right now. They have to do that, and they have to do it before the circle goes in. If they decide to go for the high ground, it's going to be a different one. They will be going in there, and they're going to have to fight their way into that. Also, Sabem with a 14-15 point win. They could also make things happen here. Yanni with a potentially good nade half damage on 2 of the members of Solo.
Nice.
But now they know that Enterprise is in here, and they could potentially take him out.
They don't know exactly how many, but they know someone's in. The lack of lots of utility coming out and lots of gunfire to dissuade them will tell them it's probably 1 or 2. They want to be a bit more aggressive as a result. 2 minutes until phase 6 decides to move in. And they need to get ahead of Johnny here, and they don't want someone to be firing on their backside. So they're going to be super aware. Did they spot him? Yes, they did. Easy. Very nicely done. That was critical for Solo.
Yeah, he's huge in that case. Foot will likely go out here. Digital Electric will likely go out here. So the placement points is starting to stack up too. Again, guaranteed for ends. But can Solo make this dream run happen and take over Polish Power? Polish Power are biting their nails. Odom Avisi finds Apocalypse, but now he is going to be giving the information to everyone for this area that he's in. Digitalytics out now. That is 2 placement points. Putting more for Solo.
Odin, the last player, and Nail Cop coming down from Observatory will know he's there as well. Unfortunate that they lost one. I'm not sure what happened there. Bombilovo getting a team frag. Oh, they were trying to lay the grenades, and Voldemort getting himself as well as sent. This is super messy.
Yeah, they need 9 more points. 9 more points. And it is not happening because that is a fantastic amount of Molotov that's going to be put out here.
Wow.
Oh my god, the damage is being done to Solo at this point. ENCE sees this. They want them done too. That is BBL taking down Stardust. Huge game for them too. Broke the record of Entropic. 125 points, 12 kills, John.
They've done it now, BBL. That statements of intent with Team Liquid at the bridge, right? Just following through from that. Priel still alive, still keeping the dream afloat for Solo, but only just. We've got ENCE inside. We've got Savum upstairs as well. Senya is going to get revived. That's big. Solo up to a duo. Or will they be? Are they sensing? He knows. Nookie reckons the revive is coming, but he doesn't want to risk poking his head out.
He's going to try to hold this. Savum 2 finds one, does some damage. Not sure if he has the information that there's one more member on the right side. Molotov come out to defend. He's going to Molotov above him, okay? It's also going to be a little bit on the stairs. And burning the wall effectively. Tixu putting out a little bit of damage too. Now ENCE is trying to finish this off. Solo currently with a good amount of points. Let's see what Priel potentially is able to do from this angle. I think he has a member on the back. Ooh, Nookie pokes his head out. Ooh, flashbang. Perfect flashbang. That's actually, I think, a teammate flashbang. He's going to be sending it in. Priel finds Nookie. Now nades are coming in too. Tixu tries to go in. Senya with a really ratty spot for that. With a nade, put some damage into Global Army, but it's not going to be enough. Global Army finds Rostanmar. That's the points that Solo needed here, John.
That flashbang from ENCE to start this off was really, really rough for them. Senya gets Global Army with that frag. Now needs to heal. Priel still alive. Solo doing absolutely everything they can. That puts them into the top 3. So that's 4 for BBL, 2 for ENCE, 2 for Solo. Solo need to make their way into the top 2. If they can get more kills and they eliminate ENCE and make it into the top 2 as well, that's their chance. But only time will tell. Code Marco getting Nookie in the meantime, removing that point from Solo.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. They need to take on and win against BBL to make this dream run happen. They simply do not have enough kills available unless they win this game.
They're in second, but being second is not enough.
Nope.
Creel down Senya. We need Senya with the fireworks. First bit of damage done. Do we have the grenades available? Just the one lethal. Underarm trying to buy himself some time.
Nope.
And doesn't get it. BBL Esports
17.
breaks the record. 17 kills. That puts them above Entropic and Solo. The dream was alive until the very end of the last game. But I don't think it's enough.
No, they needed to win or had more kills. Unfortunately, they ended it with 2 or 3 kills and a second place. That's simply not going to be enough for them. But what a fantastic game here. We got a nail biter all the way to the end. Fantastic things. And also ends. What a comeback here for today, John.
Let's go ahead and bring Sam back into the conversation. That game stayed interesting right until the end, Sam. There were stories weaving all around the place. What a great way to finish.
A great way to finish. BBL svamping away the finals from Solo. I've now killed that word. We can never use it again. But really just, I mean, that was a bit of a pity. But also just watching that mid-pack fight it out, knowing full well that they needed to stay in the game, Jarosar, to make sure that they could get it through to the top 8, was definitely down to the wire and tons of fun. What was your favorite moment, would you say?
I liked the resilience from Solo and watching them hang on all the way to the end, knowing that the mid game was so quiet. They had all 4 alive, but no one to shoot at. And then the increasing desperation and the big plays at the end. I loved watching that develop. So that whole second half of the game for Solo and watching the tension ramp up.
Avenger, BBL has popped off, like you said, overtaking Entropic in terms of points. Where was this sort of firing power on day 1 and day 2, do you think?
I actually wanted you to ask me what was my favorite moment, Sam, but I'll answer your question just now. And I actually think that is we have to face the fact that you're missing 8 extremely strong teams in this lobby here. It gives them more space. It gives them more opportunities to play their usual game. And it really opens up. But it's been a really fantastic way to showcase their skill, and we know BBL is one of those teams that is able to really close things out. I'll answer the question that you actually asked, John, too. My favorite moment was when ENCE, they camped Foot Esports to secure themselves a top 8 spot and deny a team that was challenging.
I was going to ask you, but later on in the broadcast, I promise. I quite enjoyed the chaos of Salvum and Solo with their team kills. What was going on there eventually? Just a bit of nerves, maybe? I mean, or just a bad call?
You know, it's just these cases where you're trying to make some clever plays, trying to nade off some of the angles, trying to jump out of cars when they move too fast. It's basically just down to nerves, right? When you're this close to qualifying into the grand finals of G-Loot, it was really down to the last game and the very last couple of fights there.
How does that team chat go down tonight when everyone chats about some of those mess ups? Because I'm sure Solo
it's not even chatting. It's just a sound. Disconnected. Windows sound closing.
Jarosar, for you, when you take a look at this final game, what do you expect now going into the finals with some of the teams that you just saw play?
I love the way Team Liquid evolved their play. In day number 1, they had that big chicken dinner, but otherwise didn't really pick up that many points. They recognized they needed the consistency and they delivered today. BBL just felt like they were on a high throughout, but they were also the team, along with ENCE in that last game, that made a statement, right? They saw Team Liquid, they killed 3 out of 4 Team Liquid players, and then they went, no, we're going to keep chasing you down. That is a statement ahead of the grand finals.
And Avenger, obviously we got the military circle. I heard Toby in my head shouting. I realized that Toby actually just gets excited no matter where the circle is. But who do you think played that the best?
There's many things, you know, when we get these plane paths that start off over the military, it's just a lot of tendencies and just from experience of these teams, they know that there's a little bit bigger chance that it's going to go down there. So they went off with it, but I really love the way that the teams approached, especially the teams that they were close, right? Polish Power, the most passive play we've seen for them in months, coming in, waiting until circle 3 basically to try to get in, and then they managed to take a boat and get across, right? It worked out quite well, but that moment right there with ENCE camping Foot Esports path of rotation to get into the circle and getting 3 frags, that was absolutely amazing.
I quite enjoyed BBL taking care of Liquid. Jorusa, we saw that there, but walk us through some of these other highlights we're watching now.
Oh, that Ends Polish power fight was nail-biting as well, wasn't it? And then wondering whether or not Stardust would be able to make it off Observatory. I thought they were going to run into solo, but they ended up not doing it. And being able to get top 2, I think this fight in the building, the 3-way fight here, was... I don't know how many breaths I took during that whole fight, but it wasn't many. You were holding your breath for so much of it, waiting for the corners to be peaked, waiting for the mollies to come out. Just a really, really excellent final skirmish.
On your screens right now is the scoreboard from that last game. And of course, if you're good at maths, you would have figured out what the leaderboard looks like. Lots of performances from the mid teams fighting it out there. 4th, 5th, 6th, those were all there in the mix. This is what the leaderboard looks like. And this is what your top 8 teams are, which means these are the 8 teams that are going through, Avenger.
Not even close, but yeah, hypothetical cutoff. We were talking about the 60-65 points, and it actually ended up being exactly that. Really on point. Unfortunately for Solo, that run in the end, it just wasn't enough. They didn't have enough kills for that. You see the same amount of placement points for Polish Power. So it actually, if they tied them for kills, it would come down to the 2nd or 3rd tiebreaker. That would have been kind of fun to see. But yeah, after the dreadful performance of ENCE and Polish Power, obviously us talking about it in the opening of the show, that we know that these teams, they're a team that can capitalize off the knowledge that they had in day 1 and move and elaborate those moves into day number 2. And that actually worked out quite well for them. ENCE ending up having I think a 60-point day today, which is quite insane.
Any names in the top 8 and these 8 teams that are now going through to the grand finals, Avenger, that you're surprised by, or is it pretty much what you expected?
It's actually pretty much what I expected from what we've seen from the teams. It could have maybe been a Enterprise or Foot, or maybe even a Solo that could have jumped in and swapped out any of these teams in, I would say, from 4th and down. The top 3, I had 100% guaranteed in my mind that those teams were going to be able to go through. From 4th and down, those were the ones that are a little bit of a question mark. Are they able to close it out? And are they able to jump in and take this out? But unfortunately, for Foot, an invited team that didn't make it through here to the grand finals, they need to continue practice here. They had some really promising things, but with a little bit of tweaks here and there, they're going to be able to go really far in PCF7, hopefully.
Jorusa, for you, any surprises in that list other than your 3Vs not making it?
I think the way that Stardust made it in was particularly impressive. We were expecting 1 or 2 of those teams to be there anyway, of course, but the fact that they were consistently putting points on the board every game, it wasn't yo-yo with a big win followed by a couple of dud games, for instance. I think they can really build on that in the grand finals, and even though they might not be one of the teams we consider to be the favorites or maybe even the top half, I think from that consistent performance, they've got the potential to surprise.
Wait for him to say top 3 finish later on.
I haven't said top 3.
I'm going to record it when we're off air. But now we have a chance to chat to someone who is part of a team that in day 1 and day 2 maybe frightened their fans a little bit, but they came back swinging for day 3 and 4. Clip from Team Liquid is with us now. Clip, how are you feeling, man? How's it going?
Feeling good. It's going decent, I would say. Like, we had a rough start, but we came back.
I need to ask you a question specifically about a tweet that you dropped on the 23rd of June. I've been asked to ask about this. You said you were going to be the top fragger for G-Loot Season 6. Are we standing by this tweet?
Confidence high as ever, even though we did bad, but yeah, we'll see. I hope.
There we go. Short and sweet. You're sticking to it.
Congratulations, Cliv. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys in the grand final. A couple of hearts in throats from people watching yesterday. You had that one big chicken dinner, but not that many points throughout your other games. What changed between yesterday and today?
We basically slowed our game down quite a bit and just like took a bit more fights, because it's a lot like worse teams in this lobby compared to yesterday's lobby, so we just took a bit more slow and took some fights today.
Sure.
Cool. Good to see you, brother, now that you're not on screen. I was actually hoping for that. I know the video was not in sync. I want to ask you, Clip, obviously great games, really good today. That was quite amazing to see. I want to ask you, what team or teams do you think, besides maybe BBL and Skate, surprised you the most here in the lower bracket?
In the lower bracket, honestly, ends. Like, I feel like they should have done way better, but you're probably expecting
an
like,
insane day. They got 60 points today, actually.
Yeah, they had a rough start at least, like 15 points after first day.
So slow start. They pushed the car really slowly day one, and then it started rolling downhill, and then they really got going.
Yeah.
Yep,
nice.
that was Avengers' explanation of Ents clip. Thank you so much. We're going to see you in the grand finals. Good luck for that one. I'm going to hold you to the top fragger. We're going to chat again soon about that.
Yeah.
Surely.
I actually thought when I saw that Clip's video wasn't in sync, I just presumed it was me because, you know, Africa. And I was like, oh no, it's the end of the show. I can't refresh. Production's just going to be like, what are we going to do? So I'm glad it wasn't me.
I was quick to do it for you, Sam. It's all good. I could see that it was on his side because you were in sync. I was like, okay, that has to be him.
Solid save, Martin.
What would we do without the hard carry from Avenger in times like this? Right, gents, we've come to an end. We know our top 16 teams. I'm going to let you give us your thoughts just before we say goodbye. What do you think of this? The grand finals teams. How do we think this is going to play out for season 6?
You start, John, I guess. You go.
I want to find out who's going to stop the momentum from Entropic. They proved in the upper bracket that simply winning the monthly finals was no fluke. They went into a lobby with ridiculously tough competition, arguably did the same thing. And I think that is... I want to know who stops that momentum. So for me, that's a big story in the grand finals.
Avenger, how about you?
I think that this is one of the most stacked grand finals that we've seen in a very, very long time, and especially in like we've had the G-Loots, we've had the DreamHacks, the ESLs throughout the last couple of years here. This is insanely stacked. Like the grand finals are gonna be such a rough situation to play, and it's going to be some of the best competitions we've seen, or some of the best competition we've seen, and fights we're going to be seeing in a very, very long time. And also with Polish Power, Sakura Sanson, and Skate making it in, and Ends also making it in here, the vast majority of our teams in the top in terms of PGC points are in there. So they're in being able to defend their position right now on the leaderboard for the PGC points, but there are also the other teams that are in there to try to chase down. Also 3 teams, obviously, Credex, Bystanders, and who's the last team? Question mark, yeah, that is making their first chance at a PGC points tournament here so far this year.
I'm expecting between Entropic and Northern Lights just a clash of titans. I think they're going to be fighting for that top spot from the moment grand finals start. And then I think Ents is going to make a sneaky comeback and surprise us all. And I'm just saying that because I'm a Squeaky fan and I feel like I have this time to say that. So there you go. But our predictions mean absolutely nothing, of course. We are now going to take a hard reset for 2 weeks. G-Loot Season 6 Grand Finals return on July 22nd. So make sure you put that in your diary. Play all the PUBG until then, because for that weekend you will not be in-game. You will be here watching the best PUBG in Europe take place. Be ready, be prepared, and we'll see you then.
down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
Want to make your GGs more rewarding? Complete daily missions in PUBG to collect coins. Exchange your winnings to unlock gift cards. All you have to do now is create a free account, install the G-Loot app, and make your GGs more rewarding today. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.